time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan-Nepomniachtchi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella.
Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy.
Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The
The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. From the second rest day in Madrid, but there will be no more rest for the weary, as we have had 6 rounds behind us. We have 8 more to go. So much fighting chess to be had. The fight is real now. Everyone knows what's at stake as they enter through those beautiful doors here at the Palacio de Santonia. The players come into that hall right there where they entertain fans around the world daily here. Robert and I are here daily. That's Grandmaster Robert Hess, for those who need the reminder. International Master Danny Rensch here. Robert, as I said, we had the second rest day. What did you do here in Madrid on the rest day?
I didn't do much rest. I was walking around, sightseeing. I went to the Prado Museum, spent over 3 hours there. I had a great time.
That's awesome. Do you want to know what I did?
I don't really want to know, but you're going to tell us anyway. So
okay. I also didn't rest too much. Took a long walk, not at the Prado Museum, but around the city. It was gorgeous, beautiful. Thank the weather. Ever since we had a weatherman in studio, the weather's gotten nicer here. So it's been great here in Madrid, and we have so much to talk about. So much happened before said rest day. The biggest win of all probably went to the person who's still leading the tournament, Jan Nepomniachtchi. With the white pieces, he struck again against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. For those who may have missed that action, we once again have one of our highlight reels to show you all that was the battle between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Jan Nepomniachtchi has the sole lead in the Candidates, but today was evidently the first day he was aided to victory by his opening prep.
Today, somehow, more or less for the first time in the tournament, I got the position I prepared before the game, yeah? So just exactly the position, so yeah, that was quite helpful.
Defending with the black pieces, Jan-Krzysztof Duda felt the pressure from an early stage.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed, of course. I was under pressure most of the game, but yeah, at some point I thought it was basically going to be a draw.
While yesterday, Nepo had failed to impress the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen, who said he was playing poor moves quickly, today he impressed former world champion Viswanathan Anand, who quite liked pawn to h4, which he called clever.
h4 is a clever move. It has escaped my attention, but it's again, white is trying to clamp down on the king side completely.
With pawns advancing on his king, Duda attempted the resourceful bishop to b4. This allowed Nepo to win the trapped bishop on h7. But for the bishop, Duda collected a host of pawns, including the ones protecting Nepo's king. In the resulting position, perhaps Duda could even have been better, but one pawn escaped him. The pawn on h7 surprisingly could not be captured, and it proved a thorn in Duda's side as Nepo marshaled his heavy pieces to attack g7. Nepo reaped the first rewards of his attack on g7 with rook takes f5, which received the brilliant annotation from Game Review. 6 moves later, he reaped his second reward when Duda resigned with no way to defend g7. Nepo now leads with +3, 4.5 points out of 6, the same score he began with in the previous candidate cycle on his way to victory. Still, Fabiano kept up the pressure and is only a half point back. He won his game against Alireza Firouzja, much to Nepo's visible consternation.
Gotta love the face from Jan Nepomniachtchi, doing the Nepo. Nepo's just doing the Nepo. We have to mention a face that's missing. Of course, my deepest apologies to the lovely Almira Skripchenko. She is playing in France in a tournament for a couple days. She will be back at some point next week. So apologies again for just going right into the show there. But Almira, we already miss you, and we know you'll be back soon. So go have fun in France. All right, Robert, about that game, right? Jan Nepomniachtchi takes down Duda. Of course, as I said before the video, there was also another win, and it might be debatable which win was more important for both players. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, talk about just the style again he continues to bring. No one can stop him right now. And what do we have to say about his performance?
Yeah, when he gets an open position, he's free-flowing. He's playing excellent chess. And he has as many wins as the rest of the field combined. He scored 3 victories and 3 draws.
Right there. I love that stat.
Right? 3 victories, 3 draws in 6 games. Fabiano, 2 victories, including right before the rest day against Alireza Firouzja. And then Hikaru Nakamura has 1.
Yeah. That great stat. Real time surprising me right there. You just said it. Nepomniachtchi has as many victories as the rest of the field combined. But as we said, it was not the only victory. Fabiano Caruana also took down Alireza Firouzja, and I think the reason it's open for debate is Fabiano's win came with black. It came against Alireza Firouzja, which of course was a matchup everyone had circled. The absolutely beast of a player we know Firouzja is, even if he doesn't quite have his form right now. And it also kept pace with someone who otherwise might have been unstoppable. So let's talk a little bit about Fabiano's win real quick.
Yeah, Fabiano played an excellent game of chess. He was very objective. He was measured. He took the opening in stride, maybe one that he didn't expect, but still, he's thought, and then he played just good move after good move, and he was able not just to secure a decent position, but one with a slight edge, and he took it home.
Yep. As you can see, of course, Nakamura and Dingley-Ren. There were 2 other games, not just the games that Caruana and Nepomniachtchi won, respectively. The Nakamura-Dingley-Ren was an amazing game. Hikaru brought amazing prep, and then Ding matched the computers at the board. Maybe the most perfect chess game we've ever seen as the accuracy scores were showing. And then, of course, the Radjabov Rapport game. Again, because Radjabov is also in the bottom of the standings, and it was the 6th draw in a row for Rapport, we overlook it a little bit maybe, but that game could have had a different result right at the end. So if you missed Thursday, one of those rare times you might want to watch the full broadcast. But okay, as we talk about what happened, we went into the rest day. Let's remind everybody of what those results did to the standings. Where do we sit at this time? I said Jan Nepomniachtchi is driving the car, but you know what? He's got someone in the passenger seat. You ever had a backseat driver sitting there across you in shotgun and giving opinions like, hey, if you're tired, scoot over. Maybe I'll take the wheel a little bit. This is, and maybe then there's a bunch of kids in the back of the car right now. Sorry to all the rest of the players, right? But there's one man driving, you got another man in shotgun, and a bunch of other people there. What are your thoughts on the standings and how we've gotten to round 7 at this point?
Yeah, second candidates in a row where Jan Nepomniachtchi starts with a blistering pace, 4.5 out of 6. Fabiano Caruana, he's right there next to him, as you were saying, because Fabiano, he started with a victory. His latest game was a win, and he's played some stable chess. And we heard Magnus Carlsen criticize Jan Nepomniachtchi in Jan's game against Hikaru Nakamura. I don't really think we have the same criticisms of Fabiano's play. Maybe he shouldn't have taken that draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi in round 2, and that could be a huge storyline going forward. But Fabiano's rarely had a bad position in this tournament.
Yep. Well, and as we see the standings there again, the jokes aside, too, we all know they're not kids. They are full-grown beasts of men, especially on the chessboard. But the reality is, collectively, they're a full point ahead on the field, with Jan Nepomniachtchi being a 1.5. So what are the players going to have to do to stop them? We will look ahead to that in a minute. But before we do, we also want to give a little more credit where credit is due to the other victory that happened, of course. Fabiano Caruana, like we said, got the W with the black pieces, and then he got all caught up with our own Dina Belenkaya downstairs before he left the Palacio de Santonia. I won't add any context to the interview you're about to see, but it was a good one. He gave not just thoughts about his game, but on Alireza Firouzja, and I'll let the video take it away.
Fabi, congratulations on your win. How comfortable were you in the opening today?
Not too comfortable. He surprised me first by playing the Catalan. He's not usually a Catalan player. And then by playing this very rare move, Queen D3, and I was pretty much on my own. But okay, my moves came very naturally and logically, and I guess I was a bit worse, but then he started to play so heavily. I mean, he was thinking like 30, 40 minutes a move, and I don't know why, because he was a bit better, but slowly he made it into a slightly worse position, and I don't know if he sacked the exchange, or maybe, I guess he didn't miss F5 because he reacted very quickly to it, but he allowed me this position, which is clearly should be better for black. I don't know if it's much better, but it felt better for black. And yeah, I guess still there were good chances to hold, but he didn't defend in the best way.
So you think Alireza have misevaluated the position after the sacrifice?
I guess so, or maybe he was already a bit uncomfortable because he was thinking so long, and I don't know, because I can of course play an equal position after bishop h3. I can play queen d6, queen e7, any move I want. And I actually didn't see this f5 in advance. I saw that he can take on d7, and it's, I have at least equality, so I wasn't worried. And then when he played this, I suddenly saw f5, and I thought I should take my chance.
Many people have been speculating about Alireza's chances in the candidates. Now, seeing the games, do you think there is some kind of extra pressure on his shoulders?
I'm really not sure what's going on behind the scenes, but clearly he's not playing at his usual level. And it might be pressure of the first time, but we can only speculate. He would know better what's going wrong, but clearly something's going wrong because he's playing super slow and his quality is not as high as it usually is.
Great interview there from Dina Belenkaya and Fabi, of course, giving lots of thoughts. We need to focus on the chess, focus on Fabi's game, and we'll even shift our attention to what's coming round 7. But we got to talk a little about what he said, right? Clearly, Alireza Firouzja, just something not quite right at this point.
Yeah, no, Alireza Firouzja at his best is obviously capable of winning this tournament.
Yep.
But right now he hasn't found his footing. And he's with 2 losses, 4 draws. He's at the bottom of the standings. And I like that Fabiano didn't want to get into why it might be. That, first of all, could give Alireza help.
It's a sign of respect, too. He's like, I'm not going to speculate. It's not my place.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it also doesn't give him any information what Fabiano might think is wrong and how he can fix it. So they're still competitors, even though they have that respect for each other.
Yeah. Well, interesting stuff there. Of course, we've now reminded you of what the biggest results were in round 6, the standings for round 7. So let's look ahead to that round and what's in store. We start at the top. Rapport gets the white pieces against Nepomniachtchi. At this point, what is the cliche, Robert? We have to take matters into our own hands. If the players are going to stop Nepomniachtchi, some fighting chess has to be played.
Yeah, and the rest of the field is looking at Richard and like, hey, can you help us out?
Yeah.
And Rapport, he's had a very interesting event. He's drawn all 6 games,
Yeah.
but he's probably been the most exciting player of all, with no disrespect meant towards Jan Nepomniachtchi, who keeps winning. But Rapport's games are just fiery from the start. So if Rapport can play a good opening, we know he's been critical of his own opening play. If he can take an edge out of the opening and even beat Jan Nepomniachtchi, this tournament is blown wide open.
And I'll add one more thing. If you can take a note out of MBL's book, if we remember, round 7 was the kryptonite for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He did ultimately go on to win the candidate, so I guess unfair to say that Superman had any kryptonite in that event, but the truth is that loss to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave came with the black pieces. It came in round 7. Does Rapport look at history repeating itself today? Jan-Krzysztof Duda gets the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. Again, those are 2 players that are not out of it. Duda, wants to rebound badly from the loss he had to Jan before to Nepomniachtchi before the rest of the day. Your thoughts on what he brings with the white pieces against Hikaru?
Yeah, they've only played 1 game, so the head-to-head lead for Hikaru Nakamura isn't super meaningful. I think that it's a very dangerous game for Jan-Krzysztof Duda because he has the white pieces. If he's bloodthirsty, if he's thinking, I'm falling behind in this field, I need to win, that could be great news for Hikaru Nakamura because Hikaru has shown tremendous preparation. He's also been pretty solid since that first round, right? We've seen some great chess out of the biggest chess streamer on the planet. And so I think that this is a very interesting matchup to watch because Hikaru could reap the benefits of a hyper-aggressive Duda.
And he might be the one person who, if he did get that win, could turn this back into maybe a 3-horse race. So be interesting to see. Liren and Alireza Firouzja, that's a tough matchup for a youngster right now who's trying to find his way. And also, I think I speak for maybe with some bias. We all just love Liren so much, but I think everyone just is looking at the #1 player from China like he's just close to finding it again. His mojo is almost there. Your thoughts on what he can do with the white pieces?
Yeah, if we pretend the first round didn't happen, where he lost with the white pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi, Liren may be playing some of the best chess of the entire event. If we recall, against Richard Rapport, he was this close to defeating the player who's drawn all 6 games. He also had an advantage in other games as well, including against Radjabov. Move 40 was his kryptonite in that one. So for Liren, you know that he is that close as you're saying, and well, he has a person who's really struggling. And so if you honestly are trying to pick on someone while they're down, this could be a moment for Liren.
Well, and speaking on picking on someone while they're down, Caruana does have a great record against Radjabov. It's a 4-0 donut you see there on the side of the player from Azerbaijan. So Your thoughts on this matchup? You mentioned there's a dangerous game earlier in this graphic, like Duda Nakamura, because Fabi's record is so good and because he really wants to keep pace with Nepomniachtchi. Is that a dangerous game for him to maybe overpress with white?
I would say for anybody else, yes. But for Fabiano Caruana, we've been praising how objective he is. He doesn't speculate, he calculates. And so when he gets this matchup, he's not going to say, let me play for a win at all costs. He's just going to try to play his normal chess. Now, there is one tricky element that I think a lot of viewers at home may not recognize. It's that Fabiano's main trainer, Vladimir Chuchalov, used to work with Teimour Radjabov. On one hand, you would say, well, that should give Fabiano crucial insight and that will help him, but they haven't worked together for a while.
Yeah.
So if you think that you have this insight and Radjabov has changed his style completely, you may be coming into the game with some misleading information, not of course on purpose, but just some thoughts that might lead you to feel overly comfortable, and that's where Radjabov can strike back.
Robert Hess spitting hot fire early on here. Fabi doesn't speculate, he calculates. Let's TM that as another accidental rhyme time moment from Robert Hess. But great stuff. We can't wait for these games to begin. And so on that note, it's time for me to head over to chess.com/events and cast my vote before the games begin. Right here we see Liren taking the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja. And all I do is head on over here, click on the vote there. I see a little mirror going on up there in the corner. That's kind of fun right there. I'll click back to the games actually to maybe take away. Actually, no, it's still cool. Look at that. We've got this game right here. Liren playing white versus Alireza Firouzja. I'm actually gonna take him to get the W, and it's heartbreaking to do it because you want Alireza Firouzja to find some form here and kind of have a better feeling in Madrid. We want him to be enjoying the city, enjoying the tournament, but I feel like Liren is close, and he's gonna get a victory that starts turning some heads. Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Hikaru Nakamura. I'm going to predict the young player from Poland brings a lot of great prep, but Hikaru neutralizes it, and we ultimately see peace in this game. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Richard Rapport. I'm looking at this game. I'm looking at Rapport wanting to get the dub, and I'm looking at how well Jan Nepomniachtchi has played. And I'm going to shock you right now, Robert. Shock the world. I'm going to predict that Nepomniachtchi gets a victory as black.
Wow.
I know. I just have a feeling that Richard Rapport might push a little too hard with white and that we might see Nepomniachtchi get over his kryptonite from round 7 last year. And I'm also going to take Fabiano Caruana to get the W and maintain pace, really keeping this a 2-horse race. So, all right, there you go. Came up with those ideas in real time. The players have joined us in real time. Remember, you use the command guess if you are watching on any platform that isn't already on chess.com. Use that command. Go to the link, go.chess.com/candidates-guess. Cast your vote, play for cash prizes, not just bragging rights with your friends. Also just makes it a little more fun to follow along. All right, we see that the first move has already been suggested for Fabiano Caruana, and then the pawn put back in its place. Jan Nepomniachtchi getting settled in. He's got the same suit on. It's a little bit of a story at this point because I think Jan doesn't want to, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess, right?
Yeah, some chess players are extremely superstitious. Yeah. That's been a thing for decades, and so for Jan Nepomniachtchi, as you said, if he's winning with that suit, why change it?
Yeah, okay. Well, he likes it, and let's just hope he's taking it to the dry cleaning daily so it stays smelling as fresh as it looks as fresh. All right, but the games are getting underway. We hope that you are excited for your day with us. Thanks for spending your weekend with us, no matter where you are in the world. It's still a Saturday, I think. And the moves are being played on the board. Look at this. Our bird's eye view for the first time. A Petrov between Rapport and Nepomniachtchi. Mm-hmm. You know, he used that weapon against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Again, another young, aggressive player where Jan goes into maybe his prep versus Carlsen for the World Championship here, Robert.
Yeah, right. Jan Nepomniachtchi, if he can use against Magnus Carlsen, he can use against anybody. But I think stylistically, it's just a great choice against that creative type of player like Richard Rapport. So that's in the top left-hand side of the screen. And I mean, if we look across the board there, the bottom right, where Fabiano Caruana is on the clock, that's Sicilian. And second move, A6, which is quite rare because we usually play in the center in the opening. That's what all new chess players are taught. And yet Radjabov bucking that trend and playing A6 on move 2.
And maybe already taking Fabi a little bit by surprise. Nothing massive, but Fabi is thinking, right? And so that A6 move, we're going to dive into it, of course, when the chess analysis gets going, because it is very tricky. There's some move order idiosyncrasies that are unique to that particular move 2 versus maybe later on in a Najdorf when the move doesn't come to move 6. So yeah, that'll be interesting. We've also got an English from Liren down low.
Yeah, he's just calmly setting up his bishop on g2 on the bottom left, and that long diagonal. And we've talked down the Catalan and all these types of positions. That bishop has that full scope. So at the start of this game, we'll see how Alireza Firouzja comes prepared, because he has been struggling. And I think a positional approach is the right one for Liren.
It's move 5 when you play a6. Sorry, I was doing the math. I said move 6, move 5 when you play a Najdorf. Coming up with that on the fly, but there you go. The players are seated. The games are off. The last game we haven't touched on, as far as just setting the tone for the opening, is Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Hikaru Nakamura. There we have a Nimzo Indian. Hikaru not going to get the same Nimzo that he did against Alireza Firouzja. We already have a totally different structure with this bishop d3, knight ge2 variation instead of the classical queen c2 as Alireza played.
Yeah, we see that Duda just took the pawn on d5, which leaves Hikaru with an important choice. Now, normally when a pawn protects a pawn, we almost always recapture with the pawn to keep control of the center, but that could leave Hikaru with an isolated pawn in the middle, and pawn's best friend being another pawn. That's not the ideal situation, and Hikaru, he's spending time right here, right? He didn't recapture immediately, which either means he's caught by surprise by the opening and how it's gone, or he's just thinking, let me gather myself here. Let's not rush, because when you make rush decisions in the opening, relying on memory, you could remember incorrectly.
Jan Nepomniachtchi taught him that lesson in their game. No, but all right, let's dive into that one. We're gonna obviously go around the horn, as they say, to start every show. Make sure that every game gets touched on, and we set the tone. So as we said, this is a Nimzo Indian here, but not the same line. Ooh, c takes d4. Okay, yeah. So real quick, how we got here, we have a Nimzo, which is defined with bishop to b4. As we said, queen to c2, the variation played by Alireza Firouzja against Hikaru Nakamura. What we see very, very often, truth be told, maybe more often than any other line when two top players are playing. But Jan-Krzysztof says no, he goes for e3. Very common development with bishop d3 and knight ge2. And after d5, we're actually in a line that was way, way more popular, I guess, maybe a couple decades ago. You know, in the 90s, you saw a lot of this type of approach. But we're going to get a bunch of exchanges in the center. And ultimately, it is white who might be having the isolated pawn to play for, depending on what happens with the exchange here.
And as we continue white castles, this is all normal stuff, and getting the king out of the center. But if we just go here, now this is a big moment for black, because the bishop's under attack. People don't typically like to retreat their pieces, right? Their bishop's on b4. You're getting aggressive. But with that bishop now under attack, do you take this knight on c3? And if you go for that, that gives white the pair of bishops and could correct white's pawn structure. And as we see on the board, Hikaru just retreat his bishop to d6. Now white can aim in the center, right? You can even trade knights on d5, which will leave black with an isolated pawn as well. So that looks like a pretty level trade. Or if white wants to, you can leave this pawn on e6, because the light square bishop sitting on c8, and we see that Duda quickly leaves that knight there. He makes his rook to e1. The bishop on c8, just like in the French defense and all sorts of other types of positions, that bishop is blocked in by its own pawn. So white's light square bishop aims towards the black king side. Black's light square bishop sits and is quite a passive piece. So often you want to fianchetto that bishop. That means playing the move pawn up to b6, bishop over to b7 to line the bishop on the long diagonal, but that has flaws in and of itself. So it's not an easy position for Hikaru Nakamura to play. We see him seated at the board. He's trying to figure out what he should do. And I think the opening battle, where now after white's 11th move, has been won by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He's playing within his preparation. Hikaru has seen this position and similar positions many times before. But as you can just tell by how concentrated he is at this early stage, as compared to the previous round, where against Liren, he played pretty much the first 25 moves instantly, because he had that in his computer, in his laptop, his theory. He is really going to have to struggle to come up with a path towards equalizing this game. It's not just as simple as the eval bar off the side says, it's not a big deal. It's about coming up with an actual plan here. And that's not that easy for black at the moment. So Hikaru, he's going to take his time. He's in Hikaru look number, I don't even know. He had his hands on his head, Danny.
Got to remember his opening theory, maybe. Hands on head. That's not a face that we often try to catalog when Hikaru's streaming, because he rarely has hands on head while streaming.
Yeah, he's got a hand on the mouse. And even over the board, he still is trying to grab that mouse, right?
Yeah. That was a great moment there. Shout out to all of our team working super hard on all the fun content, fun memes that we're catching. All right. Well, speaking of catching, we got to catch up with the other games because we've now set the tone for this NIMSO. Where do you want to take this next part?
Well, we don't even necessarily need to go to the game, but Fabiano Caruana hasn't moved. I mean, that's a storyline in and of itself. That it's after Black's second move, and Fabiano is frozen in place.
Yeah. Well, we can show it. In fact, we mentioned that there are some tricky things about this move order. So let's just show one of the basic ideas by playing A6 is to play E5 right away. Should White go for a standard open Sicilian? So in contrast to, let's say, the main line of the Najdorf, you have D6, D4, and when you get this position, the reason that Black doesn't just play E5 right away is because with the B5 square open, White can give this check, and certain things happen where the light square bishop might be traded, and suddenly White actually has real dominance over the light squares in a way that you don't normally see if that light square bishop can make it to E6. But when you play A6 first, you're actually threatening to play E5 right away should White just go for a standard open Sicilian. And just show the differences, if you play something like Knight F5, Black actually has D5 on the spot, undermining that the pawn cannot capture without the knight hanging. So this is just one of the tricks. There's many other things behind this move order. There are also some bad things about the move order, right? Robert, I can let you describe if you want. One of the drawbacks is that because you've chosen a pawn move instead of a developing move in the center, a pawn move on the side, if you do get positions where the center opens up, White is often threatening E5 in positions where you wouldn't normally see it, with the pawn on D6, for example. So Fabi, it's not like he doesn't know this opening. He just needs to pause 10 seconds, I guess, and really make sure he chooses the line properly.
Yeah, I think you were raising some good points, and in particular the D5 square. That's really important in the Sicilian defense, especially if you move that second pawn to E5 like you were showing in those variations.
Yep.
When you don't have a pawn to defend a square, that square is your opponent's for the taking. So A6 preemptively stops all sorts of bishop B5 ideas, covers that square, and allows Black to play B5 himself. So Radjabov might be trying to play B5 in the future and fiend carrying the bishop, and this move C4, which I was actually about to mention, it gives you a Maroczy bind type of structure that White has complete control over the D5 square. Now also the B5 square is under Fabiano's control because the bishop on F1 and the pawn C4 make sure that pawn can't push two squares. So the knight from B1 will come to C3. You love to say this, that a knight likes to be behind a pawn because then the pawn and knight team up and control the square diagonal from that pawn. So I really like that Fabiano paused and played this move C4 because instead of getting this game into tactical waters and into Radjabov's preparation, it's going to stay into the types of positions that are quite close, but White is typically with the slight advantage because you have more space and because your pawns are more advanced. Yeah,
well said. And C4 is also a kind of move you can play with a little more time because Black isn't playing D6 and Knight F6 as in other standard Sicilians with immediate pressure on the pawn. You have a little more time to move this pawn before playing Knight C3, right? There's no rush to develop and protect the pressure that Black is bringing to the center because Black has wasted, quote unquote, a tempo on this side of the board move.
And there's a bit of a rush right now because Knight C6 protects the E5 score, so Black could consider playing pawn to E5 next. And the reason you'd want to do that is because that prevents White from playing D4. So just like White has that clamp on D5, Black will say, now it's my turn to take over the D4 square. So typically what you want to do is when your opponent is trying to get some kind of outpost, you want to fill the square, and here D4 fills that square, and after this trade, we get the Maroczy bind structure that we're talking about, where now you don't have to worry about Black controlling that square. White is fighting equally for it, and on the other hand, as you're highlighting, these pawns are much better than Black's pawns. They're more advanced. They're taking control of vital squares.
So this is great stuff, especially for those who play Sicilian. You're learning a lot more about variations maybe you didn't know. But to back up for a second and talk about the psychology, the preparation, why did Radjabov take this approach, right? I'm trying to think about the strategy about this, Robert, and I'm wondering if A6 was a move that was going to take Fabi by surprise, and you would anticipate that
you'll go for the best positional line, but not the sharpest stuff. We've said that this is kind of also the positions that Radjabov would rather play these days, maybe, right? So on the one hand, Fabi is going to have a small edge in this structure, undeniably so, right? With space and with a Maroxy-Bind structure. But do you think that Radjabov is also kind of getting the kind of game he wants?
Yes, and I think we were mentioning that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, MVL, was Jan Nepomniachtchi's kryptonite round 7. Let's remember what happened when the candidates resumed last time around. Fabiano Caruana came in with just all this preparation and destroyed Maxime in this like ridiculous preparation. Okay, Maxime actually played very well. He handled it admirably for a while, but the point is those tactical situations favored Fabiano. So just like we were talking about how Radjabov likes quieter positions where he can try to slowly outplay his opponent, he gets to avoid all of Fabiano's preparation for the most part and just get a position that's slightly better for white, where Radjabov probably feels confident that he can hold steady.
Yeah. Well said, and we'll see where this goes. Probably still using his time, and I think we can say that while undeniably Fabi's going to have a little bit of an edge, I think Radja took Fabi a little bit by surprise by this move order, which is why he's being very deliberate. As Robert said, he calculates, he doesn't speculate. Fabi wants to make sure he gets his type of position before he rushes in anything.
And if we look at the bar on the side, the win, draw, loss bar here, look at how up there it is for white. So white does
wins a lot of these positions.
Win a healthy amount of the time, and black doesn't win nearly the same amount. And you never know, because there could be rating mismatches in some of those games. But the point is that white has a very safe position, and black typically gets squeezed. You don't have space, your pieces are fighting for the same squares, and the ideas are not that difficult for white. Once you've studied this position, the foundation is there, then you're able to just develop your knight to c3, develop your light square bishop, castle. A lot of the moves come very naturally, and then black doesn't necessarily have active play of his own. And wow, e5 was the choice.
I was just going to say that normally you don't see e5 anymore after the d5 has been taken off of the agenda, but you can play e5 in these positions, and it's sort of a hybrid Sveshnikov-looking structure, right? Where when black plays e5 in a Sveshnikov, you are risking, of course, all the weaknesses that you see before you on the d file, but you're trying to do it to accelerate development. Get the bishop out early to one of these squares. In some case, this is going to be a very unique looking Sicilian ahead of us. We're already on novel territory, as you can see. I mean, there are some games, but this is not going to be games in the hundreds in this particular move order. Certainly not the top levels.
Wow, that's a big, big decision, because in the Sicilian, as we were talking about earlier, the key square for black typically is d5. And Radjabov says, I'm not even going to put up a fight for that square. That's yours. And what typically happens is this knight on d4 will reroute to the e3 square. Now, you can jump forward to f5 and then go back to e3. You can go via c2 to e3. But the point is that d5 will be firmly under white's control with the second knight coming to c3. But black has laid claim to the d4 square, that if this knight on d4 moves twice, then you're no longer controlling that square yourself. So it's a very interesting decision by Radjabov. It's committal, but clearly we're in his preparation, and he's going to show us what his idea is.
Okay. Well, we will see. Speaking of preparation, we're going to back out and check in on the other games and see what the other players prepared for what's on the board.
Whoa.
What is going on in Rapport Nepomniachtchi? We need to go to there. That is.
It reminds me of this game from Jordan van Forest, and I don't know if it's this exact line, but he did something just like this, and I was equally surprised that time. And now I'm like, what is the material count? White is up a rook and one pawn for just the bishop, but obviously checkmate in one is also being threatened.
And there's probably all kinds of weird perpetuals that can occur if white has to take h3 at some point. There's a king that is wide open for business.
And you have to take on h3, right?
You have to, because f3, I assume bishop c5 check not only gains a tempo, but protects the only other way the queen has out. So maybe
you just checkmate.
Oh, it's just checkmate with queen e2 coming too. Okay, it's just over. Okay, so in fact, we should show that line real quick. If you play any other move besides taking, like f3, black has bishop to c5 check, king to h1, and queen to e2.
the rook goes, but it doesn't matter. You take it, and you're mating very, very quickly. So that's on the agenda, which means that if G takes H3 is the only move, then isn't there already a check and
Queen E4? Queen D3 might even be maybe the most precise. Queen D3 attacks the rook on F1 and also allows the queen to go to F3. So rook G1 seems like it stops the draw. Oh!
Mouse slip.
Yeah. Queen F3, and this is a very common draw where you just go back and forth like this.
In fact, and if you play Queen D3, you're going to play King to G1, and you already have a draw.
Yeah.
So, and if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi coming in with the tournament lead, coming in with the black pieces, I don't think you're terribly upset about a half point, and we might have a game end here before we're 20 minutes into the round.
And we were talking about how Rapport is the first person to admit that he's not the best at openings. He is not as well versed, and this is an exact moment where it comes back to bite you.
Yep.
Where you've just handed your opponent a draw after 15 to 20 moves, and of course Jan Nepomniachtchi knew all of this at home. He cooked it up, and he just gets to wipe his hands of a game with the second move.
Speaking of what he knew at home, we're going to back up and go through the opening because it was a Petrov, and you're right. That line, by the way, something about that, that's where it came. Something about that line we analyzed with Fabi during the World Championship Cup. That's what it was, right? Because it was potentially on the board, but we didn't get it. And Fabi actually showed us that line while on the couch at our studio at Chess.com's headquarters. So this is all theory. And again, we kind of set the tone on some of these Petrovs in previous round that Jan had versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda. The tension centers around D5 because black cannot take it without the knight being undermined. So white kind of builds up on that tension with Queen B3. But it was this variation that didn't happen. This didn't happen between Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi, but Fabi showed us that if it should, there's some crazy theory here that goes, well, exactly like we're now seeing on the board. It's a forced draw for black, and Rapport is not going to do his teammates, so to speak, any favor. His teammates who all wanted him to maybe beat Jan today, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, and he's thinking right now, because King H1 is like the obvious move because it's the only legal move with your king. But if he were to make the move Bishop G5, just if we go back for a second, giving away, you're up a full rook, let me go Bishop G5. You lose this game. Because after Queen takes G5, King still has to go to H1, you're Queen F4, and you're still threatening Queen F3 check with at least a draw in many positions, and Bishop D6, lining the bishop and the queen up to H2. I mean, black just wins.
Wow. Jan might have an easy day at work today. Like, well, I'm just going to wash my hands of this one. He plays Queen E4 check, which invites F3, but as we said, F3 doesn't really do anything. You still play Queen D3, and your king either steps back to the G file. Well, maybe he tricks him into the wrong square in the G file, but you either have a draw or you move.
Moving the rook probably.
Rook F2, there's Bishop C5 again.
Yeah, queen coming to D1, and you have no pieces around your king.
Feels like a game that black could win if Rapport's not careful.
But I think Rapport is just going to play King G1. He's not going to be happy about it. But after staring at the position for a while, he'll just play King G1. And the thing about this is black is one piece away from delivering checkmate.
Yep.
Right? If that rook on F8 could move like a knight just for one turn up to G6, that would be checkmate down the open file. But unfortunately for black, you're down a full rook, and it takes time to bring more pieces into the attack. So Jan Nepomniachtchi, he'll settle for that half point. It's not really settling. That's the desired result when you're playing against a top 10 player like Richard Rapport.
With the black pieces in a situation where you're leading the tournament anyway. So there's, again, this is not a thing you would hold against Jan Nepomniachtchi at all. This is exactly what he came in for, hoping he would get, and Richard Rapport, maybe not knowing the opening as well as Jan, just made it easier for him.
And if we're being honest, this is what frustrates a lot of people about high level chess and even playing chess when they feel like my opponent just memorized something. They didn't play themselves, but that's part of the game, right? I'm the first person to admit that my openings are lackluster, to put it mildly.
And I'm someone who loves calling you out for it.
Yeah, you do. And so when I played games, and I played someone like Super Grandmaster Sam Shanklin, who's doing the Game of the Day analysis for Chess.com, and he just like blitzes out openings. I'm like, well, I didn't know what else to do, and you just made a draw. You didn't spend any time.
Yep.
It definitely can frustrate players like Rapport, who are seemingly less inclined to study openings and rely on their creativity over the board. So there is sometimes this dynamic between players, And Rapport's not going to be very happy that he just wasted the first move advantage and he didn't really have a chance to win. But I think for Rapport right now, he just needs to accept that this is his fate for today.
Yep.
He goes in the second half of the tournament, still with chances, right? He's going to be a point and a half behind Jan Nepomniachtchi, but somebody is going to have to beat Jan if Jan's not going to win the tournament. That somebody doesn't have to be him.
Yeah. Well said. I mean, of course, Rapport, as we know, creative, attacking chess in general being played here in Madrid, but getting nothing but half points to show for it. And it looks like he might be headed toward his 7th half point in a row. So let's back out to our bird's eye view, reset one more time, and make sure we check in with the one game we haven't really looked at yet. And that is Liren versus Alireza Firouzja.
And that looks interesting, right? There's a bottom left-hand side of the screen. There's a pawn thrown up all the way to a4. And that's a pawn that might be wandering too far. So if you're not careful for black, at some point that pawn can become an easy target.
Let's look at how this is a weird move board in English, although Liren taking more time than Alireza Firouzja at this point. I'm always trying to observe what does that mean about how the players are getting their prep or not, how comfortable they feel. White's still doing just fine, but definitely an interesting one too, in that we talked about the Maroczy bind in Fabiano's game. Here, White actually maybe doesn't want to go for that structure at the cost of closing this English kind of Catalan-looking bishop there. So that's an interesting thing to see White delaying.
And somebody who should know full well that is Alireza Firouzja.
Yes.
Because e4 was maybe the culprit of why he got in trouble in round 6 against Caruana. And this position, right, and we can go back and look
we'll
how
back
we got
up to
here.
the opening, okay.
We started by seeing that bishop get to g2. It was looking pleasantly down the long diagonal. And 2 moves from now, you're going to say, wait, what diagonal is that bishop looking at? Because c6, it blunts that bishop, and it protects the d5 square. So I think a lot of people would assume that Firouzja was going to play d5 on autopilot. But if we look after knight f3, his pawn on e5 is under attack. So you have to deal with that pawn. So d6 was played. And this is a very solid setup. The bishop on c5 is outside the pawn chain. Oftentimes we get stuck inside and we're not very happy because our position is passive. But with the bishop on c5 aiming towards the white king side on f2, we feel like we do have some more aggressive opportunities.
Yeah, it makes sense. It is an interesting move because if black wanted d5, you could try to play a move like rook e8 to protect the pawn a different way to support this. But there may already be a weird sort of center fork trick. Is this? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Robert's not. I was so afraid to suggest it, but Robert says, "No, Danny, it's okay.
Trust yourself.
You
I
can
trust
do that,
you."
Danny. Yeah. So this type of fork trick often occurs when a knight is recapturing and a pawn would go up here, forking the 2 minor pieces, regaining material, and often with interest because you sort of leapfrog to some central control, you gain some space. In this case, it would be the same sort of thing with white providing a fork and even winning the bishop pair. And even if black took on f2 check, which is often kind of an in-between move tactic you try to play, white still gets the bishop pair because that bishop is gone. And you could play moves like rook f1, castle by hand, you have the f-file. So this actually would be an edge for white. So interesting. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that was why rook e8 wasn't chosen by Firouzja and instead d6 was on the board. Rekharovka, a5, d4. Interesting transition there, right? Because rather than dealing with black center, white doesn't wait to change the structure, open up the board and the bishop on g2. And now he's going to play on the queen side, this is a very straightforward game right now for Liren. Everything feels like it's moving swimmingly. You're going to get b4, try to play on the queen side, where often a rook and bishop are actually communicating in these types of positions, everyone, because they both have the same sort of long-term goals. And that type of position can be very good if you start to open up space. But by the way, that is not the cameras going black. That is someone who's showing us their back at the Palacio de St. That was
just sit right in front of the camera.
Sorry, go ahead.
But if we just go back a half move here, instead of rook b1,
yeah,
that a4 square is covered by 2 of white's pieces. But this is a blunder waiting to happen because knight takes a4. It's like, yes, thank you for the pawn, but bishop takes d4, distracts the queen from its defense of that knight. So that would actually cost white material. So the a4 pawn is a long-term target, can't be taken right now. And so if we go to what happened in the game, rook b1, what rook b1 does, it allows white to push the b pawn in a way you couldn't with the rook on a1. Because once en passant happens and the a file opens up, and we can
I'll pretend like this was a thing. You're not going to take it, but the point is this would ruin the structure if you can't take with the pawn. This is not what you want with a weakness on the A file, right?
Exactly. And so even with the rook on B1, is white aiming to play B3? Do you want to open up the A file for the rook sitting there? So that's one of those big questions. And if I'm Alireza, I'm trying to think, what's my plan? Some people will continue pushing this A pawn up the board. I already went from A5 to A4. Why not go to A3? That would be pushing it too far, because white is not going to take that pawn, and you immediately were like, well, throw my pawn up to B4.
No en passant here, by the way. It's very important for those who don't know the rule. There is no en passant there.
That's right. And once the bishop goes back, white can even play rook to B3 at some point, knight to C2. You know, these ideas come very quickly, where the A3 pawn is just going to drop. So that is not what Alireza wants. Instead, he's likely to play queen A5 to protect the pawn and just to eye this knight on C3. Maybe he'll go like Ding Liren against Hikaru Nakamura, put his queen on A7 and line the queen and bishop up towards the king side. So there are a bunch of options, and that knight on B8 is going to go to D7, and then from D7 it's likely to go to E5, which attacks the C4 pawn. How do you protect that? You likely play B3 at some point, and I was just mentioning that black is happy for the move B3 to be played. Yes, the knight right now is currently en prise, but the opening of the A file serves black well with the queen and the rook on the line.
Okay. You're not too bad at explaining chess positions. We've got a lot of chess positions still active here, although if you're just tuning in, I guess perhaps the early story of the day is that we might have one chess game ending very soon. Richard Rapport is thinking about what to do with white, and that's partly because he appears to have blundered. We use that term sort of loosely here because he's not going to lose unless he plays really bad moves. Blundered into Jan Nepomniachtchi's prep. And Robert and I both saw the position on the board, and from memory, we were trying to recall like where we'd seen it, but it wasn't too long ago where Fabiano Caruana was talking about some of the really deep prep in the Petrov these days at the high level, where black just has all kinds of ways to make a forced draw, which is a very powerful weapon at the high levels of chess, to just know that you have something like the forced draw we see here in your back pocket.
Yeah, no, this is a bad news report, and you look at him, he's just like, he's mad.
He's pissed. Yeah, he wanted a fight. He wanted to do everyone a favor today.
Yeah, and he's about to have his 7th draw in 7 games.
Yeah.
But that's kind of funny because nobody ever thinks of Richard Rapport as like, oh, that guy's a boring player. He just makes draw. He's solid. No, he's making draws from all sorts of hectic positions. And we had Fabiano Caruana with us. You know, he wasn't playing in the World Championship, and he's not playing right now. Yes, he's physically at the board. He's in the tournament hall. Look at the bottom right. He hasn't moved.
Wow.
He is down nearly half an hour against Radjabov after E5, and he is caught by surprise.
Yeah. Officially caught by surprise. I don't think we were speculating, didn't want to say it for sure in the beginning, but the more Fabi thinks, the more we're confident that it doesn't mean he doesn't have an edge.
No, but as soon as we talk about it, he moves.
It doesn't mean he doesn't have an edge in the position. You see the eval par slightly favors white in those Maroczy bind structures when you have a couple of pawns in the center, but the clock would say that he did not think Radjabov would go for such a position, for sure.
Yeah, he lost the opening battle.
Yeah.
Even if he's better over the board, it feels like he lost the opening battle. And whew, look at that move.
D5.
Oh my.
Radja is bringing some prep to the table. Fabi is about to have his work cut out for him. On the one hand, you say to yourself, well, at least my opponent came for a fight, because I also want to fight. I'm trying to win this event and stay pace with Jan Nepomniachtchi. On the other hand, that's not a fun thing to face when your opponent, without thinking, Radja hardly sat in his chair.
No.
He hardly sat down and just throws a pawn into the middle of the board and says, I'm going to sacrifice a pawn. Like, what?
Oh my goodness. And I think we have to explain this because white has 3 pieces aiming at the D5 square. It's clear you don't want to touch the E4 pawn, because your knight on F5 needs its defense. So we can sort of eliminate that one. This is already just a very bad position for white. Now we have 2 options. Queen takes or pawn takes D5. And we want to think about the differences. So once we take with the queen, what was that queen doing on D1? That C2 square in particular is quite vulnerable. So yeah, black can take on F5, get these queens off the board, and then play this knight over to probably B4, and D4 also looks okay. And I mean, it's clear, white's developed nothing. You're up a pawn on F5, but you've developed none of your pieces, and black is very likely to just scoop that pawn up next, and all the light squares are vulnerable, even though white's the only one with the light square bishop. So this would be really bad for Fabiano, so he's very likely just going to take with the c pawn on d5, and that doesn't end the story. Black will take on f5. If you don't take on f5, you've just given a pawn for nothing. At the very least here, there are these pawns, d5 and f5, that black can go after, and knight d4 looks like a good start. And I think white will play moves like knight c3, bishop d3, and try to develop quickly. Well, I guess there was a problem, but yeah, I mean, it all looks very good at this point. So I don't think black is necessarily going right back for the pawn. And that's an important lesson to people, because we hear the Queen's Gambit as the show, but gambits as a concept. Oftentimes in gambits, our goal is not to win back the pawn that, or whatever it is that we sacrifice right away. We want the activity. So we gambit some material for active play, for good squares. And so in this type of position, knight f6 looks more to the point where you're going after this d5 pawn, and f5, that's a pawn that's pretty much stuck there.
Not going anywhere. Have a Snickers, right? Going to be there for a while. No, it's a really instructive point, and it's funny that you say that, because I think a lot of players, when they first start playing gambits as part of their repertoire, sack a pawn and then spend the rest of their game panicking to regain the pawn. And when I had students like that, I'd say, like, hey, if you don't like compensation, then don't sacrifice a pawn. Let's change the opening, right? Because by rushing to get a pawn back, you often miss the whole point. And yeah, knight f6, bishop c5 or b4. You want rook c8. You want castles. You want moves that put pressure on your opponent. And okay, but as far as putting pressure goes, I cannot wait to see what Radjabov comes up with here, because he doesn't want to sit down. He just wants the prep. He's like, I don't want to sit there and even work yet. I'm letting the computer at home do the job.
And we've, applauded Radjabov for coming ready to fight, but could this backfire? I mean, when we look at this position, I think our chess brain, if we take our commentator hat off for a second and just think about our chess brain, we're like, wait a second, white has the pair of bishops. White is currently up a pawn. The move knight c3 is a developing move that we'd likely want to play anyway. And if you're really going to go for my d5 pawn, that takes a couple turns. You have to go knight f6, knight takes d5, and white has this bishop pair. The king is not in any danger from white. So I feel like white should be pretty happy about this.
White can even play like bishop g5 and slow it down. I mean, you're really taking a gamble when you play a bad line to try to catch your opponent off guard. And again, I'm not saying it isn't at times a gamble we're taking, and it's exciting chess. So, I mean, I'm happy we got this competition on the board, but for sure, regardless of how much time Fabiano uses, if he's just clearly better, then like I said, you can't complain. You're like, all right, well, I'd rather have this, even if my opponent took me by surprise, than some super solid line that I was unable to break.
Right. And there are already funny variations that I'm just thinking of. Like, let's say white starts with bishop d3 to protect that f5 pawn. Like, you take on d5 with your queen, and I play knight c3.
Oh, I see where you're going with this.
Right, and I go bishop e4,
nice,
simultaneously defending my rook on h1 through the queen and hitting the b7 pawn, and that king on e8 is very lonely, and it's just going to be in big trouble. And we see the eval bar already over +6. So white has all of these different ways, sure, to give back that pawn, but get that rapid development we've been talking about. So I feel like Fabiano, despite being surprised, he shouldn't be unhappy about the position he's received.
Oh, man. Well, as we back out and look at the other boards to see who might be happy or unhappy, we have an interesting stat. Fabi might be really happy that he wins this game, where he could potentially tie Jan Nepomniachtchi if a draw happens in the game with Rapport. And the reason I'm drawing attention to that is because fun little stat here from the team is that since 2013, every candidate's winner was leading at the halfway point. And so if history repeats itself here, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is the clear leader at the halfway point, Fabi's not just fighting against Nepomniachtchi, he's fighting against history. It's, important that you don't fall too far behind.
No, it's very important. And the one biggest difference of this candidates versus previous ones is that in the previous ones, head-to-head record meant something. So perhaps the leader at the half had beaten the person who ends up trying to catch them. And we saw in Fabiano Caruana and Sergei Karyakin in 2016 that they were tied going into the last round. But Fabiano had to win because he had lost the first game of their head-to-head, or he just had worse tiebreaks. So here we see that Fabiano, he has his chance. All four boards look really interesting. And after queen e4 check in the top left, Rapport still thinks. Fabiano down 30 minutes on his clock. And the other two matches are more even on the clock. So
just really developing an interesting structural change in the Duda Nakamura game, not something you see shifted to every day. In fact, the position is actually transposed directly into what would be a pan-off Botvinnik opening from a Caro-Kann. In fact, as someone who plays the pan-off as white and a Nimzo as black, I've seen that structure for both sides before. We'll come around to that. An isolated queen pawn on d4, interesting stuff. So, well, wherever you are, thanks for making the candidates part of your day. I think we're going to have another round that doesn't disappoint. I've been pretty happy with the chess so far from Madrid.
It's been fantastic.
Yeah.
And we've had 6 total decisive games, 3 by Jan Nepomniachtchi, 2 by Fabiano Caruana, and I guess 2 by Nakamura, but 1 win by Nakamura. And so we've had some decisive games, but the games that even are drawn have been so back and forth, so full of energy and fun. And
there was a funny, the reason I was smiling and looked over is because you missed it, that he almost grabbed a piece and then stopped and smiled like he forgot his line. It was actually really funny. He did one of these and then went, oh, and then like smiled. So whatever he did, he was like, thank God I didn't touch that rook.
Yeah.
Whatever he was, or bishop. I don't know what he was about to touch over there in the corner, but no touchy, right? Look, but don't touch at this point.
Well, we know what he's not touching is that h7 pawn. He lined his bishop and queen up in the top right-hand side to go for checkmate, and Hikaru said,
I don't checkmate often, kid. Okay, wow. Well, so many games we can go to. We saw bishop d3 played by Fabiano. He likes your line of queen d5, knight c3. Although I want to go back, because Rapport is thinking for a reason, right? He's not just kicking himself that he clearly has gone into a line that Jan was prepared to play for, maybe prepared for the World Championship, now using it here. But what are the ways to maybe avoid the draw? Before we just say it's over, let's go look at it and see and kind of verify that that he will go for the draw, because perhaps it's worse if he doesn't. We can have, so what, king g1. Well, king g1 is just a draw if you do this back and forth. We'll just show that. So there are other moves here. There are only 2 other ways out. One is f3 now, and the other one is in this position to play bishop to g5.
We looked at that one.
But as we looked at that, this is actually not an option at all, right? If you go for this, you're actually losing on queen g5, and then Robert's super simple move, queen to f4, which is awesomely powerful because it hits h2, threatens bishop d6, along with still just threatening to get a perpetual check. So that means the only other way would be right here to play f3. But after queen to e2, oh no, queen e2, actually now you lose g6, so it's very important, right?
Yeah, although actually after both queen d3 and queen to e2.
Oh, there's knight d2.
Yeah, there's knight d2 move. So maybe we took this a little bit for granted. That's what Rapport is trying to figure out, like, hey, wait a second, after queen d3, what if I play knight d2 here?
So this is a way to avoid the draw, but there's something wrong with it. We have to switch gears somehow for black and try to start bringing pieces in, because this move immediately defends everything. But again, this is reminding me of some of the lines that Fabi talked about. There are ideas, remember, to try to come trap the queen.
Oh, queen d7.
Something like, okay, queen d7, right? You come back, and your immediate threat on the board is knight a6 to just trap the queen. Actually, how do you stop that?
You don't.
Okay.
No, you're right. But that's really important, because we keep saying that retreating moves are the hardest to find.
Yeah.
And when you just sacrifice a full rook to break open someone's kingside defenses, you're so tunneled off, and like, how are they going to mate me? Yeah. And so actually, this is a really important moment for Rapport, because in the live position, he's debating, do I make the draw by going king g1, queen g6, king h1, back and forth, right? We've seen this before.
Yep.
Or after f3 and knight d2, can I somehow play for a win? And if you don't see queen d7 from a distance, then you're like, well, I don't see what black's doing. This is a bit of a bluff. But it looks like Rapport, he understands that he should not play on, that the objective truth of the position is that the repetition is more or less forced from his perspective.
I think he played that real quick repetition just to make sure that he gains another move on the clock. But
I don't believe there's any chance he keeps going here.
Yeah, well, especially because of the risk of the preparation, when you know now in your head that you're playing it into something Jan was very well prepared to play. Probably, again, as we said, prep he had for Magnus Carlsen in Dubai, based on the fact that we saw several Petrovs in that match, and Fabiano Caruana was talking about lines like this sort of being known by the top players. There's one other way to potentially try to get out, and it's also with f3.
And if queen d3, king g2, queen g6, now sacrificing the bishop, is the only other way to keep the game going. But to me, even this is like asking for it.
You're definitely asking to lose. Like if you take with a bishop on g5, you're throwing discovered checks like bishop c1 check to win the b2 pawn, and the queen on a8 is still out of play, and that means you probably got to get your king out of the line of fire, so you go back to the corner. And what if the queen just goes right back to d3?
Yeah, it feels like right now you're in a spot where all you have to show for it is to go back anyway for the draw, although you could develop to c3 to protect the rooks.
But then your idea, queen back to d7.
And the queen is again running into fire. This is so crazy. Rook a to d1, like queen c7.
Isn't your queen just trapped in the corner over there? There is no way he plays this. I see the eval bar off to the side, saying it's only 0.1 better for black.
Yeah.
But you're walking into your opponent's preparation. Your queen is trapped in the corner. Your king isn't even that safe anyway. There's just no way that Rapport sits here and goes into this line unless, you know, we say sometimes you're playing to win. You're playing to lose.
Yeah, you're playing to lose. And now Rapport has been known to play to lose from time to time, and because he loves fighting chess so much, I think it would really be something he regretted if it got away from him and Nepomniachtchi won his black, although it would make my prediction true. I cast my vote today at chess.com/events. If you haven't been doing so, shame on you. You're not competing for cash prizes. But I did predict a Nepomniachtchi victory as black because I envisioned a totally different type of game. I don't think we'll get that. I think we'll get a draw, but but wow. Jan is pacing.
I do have to give Rapport credit, though.
Yep.
Because once you get blindsided and you're just like, oh, this is repetition happening, a lot of people would just throw in the towel and be like, okay, we'll make this draw. I'm upset. I'll go home. But Rapport, he's digging deep. He's really trying to find the truth of the position instead of just believing his opponent. Because we saw early in the tournament, and as much as I've said that Fabiano Caruana is objective, he doesn't speculate, remember against Jan Nepomniachtchi, put this knight g4 move, which he was like, it's not really that great of a move.
It's a bluff, as he said,
once you have the engine analysis with you. So, you know, there could be a possibility, a world where what Jan Nepomniachtchi has done in this game is a bit of a bluff. It isn't. This looks like just a good try by black that leads to a draw. But for Rapport, he's showing everybody out there what you should do when you're met with a surprise. Instead of just assuming that your opponent did the right thing and we'll just shake hands and make this draw, let me figure that out for myself. Because if the game is going to be king g1, black has to make that draw.
Yeah, there's no choice.
So why not spend an hour of your time here?
Right.
Because if the draw is going to happen regardless, and you're going to be upset by making the draw regardless, but spend your time to make sure that that is in fact the case.
Yeah. You work hard in those spots, and sometimes it pays off, right? I love that practical advice that don't assume that your opponent's surprise is good for them, right? Very often, especially if you're a strong player, you're doing your homework, the first move that's played that you don't know, high probability it's a slightly dubious move, if not a mistake. So in this case, I don't think that's the case, as you said, but this is going to be tough. So as Rapport is working hard here to see if he can keep the game going, regardless of whether he gets his 7th draw or surprises us with some craziness, let's remind everybody of the dynamic, truly interesting, and creative chess talent that he is.
Chess, Richard Rapport steps into this year's candidates with reasonable expectations to place well. Throughout his career, Rapport has been no stranger to the top 10 in the world rankings. Using his solid performances at the series of FIDE Grand Prix events, Rapport secured his first bid to the candidates. The Hungarian-born competitor is looking for his first opportunity to become a challenger for the World Championship. Rapport surged past the 2,700 barrier before he reached 19 years old. Known for his offbeat openings, Rapport is also considered by many as the most unpredictable opening innovator in the field. Also unpredictable is the current status for which country Rapport will be representing. Hungarian-born, Rapport is in the process of moving his chess allegiances to Romania. Either way, Rapport would be the first from Hungary or Romania to win the candidates.
Not sure if he will be on his way to winning the candidates this particular time around. We'll see. I mean, he's still right in the thick of it. Right now, I'm frustrated at the fact that this game might have to end peacefully unless he can come up with something truly surprising for Jan Nepomniachtchi. So
All right, let's back up and look at the other games. I kind of want to swing back over to Hikaru's game. We haven't been there in a little bit. We've definitely got an instructive one up ahead for us. Isolated queen pawns are some of the most rich positions in chess for the viewers trying to improve their positional understanding. And Hikaru right now, trying to make sure he fully understands this position. Really, really working hard at the board.
I like the word used, though, swing to that game, because Duda's last move was swing his bishop to a new diagonal.
Yeah.
And that's an important lesson,
Yeah.
because we tuned in earlier, I think after White's 10th move, and what's happened is that Black had to retreat with the bishop rather than capturing this knight on c3.
Yep.
And instead of evening the isolated pawn playing field by taking on d5, Jan-Krzysztof is saying, no. Let's not let that bishop out from c8. That's the dynamic we were highlighting earlier. So let's just play around it, which is in bishop c2, queen d3, aiming for checkmate in 1. And after the move by Hikaru f5, he says, well, my pieces aren't doing much on this diagonal anymore. There's no universe where Hikaru moves his pawn away from f5. And if that's the case, let's go bishop to b3 to put pressure on this knight on d5. And behind it, this weakened pawn on e6. Anytime a pawn moves, what it previously was covering now is under less control by your side. So the f7's pawn was great, protecting e6. Now that e6 pawn becomes a target, and d5 can be a bit of an issue if White can pile up more pressure with bishop to g5, trying to remove the other piece defending that square. So this is a big moment for Hikaru. I really like the way that Jan-Krzysztof has played the opening, and you can see that not just on the board and a slight advantage for him on the evaluation bar, but on the clock.
Yeah.
Hikaru is usually a very fast player in the opening, and this time it's Jan-Krzysztof with the lead on the clock.
Yep, got to think this one through. You've got this rook on e1 as well, adding insult to injury, if you will, on your point about the e6 pawn. And again, I really love bishop b3. Just shows that the structure changes. Don't beat my head against a brick wall. Let's relocate our pieces for a new target. And that's why White has an edge in these positions. And often the dynamic of the isolated queen pawn is not what Black wants. This is not what Black wants. Normally Black wants the pieces putting pressure on this pawn. Blockading it is one job you often try to take. So Hikaru has established that part of a strategy against an IQP, which is an isolated queen pawn, but no pressure to come with it. And so the risk of that is that White just keeps developing. As Robert said, maybe this knight maneuvers itself out. Eventually you unleash some pressure here. And Black is just going to be in pure defense mode. So that's not really what Hikaru wants. He's got to think about how he wants to set up his pieces here.
And one of the major things you need to consider when you're playing a game like this, we've traded 2 pawns per side. What pieces do we want to see off the board?
Yeah.
So not only is the e6 pawn under pressure, there is a near future where White is considering taking on d5, handing Black that isolated pawn in return.
Yeah.
And if we can then, actually we can maybe...
I'll just show it, like,
yeah,
just to make a random, because I love the point you're saying. If something like this happens...
You know exactly where I'm going with it.
Positionally, we have a nightmare ahead for us if we're Black.
We've been commentating together a long time. You knew exactly where I was going with it. That when we visualize the future for our pieces, that bishop on d7, it's a passive piece. There is not a single thing it can attack. Look at White's pawns, all on dark squares. Black's pawns on light squares. So that e5 square is White's for the taking. That bishop on d7 is really just a bystander. And look at the evaluation, plus 2.5, despite the material being completely equal.
If that doesn't tell you what a positional advantage in chess is, boys and girls, I don't know what will exactly. It's a really great point, Robert. A near piece advantage, according to Stockfish 15, in a structure where everything is equal and material is equal. So that, and the reason Robert spots those so well, strong grandmaster and commentator that he is one of the things you want to, of course, King H8 was bad, so he's not going to play that, but one of the things you want to train your chess brain to do, every time a structure changes, as Robert said, the pawn pushed, which is e6 is weak, but also, even though there's a bunch of smoke and mirrors right now, if you visualize the pieces coming off the board, you can spot other weaknesses, right? Particularly, if this piece is gone, you've got dark squares that open up, and one of the things that can guide the plan is by always being aware of the forest through the trees. Should everything remove itself right now, what are the weaknesses? What is the imaginary square I would put my knight on or my rook or whatever? And then you develop a plan around recognizing the weaknesses first, backing up and considering the move second. So I actually think that this is why Hikaru's thinking, is the line Robert just showed, to be honest. I mean, the threat of simplifying the position on d5. My mouse is jumping today. People are like, well, you've got a mouse on a couch, Dan. What do you expect? Okay. But I apologize. I did wake up. I had my coffee. Something a little jumpy today. Anyway, that line, Robert, I think is exactly what Hikaru has to be worried about. How quickly this position simplifies. White starts to play boa constrictor on the dark squares, and you are in trouble.
Yeah, and he took care of one problem, which is the checkmate.
Yeah.
But Jan-Krzysztof Duda keeps posing these problems for Hikaru.
Yeah.
And if you could put that pawn back on f7 right now, like that might be Black's best
move on the board.
F5 back to f7, you obviously can't do that. And so this is a critical moment. And there's a reason why Hikaru has already spent 14 minutes and counting. He's using his time here because he knows a capture on d5 is about to happen. Like that's what he's looking at, what he might be fearful of, and he's going to get a position where he knows he's worse and he doesn't have any counterplay. So I think this was a perfect opening choice by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He lost round 6, but the way he's playing this game is like the perfect rebound.
Yeah.
I'm not even concerned about the result so much, but when you lose a game, you start questioning yourself a bit. You start feeling like you're on shaky ground.
Tilt, the word they use.
Right, and like you don't have a chance in the tournament.
Yep.
So you want to put yourself in a position where you feel comfortable, you feel like you have a chance to play for more, but you're also not risking much. This is what they call playing for two results.
Two result position. Fantastic point by Robert. And again, it's a good lesson. That's how you stop the bleeding, you avoid going on tilt. This is going to be a tough position for Hikaru. Not necessarily... Not even close to like a clear advantage or losing yet, but this is tough, and there's no real plan for Black that gets you excited, right? The moves you get excited about as Black are all defensive moves, and like you said, the best move is f7, f5, and that's not a legal one.
And even
f5, f7.
Yeah, even immediate threats kind of just help White. Let's say like Queen c7, and he plays Queen to b6, so that he's attacking the bishop on b3. But I was going to make this point that Queen c7, like attacking the pawn on h2. White just plays g3, and you're helping me to take on d5 next, and then put my piece on f4. Like, you made one move threat, and it actually helps White with the plan. So he plays queen b6 instead, which attacks this bishop on b3. And now you've a choice. Like, how are you going to take on d5? I think you can lead with the bishop. I don't think that that's going to be changing all that much.
You could take with the knight, too, because the queen defends the bishop. You could do either one.
Yeah,
right?
you have a choice, and I think we're going to see Black with an isolated pawn on d5.
And I'm wondering, is there any world where you would want to take with the knight first? Takes because you want to keep the bishop on the board, or no? You're just going to take anyway.
I'm still taking.
I was debating keeping the bishop here on the board.
And I think people would be nervous of this b2 pawn now, right here, because like, oh, I can't move my bishop to f4, like the variations Danny and Rob were talking about, because I'm going to lose b2. But if you take,
you can. You can trap my queen.
Well, you also lose your bishop on d6 if you want that one as well. So you can get away with this very cleanly, it looks like.
Yeah, so Hikaru will have his work cut out for him. And again, nothing highlights how much you might want to move. Again, nothing highlights accurately today. Nothing highlights like wanting to move the pawn backwards, more than a position like this where you're just staring down the face of an outpost square like e5. The only thing Black has going for him here is that it doesn't just happen immediately, right? Because there's a little bit of some awkwardness to figure out. You have to worry a little bit about the b2 pawn, so you can't just rush forward. So Hikaru is very good at being resourceful and finding super precise variations that kind of expose if his opponent had any flaws in the plan, right? Hikaru will find it. But I think if Duda takes the right approach, Hikaru has a positional uphill battle.
He needs to take a page out of Jose Raul Capablanca's book. Because that position, if you showed me one of those like old books written about Capablanca's best games, that looks like a Capablanca position where he just crushes you and makes you look like you don't know how to play chess, despite the position not being that bad and despite his opponents being stellar players. So it's just a position where Black, honestly, miserably tries to figure out a way to hold the game and just has no active play of his own. So as you point out, it's not that Hikaru's losing, far from it. It's just a miserable feeling when you're facing the next 30 moves of the game where you're like, okay, I'm just going to try to stop this person from beating me rather than having a chance to play for more yourself.
Yeah, no one's excited about playing this position as Black. Probably the best thing is to try to leave the tension right away and try to simplify, but either way, it will be uphill. And it will be 10 subs to 10 random members. Shout out to Nintendo. Nintendo. That's taking a page out of our own Nintendo dudes book right there. I love that pun. Nintendo64 dropping 10 for the community. We appreciate you. Let's back up to the bird's eye view. Remind everybody where we sit currently in round 7 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. This is where we sit currently. They sit in chairs downstairs, and hopefully you're sitting comfortable somewhere at home, fully clothed or not. It's your choice, right? Your body, your choice on a weekend. And here we go. Everyone's there. We've got a break ahead. We're going to back out. When we return, it is round 7 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether you're
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
A chess giant on Twitch and YouTube, Hikaru brings a special buzz to a tournament that already holds the keys to becoming the next world champion. And there are certainly those who have yet to rule out Hikaru from catching lightning in a bottle here in Madrid.
This club is called Amigos del Retiro, Friends of the Retiro. The Retiro is the most big and important park in Madrid.
It's a very important park in the city because it's right in the center.
If you want to play chess, you don't know the place, this is maybe best one in Madrid.
Aquí tenemos, viene gente para aprender.
Y se hacen muchos torneos a final de mes y los domingos y pues es muy común venir aquí y echar unas partidas y sí.
Hoy, porque como se juega candidatos aquí, pues queríamos hacer algo especial.
Sí, hoy voy a dar la simultánea y a ver qué tal se da, a ver si juego bien y no consigo soltar puntos.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
We're back in Madrid. The fans gather outside the Palacio de Santoña. It's a live shot down there. We've got some awesome people tuning in here. It's a plaza not too far from the Palacio de Santoña. Great restaurants here in Madrid. The city is alive. It's a lot of fun. These players are, well, the chess has been lively here in the Palacio de Santoña, and Rapport is trying to keep it so, but he may not have too much ahead in this game versus Nepomniachtchi.
I still give him so much credit for sitting there and thinking and calculating.
Yep.
Like, the game is almost certainly going to end in a draw by repetition because it doesn't seem like there's much better for him.
Yep.
But the fact that he continues to calculate, to work hard at the board, he's showing what it should be like to be a top chess player.
Yeah. Not throwing up his hands and just throwing in the towel. Going to learn something about the position. I've had games like that where I told myself that I knew I'd messed up in a similar fashion, and I just was going to spend a ton of time because I was like, well, I thought I was doing 6 hours today. I'm going to be done in an hour. I might as well just learn about this position, right? So sometimes you're just, you calculate a ton, you go knee deep, and ultimately you know the position much better than you would have otherwise. So not that he's here to learn, he's here to win, but it's interesting.
But he did come to the board to calculate.
Yeah.
That's what he planned to do today, and that's what he's going to do.
Yep. All right, what are we going to do today, Pinky? Same thing we do. Wait, does it work the other way? Pinky and the brain?
Yeah.
Who's Pinky, who's the brain here?
I'm not going to answer that question.
All right, well, there's Hikaru looking over with a bit of a scowl like, yeah, not... Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Rapport says, get out of my camera, buddy.
And Fabiano was thinking, hey, Danny, Robert, and I talked about this position back during the World Championship.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Maybe we'll have Fabi in studio at some point again, and we'll talk about that game and whether he was thinking that in his head. But, all right, speaking of Fabiano, I want to go back to his game because we've seen a couple more moves in what has been a very interesting affair. Radjabov clearly surprised Fabi out of the opening. The time management sort of backed that up. But now that Caruana has gotten what seems to be a comfortable edge he can push for, whenever someone plays a gambit, you're always worried about your king. His king is in safety. He's gotten castled. And now it's Radja's turn to use his time.
Second game in a row. I kind of forgot about it, but Radjabov blitzed out the opening on the white side of a Sicilian against Richard Rapport, and then immediately went to the think tank, right? After that king d7 move.
Yeah.
Now against Fabiano Caruana, he's played the opening very fast, and then we have a position where the white king is very safe. It's even material. White has a double pawn on the f-file, this f5 pawn, but has the only light square bishop. And clearing out the e4 square can be quite valuable for white as this game continues, for either the knight or the bishop, as you're pointing out. The e5 pawn, Whenever there are double pawns, it means a file opens. The rook can come to e1 and stare right down the pawn. The black king's still in the center, and you can castle queenside.
That's too spicy even for my blood.
Yeah, that.
You know, I like the spice. Yeah, let's analyze it again, because it's everything you just said set the tone well, and you actually called for bishop d3. We showed a line last time we were here of queen takes g2, which would have been horrible due to this awesome bishop e4 move that both defends and attacks super well. But okay, Radja doesn't play that. He backs up the queen. But after castles, the practical feeling, you feel so good because you know you've got your king in the center. You're strong enough player that even if your opponent is blitzing out prep, you know when you're better. So Fabi knows he's better. He's got to be loving the imbalance of the position, right? Winning it will be another story, but if you came to the board hoping to get winning chances against your opponent, White has to feel good about this.
And I love how we didn't even think about that black can go knight takes f5. And that pawn is technically hanging, but you're about to see the evaluation bar go very high for white, because now I can just take on f5. You have to take back. I go queen d5. And how many pieces does black have developed? Only the queen's out there.
Not enough is the scientific answer.
Yeah, and look at this, right? White can just start striking in the center. b7 is hanging. If you play rook b8 just to defend the pawn that's under attack, you're going to see that white plays rook to e1, right? And you have to make the move f6, I think. And it's not worth a pawn to be in a position where you're underdeveloped, you're maybe never castling. This is really terrible for black.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit again about that. Radjabov preparing lines well to a certain point, but then maybe ultimately questioning his decisions, right? We saw the same thing against Rapport yesterday, where he was in trouble there with the white pieces, and now this should tell you one interesting lesson, because we've talked about different types of preparation. Sometimes you prepare something specifically against a person, but you may not know the position as well, like just intuitively, right? You can't replace experience. And just because you surprise your opponent, if it's not your style, and if it's not an opening you've played 100 times where you know all the ins and outs, the pawn structure, the type of tactical patterns, that's maybe not advice you would give someone.
Yeah, and he's not the only player, to be fair. We had Alireza Firouzja do this against Jan Nepomniachtchi, play a very tactical, attacking position where his king was the one that was in danger, and he eventually lost that game. So the advice you're giving is good, right? You can't just memorize a string of moves, and we're not claiming that these players are doing that, but for everybody who's newer to chess out there, you can't just memorize a string of moves and hope that it will pan out, especially when you're playing against great opponents. Because when they deviate from what the top line of the engine is, you need to play the position that's in front of you. So I think that for Radjabov right now, he is just probably trying to recall many things here. You know, he's looking at this position, I'm underdeveloped, and he played knight to f6, so he brings his knight out to develop here. But you were pointing this out earlier that white actually has a bunch of simple moves. Bishop to
g5 comes to mind, because I want to get rid of every single piece in black's camp that controls these light squares.
Yeah.
So I would almost play bishop g5 just... rook e1 has also got to be a candidate move, but I love what you're saying. One of the best pieces of advice I was ever given is memorize ideas, not moves.
Yes.
And that allows you to play every opening, every middle game transition. Your whole thought process changes when it's like, when you're trying to learn an opening, I'm not actually trying to memorize the moves. I'm trying to memorize every idea behind it, but then in this middle game, there's this idea, my opponent has this idea. Those are the things that show an understanding and ultimately are there for you when you need them, not trying to pull a rabbit out of a hat, a move that you memorize magically. So, and again, we're not claiming any of these guys are doing it. They know all this stuff, right, and do it way better than either of us. But it's just super important, and I think we saw it again. At the same time, we are commentators. It's our job to look at it, and there are examples at times where, like you said with Alireza Firouzja, right? He obviously is a well-prepared player, better than both of us. Hands, it doesn't matter, not even a comparison. But he clearly gotten himself into that crazy night order, and the moment one thing was different, 40 minutes came off the clock for a reason. He didn't have as much experience as Jan in those positions, and that can backfire big time and can be a mistake in terms of what you chose, regardless of how well you memorized it.
Right, and the type of position that we have here, now that we've escaped the opening, we're 11 moves in, that this is a position where Fabiano Caruana is going to be very comfortable. He has some clear ideas here. He's just trying to decide, do I play rook e1 or bishop g5 first? Because there are differences between the move order and implying pressure to the pawn or to the knight. So Fabiano, he now has a better understanding of the position. He's been calculating for quite some time. He has spent almost an hour to this point. So I think that now that he's at this position, the next bunch of moves will be easier because his plan to take over the light squares kind of speaks for itself.
Well, apparently Rapport has other plans than just accepting the draw. He has played f3. Of course, he can still go for lines that repeat. But with Jan Nepomniachtchi instantly replying with queen d3, let's remind everybody of a line we showed earlier, Robert. f3 avoids the draw by Rapport. That's true. By the way, neither player at the board. But after queen d3, if you just play knight d2, the idea is that the queen is going to come back to d7, and you might wish you took the draw. Now the knight is moving, the queen is trapped. Note that the lady has no options for escape. This is not what you want.
And the math at the end of that will be white will have 2 rooks and a pawn for a queen. So that's 11 points. The queen is 9. That sounds really good. But king safety. Whenever there's a material imbalance, you look at who is the safer king. That tells a large part of the story. So in fact, if we just kind of force that position on the board, queen to d7 will make some kind of move, like b3, b3.
Okay, b3 to try to develop.
And then knight to a6. You'll see the advantage is quite large for black over here because white's king is not very safe. The h3 pawn is already under attack. White lacks coordination and development, and so black's pieces will eventually go to the king side and put pressure on that lonely king. So material sounds really good for white, 11 points to 9, but that's why we don't just count the individual pieces.
When I was younger, we would joke like the chess dad joke watching from afar. So like, oh well, he has more pieces than his opponent off the board. We would always say, what's on the board, right? What's on the board is what matters, not how many pieces you've taken off the board. And shout out to all chess dads out there supporting their kids, even though they know nothing about the game. Love you. And moms. Anyway, shout out to all the subscribers coming in, by the way. We don't shout out all of you, but we really do appreciate the support and the love. And Jan Nepomniachtchi's face is attached to that. Why? Because he's leading the tournament. If that changes, we'll update that with a different face. But okay, Rapport. It's now or never. Are we going to see knight d2, right? And then everyone who's like, like this is scary. Don't let Jan get a win as black. We won't catch him.
Fabiano will be very mad.
Yeah, if knight d2 is played, yep.
And we should just show the difference. King g2 is the only other move, it looks like, that should be holding because black goes back queen g6 check. If black said, I don't want to make this draw anymore after king g2, I'll play queen d7. Danny's line looks so good, let's go trap the queen. The bishop comes out to e3 now, and there's an escape square because the queen and bishop tag team the a7 pawn. So knight a6, the queen just takes a7, and then white is up a rook and 2 pawns, and that's game. So Rapport would love to get his queen out from the a8 square where it's entombed, but he's not getting that, right? It's just not going to happen for him.
Well, he's still doing his best to think it through, learning what he didn't know about the position, I guess. And I am anticipating the move king g2, and despite Richard's best efforts, conceding that Jan was the better prepared man today. Okay, we'll keep an eye on it in case it's a wild decision. Right now, we back this thing up. Look at that beautiful selection of strawberry, blueberry. I guess that's peach or mango in the lower left corner.
We did have acai bowls for lunch.
A blackberry, what?
We did have acai bowls for lunch.
We did have acai bowls for lunch. Shout out to the team getting us lunch. A lot of variety bouncing around right before the show goes live. We get a little lunch, do a little rehearsal, do a little dance, commentate on some chess, get down tonight. All right. I kind of want to go back to Liren Firouzja.
Okay.
Again, we're just going to continue to roll around, predicting that at some point, China's only ever 2,800 player will get going. But Firouzja playing well so far, holding his own as black in this position. This is going to be a truly dynamic affair.
Yeah, and in fact, that's good news for Firouzja. He likes these types of positions where it's not very clear. We see the evaluation bar off the side saying zeros, but look at how many pieces are on the board. Only one pawn per side has been traded off. So there's a lot of dynamic possibilities. And that c4 pawn, that's where I keep looking because I feel like at some point white is going to push b3. And then we will see a capture on b3, opening up the a file, which definitely is not the end of the world for white because black can't really do anything with it. But that's the big question from my perspective is when will white push that pawn? And once that happens, how does that change the game?
There's another dynamic I want to highlight that adds tension here is because we highlighted how much e4 is a move that you don't want to play as long as you have this bishop on g2, or at least you're hoping
that becomes something special. But I was just about to say, as long as you don't play e4, you're staring down the barrel of this bishop, which is kind of irritating, right? It pinned the knight, previously spied the rook, and perhaps that's one of the reasons Ding Liren says, yeah, I don't like that either. So I'm going to put the rook on c1. But again, that's an interesting thing we have to keep in mind, right? For both sides, not take for granted that shot might happen, because white would only do it if there was something concrete, because the moment you do it, you would regret it for the rest of the game. But if you don't, there's a bishop that's active. I agree with you. I feel like this is, to be fair, I'll say it, this is the first Firouzja-esque position I've seen Firouzja get in several rounds.
Yeah.
And I feel like even with the black pieces, we see him taking a bottle, sip of water there. We say you only do that when you're confident. He's up 20 minutes on the clock, or okay, 13. I don't know. Ding Liren's position is fine, but I think if you're Alireza Firouzja fan, you're happy about this.
Absolutely. And there's one other dynamic that we haven't discussed, is a queen in line with a bishop. The bishop typically wins that battle on the diagonal. And so if we even go back just before rook to c1, this goes to show that you shouldn't just move a knight because it attacks the queen. Let's say you go to e4 to d5, right? The queen goes back to d8. Otherwise, there was knight e7 check, so that's important to note. You don't have that anymore. And now you've done nothing, right? You can take on f6 and trade pieces, but it's clear that black has much more control of this board. The bishop on f5 is annoying on that diagonal. As you pointed out, the bishop on c5, clearly better than the bishop on d2. So black's pieces would be happily situated with those trades, which is why Ding isn't just picking up his knight and moving it away from c3 just yet.
Yeah, I like that point, again, because a lot of people would go for the silly rapid tricks are for kids, right? I want to move my knight. This is another option where at least here I'm trying to get the bishop pair, but even here, the queen moves to a square, and I'm not sure that trade is actually as good for white as it looks, right? Maybe you put the queen to attack the pawn, and if this trade happens, all of black's pieces are just very active here.
Yeah, this is a very nice position for black, and I think you said it best when you said a very Alireza Firouzja type of position.
Yeah, it's dynamic, it's imbalanced. You can both outcalculate, but also kind of where Firouzja lives. I think in the places where he does super well, it's dynamic. There's always the potential for something to go wrong, both tactically and positionally. And anyway, just looking at the clock management, looking at the position, maybe Firouzja is finding his form a little bit. So as Ding Liren gets up to take a walk and Firouzja takes a think, we're gonna take a quick throw to an interview that Ding Liren had with our own Dina Belenkaya, not yesterday, the day before the rest day in round 6.
Ding, congratulations on a nice defense. How did you manage to stay calm when you saw your opponent was so well prepared?
Yeah, I think it was a good game played by both sides. Very lucky to find this idea knight g5. I nearly to play c6 instead of bishop b5, but I saw rook e4. After d takes e4, knight d6, and my position just so passive. But when I found this idea knight g5, if he play rook g3, I'll go back with knight e4. I think I have a clear plan to push the pawn in the game, and at some point I thought I was better, but he found a very concrete line which started with rook g3. I think we didn't have any chance. I think it's a good game.
In general, how does a professional player like you manage to stay calm when he sees that the opponent is better prepared?
Because I know the position objectively is fine for black, although he's very, very well prepared, but I believe in the positions.
So you believe in positions. That's a great advice. There has been 2 years of lockdown. Did you, by any chance, work harder on your chess, or on another notes were lacking, let's say, motivation because of no tournaments?
At least there are many online tournaments, and since I can only play online tournaments, so I take it very seriously. Sometimes my opponent plays some random opening, but I just play some main lines and try to take it as serious as possible.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I love Ding Liren. I'm just going to say it out loud on camera.
He's such a nice guy.
He's just so nice in these, yeah.
But not normally this nice over the chessboard, right? He lost game 1, he's drawn the rest. And he said that first of all, that variation he showed in his game as Hikaru was awesome. Like what his calculations were.
We didn't look at that game. No one could see me and Rob. We were just like watching the analysis like, oh man, we didn't even look at that.
Yeah, that's the best part, honestly, is when you get to hear their insight and see. He's like, oh, I wasn't that worried because I believed in the position. And that's what you were saying. He didn't necessarily memorize as much as computer prep as Hikaru had, but he believed in the foundation of the position. And one more thing I want to point out about Liren, and he said he takes the online events very seriously. Hikaru Nakamura wins speed chess championships left and right, but there was one person who almost took him down, and it was Liren.
Yeah.
And he was shocking the world, but I don't think he shocked himself because we know how freaking strong he is at his best, and he almost took down Hikaru Nakamura in Hikaru's best format.
Yeah. No, well said. And that was one of the most exciting matches of all time. The position here against Alireza Firouzja, though, as much as we're talking about Ding, looks comfortable for Black. So we have OMGs or snaps. We have action, liftoff, whatever you want to call it. We might have regret at some point down the line as Richard Rapport makes the decision not to allow the draw, to go for the line with knight to d2.
Wow.
Allow the queen trap that's about to happen. Knight a6 is going to be on the board, and just as soon as Jan comes back to the board. If you're Fabiano Caruana, everyone in that room has to focus on their own chess. We know that. And sometimes that's super important because you don't want to let your emotions get the best of you. You're focusing on something that is literally outside of your control.
Yeah.
But if Rapport goes on to lose this game from that decision and Jan's lead is extended going into the back half of the event, we are never going to forget this decision by Richard Rapport.
But I think from Rapport's perspective, and I've been kind of dwelling on this because I was saying this would never happen, he's not going to play on, this is Jan's preparation, this is too risky. From his own point of view, he's drawn 6 games, right? If he drew this game, which he could have, he had that on the table, it would have been 7 draws. He probably would have been starting to feel like my chances are slipping of winning. And he doesn't care who
about
wins
Fabiano's chances,
if it's not him.
chances.
He wants to win.
Yep.
So from that perspective, I mean, I have to continue to give him a lot of credit that he is willing to fight every single game. We saw it just for him getting here against Dmitry Andreikin. He took a huge risk in that final game of the FIDE Grand Prix, and he reaped the rewards. He won that game.
Yep.
And that's not to say that you should always continue to play for a specific result, because playing for a result is actually not good. You want to play objectively.
The position.
But he's saying that, you know what I'm seeing, what I'm visualizing here, and we're about to continue to get moves. The queen takes on f8. The bishop, I think, will take back. I mean, the king can also capture back. But he's saying this doesn't look that bad for me, at least in his head. Now, he is facing who knows how much more computer preparation, and that's worrisome.
Yep.
But as we look at the position, as pretend like we're sitting at the board trying to figure this out for the first time, I mean, you do the material count, right? We were just talking about before, that you get 2 rooks and a pawn for a queen. That's a lot. Your king doesn't feel that safe, but Black doesn't have that many pieces remaining to go deliver a checkmate. And if Black, Jan Nepomniachtchi, tries too hard to win this game, look who has an extra pawn on the queen side. Maybe I can get a passed pawn going and get my rooks activated. And White definitely has a chance in this game. So, I know I was probably a bit harsh earlier in saying that there's no way he can do this. But now that I'm looking at it, why not?
Okay. I mean, yes to everything you said. And, though, if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi and they say that you both have to play good chess and sometimes have a few things go your way to win a super tournament, just like Fabiano is happy maybe ultimately with Teimour Radjabov's decision to give him some lively chess, you got to be happy if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi here. You're like, well, I know this is good for me, or I wouldn't have gotten here with, by the way, an hour and 50 minutes on my clock before this turn started, right? If I didn't know it was good for Black. So these are the types of opportunities that you need to win the candidates for the second time and challenge again for the World Championship title. You need a little help sometimes. And so if he goes on to win, everything you just said that's true about Rapport, and I do applaud him in the same way, by the way. I'm not just saying that. I'm thinking about Jan's here. I'm like, you gotta be like, wow, this is working out.
although Jan is thinking right now, his preparation is done.
Okay.
And we saw a game in the World Championship where Magnus Carlsen gave up his queen for a couple rooks.
Yeah.
And that game ended up going Magnus's way.
Yep.
That was game 6. It was a very long game, a very different dynamic than we see here.
Record-breaking game. Yep.
But the preparation is done.
Yep.
And now it's up to Jan to prove his advantage. And it's not the type of position where you're like, okay, I was better. Like Hikaru against Jan. It's like he was better, then he made some inaccuracies, and now it's just pretty level.
Yep.
This is the type of game where if you go wrong as black, white has 2 rooks for a queen.
That's fair.
White has an extra pawn on the queen side. So if you start stumbling, you're not just maybe losing your winning chances, you might get into trouble.
Yeah.
So I think
it's unbalanced in that way, right? For sure. And
so
fans saying it's unbalanced, and maybe they'd love to see Rapport win. Kermo13 in chat, we see you. I would love to see Rapport win this one. Well, you wouldn't be alone. Rapport would also love to see win this one. Gouda says, I like Rapport's structure. I don't know if there's any sarcasm there. Is that like a sarcasm above it? Because I don't know his structure's that great.
You mean those double H pawns?
It must be a little bit of sarcasm, but we'll take it either way. Anyway, all right. Well, no, totally fair. And here's the thing. Either way, like, this is another, Russell Crowe moment. Are you not entertained by this, right? Rapport takes an hour after being surprised, decides he's not going to give up, going for fighting chess, and we have liftoff.
Can I say one thing about Rich Rapport?
Yeah.
He should be invited to every tournament ever.
Yeah.
Every single tournament.
Because of moments like this.
Exactly. Like whether or not he wins the candidates is not important to me in terms of my statement, because he is not the player who ever sits there and just like, let's make a draw. He could have made a draw in this game. In the candidates, the most important tournament of his life.
Objectively, maybe the best decision, but he still goes for the fighting chess.
I'm saying to every single organizer out there, invite him to every tournament.
No, he really should. And of course, we know he just switched federations. Again, shout out to another chat. Cozy Kumo says, what a story that would be if Rapport won. Seriously, what a story that would be if he made that kind of decision and threw people on his back and said, I'm going to carry you to slowing down Jan Nepomniachtchi because someone's got to do it. What a risky decision it is. But this is by the way, I totally agree with you. Rapport he's one of those players who people don't hear about as much as maybe some of the other household names, but this is a guy who's an absolute creative genius, and to maintain the position he does in his rating and in the top 10 in the world, given the type of chess that he plays and the type of decisions that he makes like this, it shows you how strong he is.
Yeah. No, he is an absolute monster, and look at Jan Nepomniachtchi thinking right now. What does that tell you? He's out of his prep. So we can see the eval. Jan knows that this position should be pretty good for black. Maybe he doesn't know the exact number and he doesn't remember how to proceed from here. So I'm asking you seriously, genuinely, Danny, what do you make of this moment here where Jan doesn't know how to take back the queen? It's not just this immediate move, but does he feel comfortable with the follow-up?
I'll be honest, my initial reaction to Jan slowing down was actually to applaud Jan and not immediately assume he was out of his prep. I was actually pausing to say, like, okay, is this the mature Jan that he needs to maintain in order to maintain the lead? Which is, all right, here's what could happen. But here's the other narrative, is Jan is genuinely surprised that Rapport doesn't go for the draw, knows the line, knows he should be better, and now he's going to use the hour he's gained on the clock to make sure that he does everything right, that he doesn't make a hasty decision, doesn't let his emotions get the best of him. So one version is, okay, what you're saying, like he's out of prep. The other version is maybe he's doing the type of thing that ultimately got him into the World Championship match versus Magnus Carlsen. So I don't know. So I'm actually kind of waiting to see, right? And I think again, we make jokes about jinxing, just so everyone knows. We were talking behind the scenes about whether we were going to have a quick draw, whether we would get Nepo in studio here so early in the show, because we haven't had players in studio as often as we'd like. Well, guess what? Best laid plans of mice and men. I don't think we need to worry about getting a player in studio early in this match today, in these games today, because let's back out to the bird's eye view and just reset. Every single one of these games is once again going to deliver. Welcome to Madrid. I love it. This is awesome. This fighting chess all around. Look at Hikaru coming up with an interesting way to say, "Hold on, I know I'm worse here, but." Remember how I said before we left it, the one thing Hikaru does so well, right? You and I talk about this a lot, is like he's objectively worse,
positionally, it's not a great call, but he's just so darn accurate in the move orders. And if you slip for a second, like we saw against Firouzja with the C3 save, like he's just so pesky and resourceful. He's not going to go down without a fight. And already that position looks more unclear than it did when we left it.
Yeah, in the top right, we see Hikaru plants his rook on e4.
Yep.
He has pawns on d5 and f5. That means e4 should be his square for the taking. And already, Jan-Krzysztof, he's in a moment where he's like, I want to play f3, but my d4 pawn now is hanging. I definitely do not want to take your rook on e4, because that allows you to recapture with a pawn and open up your bishop.
Yeah, either way, actually.
Yeah, exactly, either way.
Both would be interesting.
And so can we just go back a couple moves?
Yeah, let's see.
Because it felt like Jan-Krzysztof had this position where he could do whatever he wanted, and now it's like just 2 moves later, we're like, wait a second, it feels like Hikaru's kind of riding the ship. So maybe Jan-Krzysztof should have taken on
instead
D6.
of G3 move order, and your idea is that you're going to follow up by not letting the rook in? I mean...
Yeah, you could bring the knight to C3 if you want to go that way. You could also play G3 and delay at a move. So
yeah, because you're right, Robert, because even this move order, when the rook comes to E4, at least now you're not attacking the pawn like Hikaru is in the current live position.
Right.
So that's a...
You can play F3 and then just kick it out of there.
Right. Oh, even right now? Oh, yeah.
Get
F3.
that rook out of there.
Get out of my house.
And then, yeah, maybe, I don't know when.
Maybe here.
Yeah, you can put a rook on C1. You can use the dual open file. So there are many different moves here, and that's the tricky part for Jan-Krzysztof, right? I don't pretend to sit here and act like I have all the answers, but like oftentimes in these positions, you need to find that one path that keeps your advantage. And after what's happened in the game, where he allowed the capture on F4 and then played rook to E4 here, he's thinking, oh no, like my pawn D4 is under attack. My B2 pawn is still hanging. I have to come up with an idea how to respond. And if I take on D5, for example, with my knight, which looks like a pawn that I can just grab, queen takes D4, and off come a lot of the pieces.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you don't want. When your opponent's pawn is the weakest pawn on the board, the last thing you want to do is trade that for any of your pawns. You wouldn't want to trade Black's D5 pawn for your H2 pawn in this position, because the plan was to win that thing for free, not in any kind of exchange. And so Hikaru, again, with this tricky move order, rook a e8, probably Robert was right. Right here was a super important moment to appreciate rook e4 coming and perhaps find bishop takes d6 to get the queen. But by the way, both off of d4 and b2. That queen is not as effective there, and you go back to the same type of idea to bring the knight out, but you're already in maybe a little more accurate spot. Okay, but as you said, it's hard for us to judge. Just shows you why many people don't judge; they applaud Hikaru when he plays chess, because we still have a game here.
Yeah, this D4 pawn hang is super annoying.
Yeah,
it's like, let's say you play rook a to D1, thinking, oh, I'll just protect my pawn. I don't want to trade on E4.
Yeah.
I was just told not to do that. If I bring this a rook here, there's bishop a4. There's also queen takes b2 in that position. There's all sorts of things that you need to calculate, because normally queen takes b2 is met by rook to b1, but you can't do that here because your d4 pawn is also loose in many positions.
Yeah, I was going to say you can even trade.
Yeah, you definitely trade.
You don't lose the tempo anymore. And already we're in these spots where Black is winning enough pawns to justify that. Yeah, I know this guy's bad. I know I'm going to lose him at some point, but I'm picking up enough stuff to keep it interesting. Well, and Jan-Krzysztof is thinking, right? A little bit. Oh, hey, buddy. Hey there. You looking over here? I see you. I see you. I see you. Like Avatar style, James Cameron. Like, I see you. What does that mean again? It's like see your spirit. I see you. In an orange grove.
I don't know, but
that's an identity reference. Shout out to John Cusack. Okay. Well, Jan-Krzysztof doesn't want to see the move order that he allowed on the board. We see a lot of sponsors on Jan-Krzysztof's giddy up there, which again, just shout out to all those throwing their support behind top chess players. We know that he has a large community behind him from Poland, an entire country really. And yeah, I don't know who all the sponsors are. I have no idea who those sponsors are, but shout out to them. So
I don't know either, but yes, I mean, he is kind of like a national hero in Poland.
Yep.
And he has had incredible results. He won the World Cup. He also won the Grand Chess Tour event in Poland, so that must have been really nice.
Yep.
There's a reason why Poland hosted the World Rapid and Blitz, and I'm pretty sure it's his celebrity that in fact plays a part. And other Polish greats, who came before him. There's Raslav Wojtaszek. Here, his team of seconds is Gajewski, and he has Kamil Miton. So Poland is a very, very strong chess country.
And probably we're going to be talking about generations to come too, because usually when you have a star like Jan-Krzysztof rise in the way that he has, you have a lot of people getting inspired to play chess. So speaking of the star that is Duda, he also caught up with Dina Belenkaya and was an awesome interview, despite having a very, very tough loss to Jan Nepomniachtchi in round 6. And we're going to see what they got up to right now.
Jan-Krzysztof, appreciate you coming regardless of the result. What are your first thoughts about today's game?
Yeah, I'm very disappointed, of course. I was under pressure most of the game, but at some point I thought it was basically going to be a draw because, there was a little material left actually. So I actually don't know where I scored, to be honest. Somehow I thought maybe rook takes a2 was just very unpractical, but I just didn't see a single threat from him, to be honest, even though the position was tricky all the time. So I honestly don't know what I did wrong.
How are you gonna approach this result and tomorrow is the rest day? Are you gonna just not watch this game at all, or still analyze it until very early morning?
A little bit, I guess, not for 5 minutes, maybe 10. The max.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and wish you get the result very soon.
Thanks.
You know what the best part of that interview was? That he gave it and was courteous and professional despite losing. And to me, as a young player who's going to be a part of the future stars for many years to come, it's just awesome to see the appreciation, knowing how much the fans want to hear from him, everyone wants to see him. And I'm not saying that it also wasn't contractually required, right? But you can contractually do something that's required and say, I'm just here so I don't get fined, right? There is that type of attitude, whether those words are said, that you can experience from top athletes, sometimes understandably so, Robert, because they're pissed off, right? But the truth is, that was just awesome to see him in that kind of spirit.
Well, Duda also is the single best interview in chess history. When his mom came in.
That's right. Shout out to Mom.
When his mom came and hugged him after he won that.
Mod's out there. Please find the clip of me saying hi, Mom, when his mom came in and gave him a big hug after he won. Also, by the way, one of the most exciting Speed Chess Championship matches we ever had, coming back from a 2-game deficit against Alexander Grishuk with just minutes on the clock. So anyway, Jan-Krzysztof, a star for a long time to come. We certainly believe so and hope so. And right now, little frustrated by how an inaccuracy got Hikaru. I swear to God, I almost called it. I was like, hey, but that's what Hikaru does. You got to be precise here. He's not going to miss a chance. And unfortunately, JKD maybe played it in inaccurate move order.
Yeah, he still has a slight pull, and this position is one where he's not in any danger of losing. At least he shouldn't be, unless he really goes wrong. But one idea that I'm thinking about right now, so instead of allowing Black to make trades, which we know can help in the defensive task, is the move rook d1, but the e-rook, which is incredibly counterintuitive to bring the rook from the open file to the defense. But because the d5 pawn is a target, we've covered d4, and queen takes b2 is no longer an option for Black in the same way, because after queen takes b2, there's no longer that rook takes e1 bailout that you were mentioning. After rook a to b1, where's that queen going? Only over there to a2, and after rook takes b7, I got my pawn back. As you're pointing out, the 7th rank is white's for the taking. The a7 pawn is also hanging. So if you want to keep pieces on the board, rook e to d1, and I am positive that Jan-Krzysztof is thinking about this move, is available, but it's such an odd move, because after rook e d1, you mentioned this bishop a4 idea, and in order to keep the piece on the board, you have to put yourself in knots, all sorts of weird places where Black now has the open file, the e file. It doesn't lead to checkmate, so white is okay with that. But the biggest problem for white is you need to get your knight from d3 into e5. e5 is the eventual square you need to get to. But your d4 pawn is continuously under attack, so I'm not sure how to get there. But this is the type of thing that a player like Magnus Carlsen does, where he recognized that, okay, maybe I made a slight inaccuracy, but I can still fight for a win, and I have nothing to risk in the position. So I actually think that something like this would give Duda chances to then try to win the game and get an advantage once again.
I like it. It's awkward, but you pointed out, again, the forest through the trees, despite how awkward the temporary requirements were to hold on, is that white is still positionally better. If you can just put that pony right where you want it, right there on e5, even other dark squares will be available at different times. You have long-term chances. But as we keep saying, also shout out to Hikaru for making this tricky, making this super, super difficult, and we'll see whether Jan-Krzysztof can find a move order that keeps the fight alive. So, all right. Oh, man. Rapport, Jan Nepomniachtchi. That game is going to have us on the edge of our seats with these decisions made by Rapport to keep the fight alive, to play for a win. Jan is going to have a battle of queen versus two rooks. Of course, the last time we had queen versus two rooks, as both Robert Hess and our own Mike Klein just tweeted live from here from Madrid. Last time this happened, we had an 8-hour record-setting slugfest in Dubai. That, of course, did not go Jan Nepomniachtchi's way. A little bit of a different situation here, but
I would say much different situation.
Much different.
And the reason why is just king safety.
Yeah.
Whereas in the game against Magnus Carlsen, Jan's king was the one that was in iffier territory. Here it's clear that Jan's king has no issues back on g8. So we did say that, okay, we're feeling it from Rapport that we like the spirit of it. We know that Jan has the better position. And right now it's about coming up with a plan. And that is what I'm struggling to see, because the reason why h6, Danny, is such a nasty move is you would love to play rook to d8, get your rook active, pin the bishop. But what h6 just did, well, I guess the rook and f1.
You can't do it right now because of f1.
But even if, I guess you can't even move the rook anywhere. Okay.
I know the point you were making. Robert's point is that even if you get this now, and even with threats of this, you no longer have to worry about checkmate, which means that, who knows what that black queen would get up to in the meantime. There's so many difficult situations. Also, you're just no longer worried about back rank checkmate, which means the bishop is free.
Yeah.
So this is now nothing. It's a check.
Well, I completely forgot the rook on f1 is hanging with checkmate after rook d8, so I also blunder immediate mates. But I was going to say that rook d8 allows queen h4 as well, because you've taken away the g5 square. So there are all sorts of things available, and h6 is just a patient move, making sure that, as you said, your king can escape, and it's starting to look difficult. I think that white needs to do something on the queen side.
Yeah,
right? You have an extra pawn.
You have to get the 3-on-2 going here. I was actually surprised to see bishop f4, by the way, just to back up. Again, Rapport just thought about this position for more than an hour. I don't think anyone knows it better than him at this point, but I thought the bishop was going to e3, Robert, just because it spied a7, which I thought kept the queen down, right? There is no, I assume this is not a trade black would want to make and give white this passed a-pawn potential is exactly the kind of imbalance you probably don't want. But there's obviously other reasons for the bishop to be on f4 and not e3. One of them is that it can come to g3 in a lot of positions, which will cut off the queen's attacking of the f3 pawn. So, in fact, now that I see that on the board, Rapport has a vision here, Robert. He wants to put the bishop on g3, which kind of makes the king feel safe. Then he can start to get both rooks going in an active way because that queen is no longer spying the f3 pawn. In fact, right as I say that, he goes for it. So that's the idea. Again, there's a reason black is better here. White's king is open. Black has a couple of pawns to go with the queen. But this is going to be a fight, an imbalanced fight, where I'll say this to the fans, regardless of what happens in the end. Don't let the eval bar fool you for just how difficult this position is for both players. This is a really, really tricky position. And whenever you have material imbalances, Robert, we talk about it, where like knight and bishop versus rook is an imbalance, right? Even an exchange sack is an imbalance. And what we mean by that is when the points, Dr. Evil Fingers, the points are the same, but the pieces want different things, right? What the queen desires is different than what the two rooks desire, right? And in those imbalances, you get large eval swings with one inaccuracy because the moment you slip and you let the rooks double in the wrong file or on the wrong rank, the queen quickly becomes not as good as the other pieces, right? So material imbalances are some of the hardest positions to really outplay your opponent in chess.
Yeah, and there's a reason why two rooks are often considered better than a queen.
Yeah.
That's because they can team up on squares.
Right.
Or on pieces. So if you get these rooks in the 7th rank and you just can team up on A7 and F7 and all that stuff, that's great. But the problem is white's king.
Yeah.
So, well, there are multiple problems, but the main issue is white's king, and white will not be able to secure the 2nd rank. If this black queen can get into like the 2nd rank and start attacking these pawns on the queen side, it's not going to be easy for white to defend all of them.
Yep.
And you've issues on the king side, and if you can't secure the queen side, that means that, you know, playing on both areas will be good for black, and the queen is better than the rooks at playing on both sides of the board.
Yep. Yeah. Haven't done a video series for chess.com in a long time, but one of the ones I did talked about usually one of the dynamic factors. There are 2 dynamic factors if you're trying to weigh decisions of do I want the rooks or the queens, and unfortunately for Rapport, Robert, Nepo has both of those factors here. The factors are there pawn weaknesses on both sides of the board, pawn targets, and is the king open? Because that's typically where the queen thrives, positions where she's on a square, where she's both spying weaknesses and spying diagonal checks, right? Squares where you're hitting pawns but keeping an eye on an open king. Those are the types of positions where the queen flexes, because the only way the rooks can compete with the queen is constant coordination. And in an open board, when you have to defend things on both sides of a board, it's hard to coordinate. It's sometimes impossible.
And in addition to all that, there's a very big question.
Yeah.
One that I asked in the Duda against Hikaru game is, what pieces do both sides want to see traded here? Who's happier? For black can play this logical move, knight c5 here. Who's happier about a knight trade, right? These questions are really important. And I would say that black is happier about the knight trade because that knight is very important in the defense of white's king. And the black knight on a6 is just all the way off.
I was going to say 2 reasons. 1, this knight's inactive, and 2, this knight's important. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so for exactly that. So where would that knight on a6 want to go? It would love to go to the center, towards knight c5 and maybe knight e6, which helps protect the back rank. It also can jump forward in the future to squares like g5 and f4. So I feel like knight c5 is a good move, removing one of white's defenders, bring the piece that's offside into the game, and because the move h6 was played, the king always has an escape square off the back rank. There will be no checkmate. So I think that Jan should start with knight c5, but what he's doing is not just calculating the next 3 moves. He's making certain that a knight trade actually helps his winning chances at this point. Because the last thing you want to do is spoil an advantage by trading the wrong set of pieces.
Yeah, it's a really great point. And those types of forest through the trees questions are what you have to ask yourself in order to convert on advantages. What trades help me? What trades help them before you offer them up? So, all right, well, let's offer up a different view here and remind everybody there are 4 games still in progress here in round 7 at the 2022 FIDE Candidates in Madrid.
See what Duda did?
I haven't.
Top right.
Top right. You played your move. Rook e to d1, right? We were just there talking about the fact that you need to avoid some piece trades, and Duda does it. I was looking at what Fabi did. He played both bishop g5 and rook e1. Also, notice the time disparity, not nearly what it was, only 10 minutes basically on the clock for Radjabov, where at one point that was about a half an hour. So that's important. Liren and Firouzja have actually Firouzja hasn't moved since we left. Rook to c1 was played by Liren, and obviously, despite our best efforts to applaud, this is an Alireza Firouzja, I think, kind of position, one where he should be doing okay, feeling good, unlike maybe some of the openings that people have been questionable about. With all due respect, I think that. I'm surprised to see him thinking for so long.
It's concerning.
It's concerning.
Because, the person with the least amount of time is Rapport, but he's already moved 27.
Yeah, his game almost doesn't count at this point. It counts a lot, but it's like...
His game is very deep, 27.
Yes.
This game between Liren and Alireza Firouzja is only on move 13. So they have...
27 moves to make.
27 moves to make till time control, and he still does have plenty of time, but he's had a tendency in this tournament to really use a lot of clock. And then when he needs the clock to figure out how to play, he doesn't have it. So this position is, we've liked it from his side, and he's trying to figure out how can he maintain the position or even try to get an advantage. But I feel like if you put him in a bullet chess game where he had 1 minute for the entire game, he would make a move like rook f to e8, which is looks like a very good move.
Instant.
And he would just do it instantly.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's concerning. It's concerning because of how we've seen a couple games get away from Firouzja. Obviously, in where he sits at the standings, you don't want to see that repeat itself. And again, it's concerning because it continues to add credit to the storyline of everything you talk about in preparing for these events. There's the homework you're doing in the kitchen, but you also have to play chess always in order to play chess at a high level. Sometimes people forget the best way you play chess at a high level is by constantly playing chess at a high level, right? And Hikaru talked about that, like playing in the Rapid Chess Championship. Like what better preparation can I get than playing strong players online or offline? So you just worry about that when you see time disparity there, because those are the practical muscles you need. What are you overthinking about? You said as a bullet player, Rob, you just play Rook FE8, right? And then you have 35 minutes back on your clock, right? And certainly, again, like this is his game to play. We see he's like moving in his chair. Maybe he's getting ready to move. But it's, what was it? I feel like I was given a piece of advice that at some point, you just start spinning your wheels, right? Hammer said that when he was here. At a certain point, after 15, 20 minutes, like at this point, like you're spinning your wheels a little bit. When you're spending that much time on the clock is part of the game.
Yeah, and I am a culprit, so I sometimes get in the same boat where I'm trying to figure out not just the current dynamic, but something like 8 moves down the line in 6 different variations, and I would have made the same move that I spent 45 minutes making in 2 seconds.
Right.
And I think that this position in particular isn't that clear, right? There only one pawn has been traded per side.
Yeah.
So there's no like target to pinpoint. There's no clear threat from either side. So what Firouzja is trying to do here is he's really trying to work his way through, like, what is my actual plan? Rook FE8, that's an obvious move.
Yeah.
But what's the plan after that, right? Even if you gave black another turn from that position, what would you do? And that's actually not that easy to answer. We've talked about moves like knight to e5, which you can think about playing now as well, but you're still looking at the bishop on d2 and the queen on a5. So there's just a lot to figure out in this moment, and I understand his impulse to spend the time, but it's become a trend, and that's the problem.
That's the problem.
If it was a one-off situation, we wouldn't even think about it. Like, okay, he can spend 40 minutes on the clock, but Fabiano, when he was interviewed by Dina, he was saying, it's just he hasn't been himself. He's spending 30 minutes, 40 minutes in all these situations, and that's not like him, and then he's not playing his best chess.
Yep. Yeah, and Rook, again, we're not trying to oversimplify. Rook F8's a move. Bishop G6 is also a move to avoid any, just to kind of put pieces on safe squares. You could also move the queen right now to avoid discoveries, although I think we established that there probably isn't really a powerful threat of discovery. The one thing I liked about Bishop G6 and Rook E8 is they both make knight E7 check not an issue anymore. One way guards it, one protects the bishop, so that on this move knight D5, Robert, you could keep the queen over here,
right,
which is kind of a cool idea that you were highlighting to either use the diagonal or put pressure on the pawn. And again, to note everybody, if knight D5 is played and you don't play one of those moves, Rook E8 or Bishop G6, there's a threat of forking on E7. So still hasn't moved. Alireza Firouzja leaning in his chair. All right, let's back out again, because we kind of came here to sort of highlight the major factor, which was that we haven't had anything major change yet. I want to go back to Fabiano's game. We haven't seen it in a little bit, but we're doing such a job. I can't speak today. Doing such a job. I was going to say good job.
I thought you were like, saying Job wrong from Arrested Development, and I was just very confused.
Job, one of the best characters in any show ever. Shout out to you, Arrested Development. But I was eating some walnuts, a little protein before the show, and it's giving me cotton mouth. So I'm just going to say it. Sometimes you have to say you're nervous to get through your nerves. I'm just telling everybody.
Are you sure you're not having an allergic reaction?
I hope not. I have serious cotton mouth right now. Super dry.
I'm sorry.
So it's okay. We're just going to continue on and call it out. Keep going.
We can do that thing where you drink some water and I just talk about the game and we take us off camera. So
yeah, let's do that thing. I'm gonna drink some water even on camera right now because I got to fix this and let you talk about this position, Fabiano. And
well, Fabiano's up from his chair. We just saw him walking around. Radjabov sitting and calculating, and the reason why Radjabov is thinking so hard right now is his E5 pawn is under attack. You don't got to do that. You don't got to swish it around your mouth. I mean, you do for your sake, but you don't have to look at me while you do it.
You don't have to look at me while you do it. Okay.
Whoa! Castle queenside.
Okay. Look at me while you do it. All right, let's go.
Oh
Castle's
my gosh.
queenside. What in the world is going on here?
And I think what's most shocking to me about that, Danny, is we're not really joking. We were saying it was possible for Radjabov to castle queenside before he went knight f6 and bishop e7. So the fact that he cleared out the king side and then still went queenside, that was surprising.
This is like Radjabov's playing for 2 results, a draw and a loss. It feels like that's how he's playing this. What a crazy move to go for in this spot where your opponent already has the bishop pair, already has an open c file. And e5 is hanging, by the way.
Yeah, well, why don't we just take it?
I don't know.
What is the downside of rook takes e5? It seems like a pawn that you can happily snag.
Let's look at it.
Yeah.
Rook takes e5.
I don't really see a downside.
Computer says you're not wrong, Robert.
I guess knight c6 back hits the rook and hits the bishop on d3, so that could be a bit annoying. But you can even bring your rook back to e3. There's nothing.
That feels a little. I could see being scared to do this, right? Not to say that Fabiano isn't, as we said, the most accurate, call your bluff type of person in the top world of chess. But it feels scary, right? Then like bishop c5 is coming, and now what are you doing? Putting the rook over here, right?
Somewhere, yeah. It is awkward.
So it feels like the kind of position that you would be scared to go for. Although to be fair, white gets one move, and like all problems are solved, right? You put the queen off of the file, you put a rook on d1, and you're just up a pawn
with the bishop pair.
With the bishop pair. So that's Fabiano, as we saw in the game with Alireza Firouzja. He kind of said he hadn't seen f5 Robert till it was on the board, and then he'll play a risky move once it's in front of him. He's not afraid to be super accurate and challenge his opponent's calculation. So don't be surprised if he goes for that.
But what Radjabov is doing is he's still playing in the gambit style, where he started the game off by playing a d5 move, giving away a pawn, and now the material is even, and Fabiano doesn't have to take this pawn e5. He could probably maintain a slight advantage without capturing that pawn, but we don't see anything immediately wrong with it. And there's actually another variation, just quickly, to show it. The rook takes e5, knight c6.
Oh, okay. Rook takes e5, knight c6.
Maybe you can even take on f6 with your bishop.
Oh, and go to d5.
Yeah, because I'm realizing that after right here you can put your rook on d5. Maybe even
I thought this is what you were going for, eliminating the knight so you could put the rook on d5 and trade.
Yeah, exactly, right? And now you're saying, all right, I've closed the d file, I'm up a pawn, everything seems happy. And one thing here is that knight takes e5, bishop takes e5. It looks like your queen takes d3, and now black is up in exchange. But I don't know if you're going to survive after queen to c1, and you have a very, very, very big problem with your king.
Wow, what a find, Robert. Queen c1? The king can't go anywhere. If only you could just leapfrog over the guarded v8 square, you're probably, although even there, knight a4 is coming, and I don't think that it's over. But
queen c4, there's knight d5.
That's a move. That's a move. By the way, this comes with check, but it doesn't matter because you take back with check.
And then after king d7, you're just bringing all the pieces
rook
to the
c7
party.
or something, right?
Yeah, rook c7 wins the bishop on e7 as well. And
I wanted to show that knight to b6 was mate, but there's no real way to do it except just. Oh wait, you can't even move the queen off of the file, but that is a threat right there. Knight b6 threatening checkmate. Okay, well, Fabi clearly a little surprised, although I've recognized a little bit of the body language shift. Robert, what do you see there from Fabi? We call it.
He's ready to pounce.
He's got the perch. That's the Fabi perch.
Yeah, he's ready to grab that e5 pawn and then play for a decisive result.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of a, sits up in his chair, leans in, arches the back.
That
you
chair
can do it, put your back into it.
Is really tall. Every time I see it, I have to say, those chairs are so tall.
It's so insanely tall. Well, fit for a king, I guess. They wanted every one of the players to feel like they were sitting on a throne, and Liren said, "I don't need that." You know, I cannot wait for the fireworks that are going to happen here, and I do applaud Radjabov for bringing some fighting chess to the table here. Not to say that he wasn't going to be facing a grind, playing the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana no matter what, but he went for it, went for a fight.
Yeah, and it shows that he also wants to win this tournament and face Magnus for the World Championship. So he's not here just to, be the lowest rated or just try to do decently. He wants to win.
Jan Nepomniachtchi has played h5 against Rapport. It's looking more and more ominous. Lots of craziness going on there. Hikaru quickly responded to Duda's decision to keep the pieces on the board with bishop to c6. And yet again, Alireza Firouzja is in a 40-minute think tank.
Wow. I mean,
I just don't quite know what to say. I'm just surprised.
Yeah, because even like right there, when oftentimes when chess players put their head in the table, if they're calculating some long sequence,
Yeah, they're not looking at the position that's in front of them. They're
Right.
looking at something far out.
Right, but this isn't a concrete position, and that's what's making me nervous for him.
Right.
Is that this isn't a position where he can just go for something direct. It's a pretty ambiguous position.
Yep.
And the fact that he's not moving.
You can't solve positions like this with calculation. I
Right.
mean, neural nets don't try to solve this position with thinking 40 minutes. You know what I mean? The machines don't, and they can go a mile a minute. You make an evaluation, right? You calculate critical lines. You make an evaluation of a plan, an approach that you think improves your position, and you go for it. Again, that's why we keep coming back. And when you weren't here, I was talking with Almir, because the Tal Botvinnik book was such an amazing book. If you've never read Tal Botvinnik, 1960, what?
I haven't read
Oh
it.
my gosh, you kill me. It's one of the greatest chess books of all time.
I've read like 3 chess books
Oh
in
my
my
god.
life.
Okay.
Sorry.
If you're everyone else, you should. It is an amazing memoir of a match, and it's Tal taking you through every game, not just with X's and O's. He analyzes it, but talks about the thoughts. And again, one of the things that really stuck with me was everything he talked about in regards to Mikhail Botvinnik's practical skills not feeling totally in line because he hadn't played nearly as much. Tal had to make it through, Robert, this like grueling system of candidates and qualifiers. It wasn't quite called the candidates then, but a whole system of interzonals to play Botvinnik. Botvinnik played like 9 games that year or something like that. And a lot of the early games where Tal was able to strike were actually described like this, where he could just sense that Tal was taking 30 minutes on a move that was like a forced recapture. And when you're thinking too much about positions that aren't concrete in front of you, there's the advantage if it all works out exactly, you're ahead of the game. But the reality is you can't map it out that way because the clock is a part of the game. You have to respect that, right? And at some point, when you need to make 20 moves, you need more than 20 minutes on your clock. And that's what gets us worried, again, because it's a pattern. And I'm not trying to be overly critical. I'm just observing what I've seen here in several games, and it's just you have to be concerned about this.
Yeah, and his body language. I mean, he's been grimacing. He's been grabbing his head.
Yep.
He just doesn't seem like he's very content with the game and with his position, and he's just burning all these minutes. And you're right, you can't afford it. So something is just not right for Alireza Firouzja. And 2 things just happened on the top right of our screen between Duda and Nakamura. H4 was played, putting another pawn, forward in the dark squares. And then we see in the top left with Jan Nepomniachtchi, still has that queen for those 2 rooks, but one of the rooks has lifted to d3. So making sure that the pawn f3 is defended. And we do see the evaluation bar. We can't ignore that. But just doesn't feel like the type of position where it's like that clear cut, where black is just much better and there's nothing that white has. It still feels like a dynamic where Jan Nepomniachtchi has the edge, but there's a lot of opportunity to go wrong.
Yep. Well, as you said, Alireza Firouzja probably can't afford the time he's taking. No one watching can afford to go anywhere else because we have amazing chess ahead here, all 4 games in action. And everyone online, well, you can't afford to miss your opportunity to compete in the Chess.com Global Championship. Open qualifiers are running every Saturday and Sunday through July 31st. This is your chance to compete in a tournament that at the round of 64, 32 chess legends and top players will be invited to join, 32 players that have qualified their way through the gauntlet that is the next few months. Go to go.chess.com/CGC2022, become verified. Your account gets checked for fair play. You join that community that has the right to compete in these events for more than $1 million in prizes. And you don't want to miss it. Every weekend is your chance. All right, we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we got a lot of action ahead. Shout out to the fan zone. Players are upstairs having a drink, chilling, blitzing out some moves, watching commentary in the background. And a lot of fun. If you happen to be here in Madrid, you should definitely consider going and checking out the fan zone. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's more from that man and many others playing here in the Palacio de Santonia. It's round 7 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. We'll be back in just a few.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
We're unanimous on one in particular, which was that every 2 hours into every round, they'll have a required siesta.
Well, we'll see if any of these rules are implemented for the tournament, especially if somebody plays the Spanish. They got some money coming their way.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem likely, but I don't even want to know which players made these requests, but I've got a couple ideas in my mind.
Yeah, well, you know, and anything that gets the players to play something more than the Berlin, right? The most exciting draw in the world. Now that we have some money on the line, perhaps we see some exciting Spanish games. So I'm actually excited about that one.
There you go. You gonna do some Alex Honnold on this? Yeah, the Alex Honnold of chess, folks. Climbing without a rope.
Oh wait, I can do it. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I feel like a little kid when I get around big things.
Slowly checking our insurance
This is like
policy.
chess parkour. Did you catch that on camera?
Can you tell he's the dad of a teenager?
Always move like a knight, guys. I think I'm gonna go hit a siesta over there with the, seems like the thing to do with the locals.
You do you, baby girl.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you guys in a couple hours. Yeah, it's been a long day, Dan. You deserve it, buddy. You deserve it. Go ahead and throw that down and just buckle up, buddy. Yeah.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella.
Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy.
Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them.
Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid.
Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy.
Mis amigos, I'm here with my amigo, Robert Hess, in studio. We're in studio here in Madrid. We're live in Madrid, and we're having a good time. The chess is delivering. It's a great city. I hope the Candidates is grueling. I hope it's not too grueling, sitting next to me here.
No, it's been a great time.
Stop it. All right. Well, someone who we don't want to ever stop what they're doing at the board is Jan-Krzysztof Duda. What a beast he is. What a future he has. And on the note of me kind of giving that shout out to what went down a few years ago, probably the first time Jan-Krzysztof really arrived on the scene in some ways. This incredible match he had, and we want to show a quick clip and highlight of Jan-Krzysztof Duda's Speed Chess Championship victory from 2018.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda wins the final 3 games to take the match. I think we can hear you both now. Alexander and Jan-Krzysztof, are you there?
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Well, thank you both for what is literally the most exciting match we've ever had. Just absolutely incredible. Looks like Jan-Krzysztof getting a hug. Is that Mom there?
Yes, it's my mom.
Hi, Mom.
Hi.
Hi, Mom. Well, Sasha, we know you're devastated right now.
Look at the clean, unshaven Danny Rensch and Robert Hess there, and the camera quality was so great, and our template looked really good. That was a long time ago, but how awesome was that? JKD had obviously Sasha Grishuk was not super happy, but that was an incredible comeback by Jan-Krzysztof and hi, Mom.
Yeah, but you could see even before that he was like, "Go away, go away."
No, that was the best part about it. Is he was shooing Mom like, "No, don't you do what you're about to do, Mom." That's so funny. All right, well, okay. Hikaru doesn't think the current position's too funny. He's thinking real hard. There's several moves have been made on the other boards as well. By the way, it looks like Alireza Firouzja has made multiple moves to kind of show us what he was deep in think about. We have Fabi went for the most challenging, aggressive approach. I actually kind of want to go right back to that first because I feel like it's, other than the Rapport Nepomniachtchi game, it's the game that might be getting the most clarity. Let's just go and show what Fabi went for. As we said, it was a critical decision after Castle's Long
to call the bluff and take the pawn. And as we said, Fabi does maybe more than anybody. He's like, I'm not scared. I'll be accurate as all giddy up. I'll be accurate as F. That's as Fabi. Fabi is accurate AF.
He certainly is. He grabs the pawn, he puts the rook on d5, and the extra pawn right now, it's a double pawn, it's not going anywhere, but there's also a huge element of king safety. The king on g1 is hanging out by itself, no enemy pieces near it or attacking it. The king on c8 is okay for the moment, but we can see pieces coming, a rook to c1, a queen to b3, all that kind of stuff, and that king on c1 just feels a little bit less safe. No, let's be honest, quite a bit less safe than the king on g1.
Teimour Radjabov still up 17 minutes on the clock, but most of that time advantage was earned early on in this game if you happen to just be tuning in. Radjabov surprised Fabi with his choice as black, but Fabi parried the threats. I'm just going to play through it quickly because we can. It was an a6 Sicilian that first set Fabi into a almost 10-minute think, and then Fabi took another 16 minutes here after facing this shocking d5 pawn sacrifice. But in the end, no matter what you prepared to surprise your opponent, you still have to have a good position. And Fabi likes his position, feels like this is an okay line for him, and we're all caught up.
Yeah, he's up a pawn, so he should be happy about the position he has right now. But there's the opposite colored bishops. That's something that we shouldn't forget about, because opposite colored bishop endings tend to have drawish tendencies, but we're very far from an ending, right? And actually the presence of opposite colored bishops when you're attacking is very useful, right? You want to have the opposite colored bishops as the attacker because they can't parry your threats in the light squares with the dark square bishop.
I mean, you can immediately see a scenario where something like, okay, you mentioned queen b3, queen f3. I'm thinking about positions where the moment this queen is spying anything on a light square over here, you just start thinking about tactics, right? I'm just showing you the opposite colored bishop features of the position. Not to say that there's an immediate sacrifice coming, but if this bishop finds this diagonal, for example, somehow, some way, right? Or if the queen and bishop start finding the same squares to meet up and gang up on over here, the dark square bishop is a bystander in that entire affair, and can never switch colors, right? Bishops can't trade sides. All right, well, Fabi's going to think about this one before making a decision. We're going to back up and probably, I don't want to only focus on the two tournament leaders, but they're also the two games most likely to give us decisive results at this point, right? And Jan Nepomniachtchi, again, just really showing poise, preparation. He's performing all the P's. Brought all the P's here, ready to perform. He's got prep, and Rapport is in a tough spot.
I'm still not totally counting him out.
Okay.
Because Jan is doing a great job. He just threw his pawn up the board. He wants to distract the bishop from the f4 square.
Yeah.
So if you take on h4, knight comes into f4, and if you think that your rook is just going down to d8 to attack the black king and pin the bishop, in comes the black queen to h3 and threatening checkmate on g2, threatening the pawn on f3, threatening the bishop on h4. Everything is a problem for white there.
So h4 can't be met by that necessarily. That means you have to find a square on this diagonal somewhere over there.
There's only one way to go. Yeah, all the way. Bishop b8 probably has to be played by a Rapport. And the reason why I'm still giving Rapport some decent chances in this game is the knockout isn't quite there. Right. You know, like normally when you see such a big advantage, you see, okay, I can force some trades that lead me to a huge advantage. The problem is the presence of the two rooks for the queen. It's like, well, what trades really are that good? That's the exact material imbalance. White has two rooks, black has a queen, not even a pawn in addition to the queen. So if you make a move like knight f4 here, we're just talking about that move. Now, maybe white can just take it. And we see a position where after white plays c5, for example, that bishop on f8 looks kind of useless. White's pawns look very nice. And where's the checkmating attack?
I really like what you're highlighting, by the way, as we see in the live position. Richard does play bishop b8. Just because we said the eval bar is not going to tell the story of how tricky this position is, and the longer the game goes, the better Richard's going to be feeling, right? Assuming time pressure doesn't become a bad thing. This is one of those games, Robert, I can envision where like the final position is the eval is still saying black is plus 1.5 or 2, but it's just a draw. Right, because you can't make progress against the rooks. And so there's even a world where if everything came off, including everything on the queen side and all the minors, and all it was 2 rooks versus a queen and 3 pawns, the eval is going to continue to say black's better in a position like that, everyone, but it's just going to be a draw. Because if black doesn't use the other pieces with the queen, then the queen can't usually take down the rooks by herself without some other sort of major factor in the position. And I'm kind of hearing you on this. I think that the more I look at it, black is better, undeniably so. The white king is in danger, and when you add Rapport's time pressure to it, he has 8 moves to make in 20 minutes, you're worried. But I feel like the longer this game goes, the better Richard's going to be feeling about his chances.
And there just are many opportunities, as I said earlier, for black to go not wrong in the sense of losing the game.
Yeah.
But for example, if you said, okay, if you're playing this position from the black side, you can trade off your A and C pawns for the 3 white pawns on the queen side, but it'll cost you some minor piece trades. Sounds pretty good. You win a pawn, and that way there's no passed pawn on the queen side. But if all the minor pieces come off, will the queen, even with an extra pawn on the king side, be able to defeat the 2 rooks? Oftentimes the answer is no.
Right.
So black will be better in most of the resulting positions, but you have to figure out what trades you actually want to see. And we just showed that knight f4, bishop takes f4 is not really the one that you'd want because the bishop on f8 doesn't get into the game. So you're just trying to figure out what pawns can I swap.
I like this threat you pointed out. White maybe is coming in with c5 at some point, and you don't want to give up the a pawn. So what if you just guard it?
Like I think still c5.
c5.
I don't think that.
But how else are you guarding the a pawn? I don't quite see what. Again, it's not like white's winning here, so we shouldn't overreact, right? And it is still a position where objectively, if black sits tight, probably white doesn't have anything here, because how do you make progress when your own king is also potentially in so much danger? But I don't see how black is improving without risking things either.
And I doubt that Jan is sitting at the board thinking, "Oh, I'm -3 better." I think both players, they know that black has the advantage.
Yeah.
But they're not positive how big the advantage is. If Rapport thought that black had a huge advantage, he wouldn't have gone into this to begin with. He's the one who decided to play on.
Yeah.
And for Jan, he knew probably what the starting evaluation was, but things have changed, right?
Yeah.
It's out of preparation. You no longer have any idea what the computer is saying. So again, both players agree. We agree. Everyone should agree that black has the advantage. But it's not clear, just like Radjabov against Rapport. He didn't know that he had a winning position to play bishop h2. He doesn't have the eval bar.
Right.
So it's still a very complex situation.
Shout out to Mis Amigos who just subscribed. Not like someone, you did something funny accidentally. We love that the community has loved Mis Amigos because when someone goes out of their way to make a Twitch username about the show. Anyway, all right. Well, black is probably going to take the right approach, which is, so we've talked about the material imbalance that is the queen versus the 2 rooks, and then just giving general advice on the type of mindset you should have when the points of the board are equal. Like 2 rooks apparently equal 10 points according to the chess gods. The queen equals 9. So the points are roughly equal, but what they want is different. Often what really matters in those positions, Robert, is that you don't try to get too greedy on 1 or 2 points of material. You constantly fight for the initiative and coordination, right? Those are the things that you really want. So probably the best thing for black to do is to look to be aggressive in some way. I mean, I'm not saying g5 is a good move, but even h3 is a move on my mind. And I wonder if there's other things I would do to kind of say, if you get this pawn, maybe I'm never going to let you recover because I have knight f4 if you take it. That hits the rook.
Good point.
Right? So the more I look at the position, I feel like I doubt we'll see Jan make a move like this. What we'll see is an aggressive move of some kind.
Oh, knight g5.
And here we see knight g5.
And already we see the evaluation. Okay, it's still obviously in black's favor, but it's shrinking, right?
Interesting. The knight is pinned to the rook.
Yeah, and so what if you bring this rook up from e1 to e3? Because f3 is also under attack, right?
Okay.
So you protect your rook, and you protect the pawn. Knight takes f3, I guess, is a move here that I didn't initially consider. But no, it's apparently oh my gosh. Because white has knight d6. This is... And just rook takes f3.
Oh, you take with tempo.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you just regain. Yeah. Okay, wow. Rapport about to respond very quickly to Nepomniachtchi's knight g5. And he doesn't look like he's reaching for rook e to e3. What does he play? Plays rook d to e3. Interesting. He's saying you can take this pawn. But if knight takes, you're going to play rook f1 and you win. But the computer loves the idea of getting these pieces off the board. You highlighted that probably the knight trade favored black earlier in a very different position, Robert. And likely that's still the case. Because with those minor pieces coming off the board, I want to put the queen anywhere and go back to my ideas of h3 and make it very hard for you to defend the king.
Queen f2, I mean, white can hardly move because your rook on e3 needs to cover the f3 square. Your rook on e1 needs to cover the f1 square. So this does not look very pleasant.
How do you deal with h3 coming? I mean, there's one way to deal with it, right?
You can checkmate it in
That's
one.
mate. Another way to deal with it allows the check, and
push.
I assume I'm just going to push. This actually looks like not a good transition for Rapport, who lifts his eyebrows and takes a look at Jan. Well, he may not be making a smooth transition, but we do those all around here in our coverage. We're going to make a transition to Rapport's interview that he gave to Dina Belenkaya after his round 6 game right before the rest day.
Richard, seems like tradition to avoid castling is quite popular in your games recently.
Yeah, I'm not there yet to understand this tricky move of castles. So, yeah.
Until when did you know the theory today?
Not long enough. Apparently I got into trouble. I felt... Okay, maybe I didn't get into trouble, I don't know, but things got very complicated and it was a long tactical sequence, which I thought I calculated well, but just when the position simplified enough to be not really dangerous, I just made a huge blunder, another one, and then I could have just resigned, and I got very lucky there that he allowed me to make a draw.
Have you ever been a second of some players?
I've helped, if it could be called help, my friend Laurent Frassinet like a decade ago or something. So that was the one and only time. Yeah.
All right, Richard, congratulations once again on your recovery and see you soon.
Fun interview there. I like Rapport's answers.
Yeah, I love the part about he hasn't learned that tricky castling thing yet.
Yeah, he hasn't learned the thing called castling yet. It's such a tricky move. You can move 2 pieces at once? What?
Well, he castled in this game and his king got in trouble.
Yeah.
Maybe he should stop castling.
If he remains in trouble and Jan Nepomniachtchi ultimately does convert on this game, Robert, it will be the best halfway score maybe we've ever had at the Candidates. I'm getting a stat here, at least since 2013. Both Carlsen and Aronian in 2013 and Caruana in 2018 both had 5 of 7. So 5.5 out of 7, that is a score right there. And it's crazy because if Fabi somehow wins that game, which is way less of an advantage than Jan has here, that would be the same score he had in the Candidates he ultimately went on to win, right? So it would be a very high-scoring affair from both those two guys.
Yeah, it would be one of those situations where you're doing extremely well and you're like, what more do I have to do? Mm-hmm. But it's just because Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing out of his mind. And he's thinking right now, this is a really big moment for Jan because knight takes e4 we were looking at, it seems to be quite forcing, and at least in this position compared to earlier ones, we see a clear breakthrough that the queen infiltrates onto the second rank, the white king is running out of squares. So as compared to even a few moves ago, the clarity of the position clearly favors Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah. Fiddling his pawn there, thinking through his decision. We'll let him continue to do that, back up and take a look at the other games. Starting to get some lift off. I kind of want to go back to Liren Firouzja because we waited so long to get action. Alireza has given us some finally. Now we've got some moves. We want to go see what his plans are. JKD went for the plan, as you said, right? We've got an advantage for white to push over there, but it's also very deadlocked. So, all right, we're going to head over to Liren and Alireza Firouzja and try to get you all caught up, because what happened was Queen A7 was chosen after Rook C1. So a very long think, but not rook fe8, not bishop g6, not even queen a6, which I think we looked at quickly to hit c4. But he goes right away for the battery with queen a7.
And I think he just wanted, what he was calculating before queen a7 was knight e4 takes bishop on c5. That's what he was trying to assess. So he wasn't trying to find some kind of crazy tactic. He was really working hard to see if white's next move is knight e4, which hits the queen on a5, and then you take on c5, does that leave Ding Liren with an advantage or with a position that Alireza just didn't feel comfortable with? So he plays queen a7 to keep the material as is, but then Ding Liren quickly plays b3. We see the swap of pawns, something we talked about a long time ago, and then Ding Liren still goes after that bishop.
Rook fe8, knight a4. The theme of the position is if white can get the bishop pair, is there a long-term advantage? And the reason we always say that, just to give some basic context, sometimes take it for granted, that it's much harder in chess to keep positions closed than it is for them to become open, right? Eventually trades happen. It's hard to keep a position closed if you have the knights. And the bishop's ability to dominate a complete color complex when your opponent lacks the ability to challenge it is usually a weapon. The earlier a top player, a strong player has it, the more they can utilize it. So that's why this theme of whether Alireza was going to allow knight e4, he didn't. He backed up the queen, but now he's in a spot where he's still faced with the idea of that dark square bishop exiting the board. He decides to try to get all the bishops off the board, which is often a defensive task. If you don't want your opponent to have two bishops, you trade the other bishops. Bishop c3, getting them off the board, and now d5, really forcing the issue here, Robert. Alireza is saying, you better take my bishop now, because if you don't, I'm saving that guy. I'm keeping him on the diagonal, which is why he played d6. Your thoughts?
Good response by Alireza. Now, pretty sure Ding Liren's going to take the bishop on c5, because otherwise his position just looks very awkward. And after the recapture here, this is now the question, because the c4 pawn's under attack. In fact, you can't take on d5 because your bishop on c3 is loose. So where does that leave us? Do I have to move my bishop to d4 or something like that? I could play knight to e3. That looks kind of awkward, but also really good if my knight can continue hopping
I don't
forward.
want to put it there because you're going to sack the exchange.
But there's bishop d4. There's like that intermezzo, I think, bishop
d4.
d4.
So nice. You know how afraid I was? Sometimes you suggest moves and you can see the hesitation in my mouse, and I'm like, am I doing that wrong?
Yeah, I was also nervous at first, and then I realized
I didn't see that.
That's a very important
important little in-between move. Okay, very nice. Okay, so Ding Liren says, all right, I have some things to think about. I have a time advantage to do so, 22 minutes to be exact. I anticipate he'll take as well, but maybe it's a simple thing. If you take, and then what if I unpin the pawn?
Yeah.
Okay. So that if I need to, I can take here next.
And your knight can go to e3 anyway. So
you back the lady up to e7. Makes sense, right? And here comes knight e3.
Black is very solid here, right? You can, your pawn d5, maybe a bit of a target, so you take on c4, and the resulting position is one where white has an extra pawn from the e through the h file, right, on the king side, and then black will have an extra pawn on the queen side. And we've talked about how good a bishop can be in open space, but the knight on f6 does a great job of blocking the bishop's diagonal. There also are important squares that black controls, the e4 square, the entire a file. So I think we can see the promise in black's position, even though white is the only one with a bishop.
These are the types of positions Ding Liren is looking at his head and saying, that's why I'm not moving yet. I'm not sure I'm thrilled about the direction of that position. Even if I'm not clearly worse, I don't really know what I'm doing next. So he's thinking hard about how to deal with d5. But I don't think he has anything better than to take the bishop. Maybe go back to your line, I guess. Bishop d4 perhaps is helping black to clarify the one awkward piece, right? Let's keep this tempo idea in mind. Okay, and on that note, he does take c5 as expected. In fact, I like your move more and more, Robert, because now that I know I have bishop to d4, playing knight e3 first means I have this move maybe next, and also keeping the tension here with maybe a threat to take the pawn at some point, right?
Yeah, and one of the big things is black is probably going to take on c4 eventually, and white gets an isolated pawn, but the bishop on c3 is a good piece. Even if it's not a dominant piece, it's a very good piece, and that's what's keeping, I would say, the balance, because isolated pawns, we don't really like them for the most part, but it's not that big of a deal here.
By the way, Look at you. Predicting moves.
And Alireza, he has 31 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, and he has 20 moves to make. So that's not that much time. 1.5 minutes per move.
Yeah, that was the worry, right? Looks like he found a great plan, and we were never really in doubt that he would. The position was pretty unclear and feels like one that he can navigate, kind of in his style too. But not having a lot of time now for the remaining moves is what you're worried about. He plays D takes C4. Okay. Liren will take back likely with the pawn. Doesn't seem good to give the D5 square to black by taking with the knight.
Yeah.
Right? Knight takes, probably quickly met with something like this. Maybe even queen D5 check to trade queens, in fact.
Yeah.
Because if the queens come off the board, then E2 is hanging.
For sure.
Right. So
black is not worse at all there. So I think if Liren has any hopes to play for a win in this game, he takes on C4 with the pawn. And that knight on D7, that's like the one piece that isn't very active, and it's not that easy to see where it belongs. So that's the good news for white. Like, even if the knight on E3 is a little awkward in front of the pawn, it's defended. And tactically speaking, black can never afford to sacrifice the exchange there. So, yeah, Liren has a little bit to play for.
Okay. Man, Liren has a little bit to play for here. Time to give you a shout out to a couple of ladies who have a lot to play for. Our next Women's Speed Chess Championship will go down on Tuesday. Valentina Gunina, who we saw here in Madrid, shout out to Valentina. I don't know if she's still here. Versus Elizabeth Potts. It's Tuesday, June 28th. It's our next Women's Speed Chess Championship at 5 a.m. Pacific time. Tune in, watch the clash. It's awesome, fun, a little bit faster paced than what we're seeing there with Liren. You've really taken his time in the corner. And see you on Tuesday, 4 seed versus 13 seed. All right, backing out, looking at the other games going. Hikaru ultimately chooses to put that bishop on A4. By the way, Jan found the right line against Rapport, and I think we might have a record-setting pace being set here by Jan Nepomniachtchi in Madrid. This is, unfortunately, that was the other side of the storyline you were worried about, is that maybe Richard should have done the thing we were plotting not to do, right? What a wild decision this will ultimately be seen. In hindsight, there's no way this decision isn't just a huge talking point, right?
Yeah, I think the person who might talk about the most is Fabiano Caruana.
Because even if Fabi wins the game, which is not a clear thing against Radjabov.
No, of course not. But I think as the person trailing, the closest person to Jan Nepomniachtchi in the standings, you're like, come on to the rest of the tournament. I need a little bit of help. If I'm going to be winning my games, somebody's going to have to slow him down. You can't just let him score 5.5 out of 7.
5.5 points out of 7 heading into the back half is the likely score for Jan Nepomniachtchi, who just challenged for a World Championship title just a few months ago in Dubai. And wow, we might be really circling the eventual battle that is Fabiano Caruana getting white versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, because he might have no other choice but to be all in for the win in that game in the back half. And that's okay, because that's what the people are here to party for. You can see right now the standings coming into this round already had us saying the phrase two-horse race without any disrespect meant. And of course, there are still chances for anyone to catch fire. But if both those if Jan Nepomniachtchi gets a win, wow. And Fabi, then he's like, oh man, I have to win to keep pace. And that starts to get into your head a little bit. So we got a lot. You see a noticeably visible, concerned Richard Rapport now, and as he probably should be. I want to go back to the game we haven't looked at in a little while: Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Hikaru Nakamura. A positional struggle, very different than the one we're seeing on the other board. Not a lot has changed. I don't even know that we even need to back up too much, Robert. We can probably just talk about the position as it stands. We saw Hikaru get the E-file as we were applauding. The accurate move order means that white still hasn't been able to do what you want. Put that pony here, put it here, and all of a sudden you're talking big advantage. But Hikaru just accurately putting pressure on all the right points. You can't use that square without D4 at least being in question. Now he's poking the rook to leave the first rank. That's why the eval bar is close to equal, despite all these potential positional problems.
Yeah, and the rook can safely leave the first rank, because just rookie one check after rook two does nothing, right?
Yeah,
There's
we'll
no
just show it real quick.
there's no checkmate. We often fear that allowing a rook down there is scary, but I think the king might be better on h2 just to avoid the diagonal. But either way, the point is that this rook trade actually really helps white because the d4 pawn is no longer under attack.
But this one is.
Which means the d5 one is, and the knight can reroute via d3 and things like that. So this would not be a good look for Hikaru. So rook to d2 is available, and I think what Hikaru wants to do is just keep the threat is strong in the execution. So keeping the rooks in the e-file without necessarily doing much of anything is what's keeping Hikaru in the position in the balance, right?
Okay, so if rook d2 is played and not rook e1, let's analyze this. What else is Hikaru going to go for?
Maybe queen, I was going to say d8 first, but I don't know if I really like queen d8. Queen c6 defends and offers a queen trade, right? And that way you protect d5 all at once. So it does seem like Hikaru's doing a great job at queen c6.
Oh.
Yeah, I do not want the knight to go to d3 without conceding something. So, yeah, it just feels like a position where Hikaru, he still is holding on, and he's doing a great job.
Jan-Krzysztof plays rook d2, so we're likely predicting the lines. And the one advantage for white is this is probably a tough position to lose the threat on, in the sense that I think white will continue to be playing for 2 results. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's ways to overpress and let the rooks get a little crazy.
No, you're right. I mean, it just Hikaru, if he defends accurately, he makes the draw, and so far he's defending very accurately.
Yep. Okay. Comes back to the board. Looks like he's about to actually move kind of quickly, knowing that Hikaru perch that I also know well, like Fabiano, and indeed he likes Robert's line. Look at you. You're all over it. Queen to c6. Offer the queen trade. If the trade happens, would you consider taking with the pawn, actually? Yeah, because the bishop is defending in a way that is kind of hard to remove. And now all of a sudden you don't have to worry about d5 ever again.
No.
You have a new pawn to worry about, but
that one's covered, at least, from the bishop.
Yeah. Interesting. So that's an advantage in the change of structure. Yes, this pawn is weak, and of course if white gets all the moves, the knight on e5 and the rook's on the c-file, maybe, but how accurately black's pieces are placed just make optimal coordination almost impossible for white here.
Hikaru's done an amazing job keeping the knight out of e5.
Yeah.
And the knight f4 is good, don't get us wrong, but it's more powerful on e5 where it puts pressure on the c6 square. So by keeping the d4 pawn under threat, Hikaru is just making sure that his remaining pawns and pieces are nicely placed.
Indeed. Duda's going to stop, think about it for a little bit. We're going to stop, drop, and roll, back this thing up. Again, take a look at all 4 games, decide where we want to take this next part of the beautiful program here. What we've got going is some winning chances for Fabiano over there against Radjabov, but shout out to Radja for finding a way to give up that pawn but coordinate an opposite code bishop position that right now he seems to be holding. That's interesting. Jan Nepomniachtchi, again, just the guy is a wrecking ball. If he wins this game, it would actually be his first victory against Richard Rapport in more than 10 games in any format. So he hasn't beaten Richard in quite a while, but looking more and more like he will.
Yeah, no, that position now seems quite clear with that queen on f2 is the top left-hand side of the screen, and we have Richard on camera. But the queen is infiltrated, the bishop's joining the party. The a7 pawn up there can't even be captured, which is very sad news for Richard. It's like his only chance is to get some queenside pawns rolling up the board. And look at the clock, by the way.
Yep.
If those times were reversed, maybe Richard would have a chance, but Jan still has an hour.
Yeah, let's show actually why the a7 pawn can't be captured, because I believe the move you were spying was bishop g5, because the rook is pinned to the, okay.
Exactly.
Without seeing it, I was guessing in my head what it was. Yeah, there you go. And so so if you can't even take the pawn, which is your only chance to get some sort of traction here. 9 minutes left for Richard for 5 moves, which normally I would say that's not the worst time pressure we've seen in this event, and it's not. But given the position he's facing and how critical those 5 moves are, we are just, again, about to see Jan Nepomniachtchi be the first one done
as he has been a couple times, and also getting another victory in Madrid.
And I'm just trying to think of something Richard can do to drum up any sort of counterplay, right? If you could push your pawn in one turn from e4 to e6, maybe we can open up the rooks and have some chance of getting after the black king, but it's all just too slow. And bishop g5 is clearly what Jan wants to play next. And your rook has to leave the third rank, and then I have queen f3 check, and the a3 pawn's hanging, the h3 pawn's in trouble. Everything is under fire.
Yeah, this looks... it's looking almost impossible.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's strolling around. He's looking like a guy who knows he's about to go to 5.5 out of 7.
Yeah, as he should be. I mean, I'm just sitting here just blown away right now. And again, Rapport is getting the A for effort in this event so far. He has 6 draws, but all 6 of those games entertain the fans. And this one, even with it maybe not being the kind of entertainment he's into, it is entertainment for all of us, just seeing the drama unfold. But you saw the decision made in that critical moment instead of going for the draw.
And Hikaru just went there and just shook his head immediately.
Yeah, just shook his head. He's just like, oh man, this is falling apart. The wheels are coming off. Jan Nepomniachtchi going to get his 2nd victory as black in this event. And I said coming in, Robert, that I said when that moment happened, that you have to play well to win chess tournaments, but sometimes certain things have to go your way that are outside of your control. That can mean your opponent played a line you were really well prepared for, so they got unlucky, right? Other competitors in the event are just not on form, right? So you end up running up against some people who at the right time you catch them, right? And sometimes it's the decisions your opponents make. And again, like Rapport gets credit. Like he should be invited to every tournament in the world, as Robert said, because the guy brings it every time. But if you're in Jan Nepomniachtchi's camp, you are just absolutely thrilled out of your mind about what you're seeing on the board right now. And the decision that Richard made to give Jan these chances.
Yeah, and Richard is a well-liked player, but I think everybody in this field, not named Jan Nepomniachtchi, might hate him right now.
Yeah.
Right? And they're like,
right.
Dude, just take the draw, help us out. But that's the thing about this. He doesn't need to do anybody any favors.
No.
He did Jan Nepomniachtchi a favor by playing on, but he also felt like if he makes his draw, he won't have a chance to catch up because he would be 1.5 points behind Jan. Then he would also have Fabiano, depending on how he does. So Richard thought that if I'm going to have any chance at first place, I have to play on in this game. I have to, try. And it's a mistake. Like
was it that, or do you think he just didn't realize how tough the position was with the queen versus the rooks?
I think
I'm not even saying with Jed. I'm asking.
I know. And we talked about this earlier, right? Like you have to calculate, not just trust your opponent. But when it's Jan Nepomniachtchi who played the Petrov against Magnus Carlsen, you kind of have to trust his preparation at that point a bit. Yeah. And I think part of the problem for Richard is he doesn't know theory to the extent that the other players do. He said he's worked with Laurent Fressinet one time 10 years ago or whatever, but he doesn't have like this deep repertoire that other players have, like what Hikaru showed against Liren.
Right.
And if you don't have deep preparation, you're probably not sure what the best lines are, and he clearly didn't know that black had an immediate draw in this variation. And then he's like, okay, I don't want to make a quick draw, and that's where you get a little subjective, right?
Yeah.
I don't want something versus this is what the position calls for.
Right. Yep. Well, not anything else to talk about in this round other than the biggest news of the day. Jan Nepomniachtchi keeps winning, and apparently he just, wanted to prove me right. I predicted something wild might happen, but I thought it would be very different than the storyline that we had here. So, outside of a miracle, I think we're going to see Jan Nepomniachtchi continue his record-setting pace. Literally, no one has had a 5.5 out of 7 score moving into the back half of the Candidates Tournament. Maybe ever. We'll check on that step, but certainly not in the last decade or so in the events that we've been kind of referring back to. Magnus Carlsen going on to win in 2013. Fabiano Caruana, of course, didn't have that score in 2016, nor did Fabiano. And Caruana also only had 5 of 7, only 5 of 7 in 2018. So, wow. And Jan Nepomniachtchi had a full point less when he won
the delayed 2020-2021 candidates. He had 4.5 because he lost Game 7 to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So what a spot he will be in, and we will have a lot ahead of us to follow. All right, where you want to head now? There's several games to look at. I think that the Fabiano game is probably the most interesting one as far as changes go. Also Ding Liren Firouzja.
Yeah, I think Fabiano game is really interesting with what's happening on the D file over here.
Yeah.
Where I think Radjabov's playing well. Like he did give away his E5 pawn. That was a choice. And he is worse here. But if he can swap off these queens,
yeah,
right, get to the end game, opposite colored bishops, only one pawn deficit. It is an isolated pawn. That doesn't mean immediately that's just going to be a draw. Not all opposite colored bishops position are drawn. And I think there's one big problem for Black. It's that F7 pawn.
Yeah.
Whereas, right now the knight on D4 is attacking this bishop on B3. But in the event of some trades, the pawn F7 always needs to have an eye kept on it because it's hanging. Now, losing that pawn also isn't the end of the world. That's the annoying
I was going to say that's the other pro, right? Is that if you're going to lose any pawn, you still have work to do if you're white, even if you have 2 pawns there.
Right. So that just goes to show what kind of chances Teimour Radjabov has in this game. And actually, Fabiano needs to come up with a move right now because the position is just odd. And knight takes B3 seems to be in the air.
If you move the bishop anywhere random, there's queen takes B2 potentially. And then, if the B2 pawn falls, now watch out for queen takes C3 stuff, right? And knight E2 checks. All of a sudden, there's real tactical consequences to the B2 pawn falling if you're Fabiano.
Wow, this is...
But if you trade queens, like let's just throw out an idea where if you bring the queens off the board, like you were saying, the problem is that without the dynamic of Black's king getting in trouble, which we would assume is not going to be the dynamic once the queens are traded, it's really hard to say you have a big advantage. Even if you could take and take there on F7, it's still not a position that is easy to win at all.
Yeah, actually, right here, B5 for Black forces, looks like rook takes D8, and we get this exact position where knight takes F5 at the end. It's only one extra pawn. Black is really active, a rook coming down to D2. This looks
This
way
is another good
draw.
lesson where, yes, objectively, computer says white is better, but this is a draw.
Yeah.
Like, if anything, I would almost prefer black. Like, it's crazy, right? But I mean, seriously.
Yeah, white would probably have to play rook D1.
Rook D1, and in fact, that's probably what the computer wants because the computer is thinking material, but this just shows you more and more why that's not to be trusted. This is just Black starts playing any natural moves, and these opposite code bishops are an easy draw despite one extra pawn. So, unfortunately for Fabiano, he, especially knowing what's happening in the other board with the person he is chasing, about to say, hey, Fabi, remember that bus I'm driving? Time for you to get in back with the rest of the kids. I don't need someone in shotgun anymore sitting next to me. I'm gonna take the wheel from here.
And that's what Fabiano is looking for. And it's only move 19. That was Black's last move. So 20 moves.
For 23 minutes.
That's not a lot of time.
Not a good spot for Caruana. What a turn of events this has been here with the idea that we were kind of like, what? Castle's long? Radjabov took 27 minutes on move 13 right here to play castles long. 27 minutes. Goes for this forcing line, but is now getting credit for that. Not only did he maybe make the right practical decision, but maybe he went deeply down that rabbit hole with that time and just saw like, hey, like I'm okay here, right? I'm down a pawn, but this obscure bishop position is going to be okay. And if that was the case, Radjabov stealing Fabi's thunder.
Yeah, no, really nicely done by Teimour at this point. And I think Fabiano's just trying to find a way, how do I keep pieces on the board?
Yeah.
Not taking some tremendous risk, but is there a way that I can maybe trade a pair of minor pieces or whatnot, but not trade the queens and the rooks and just allow Black to get into easy draw territory?
Yeah. Which is hard. I mean, you want to do it objectively, right? Not subjectively. We talked about that with Richard, right? You want to keep winning chances alive if you're Caruana, objectively so. And
I'm really trying to figure out how.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it. I mean, I want to play this I want to play this move, but it's probably losing.
No, actually, that's a nice looking move.
Can I do it?
Yeah, do it. Because
don't yell at me, computer.
No, it's not going to yell at you. because black may think, oh, I'm going to knight takes b3, just get rid of your bishop. But here there's knight takes f6.
Oh, nice. Removing the defender of the rook. If you take on d5, I take back with the knight with tempo before gobbling up a piece. I love it, I love it, I love it.
And Fabiano, nope. The queen c4.
Going for the endgame. I'm shocked about that decision, actually, just because of the position he's in, that he has to try to keep some chances on the board. So maybe he sees something about that endgame we don't, but we need to back this thing up because we also see that across the room, Richard Rapport has only 1 minute for 3 moves. We're going to head over there because we might be about to see a game that goes down in history as one of the many notches that that Jan earned on his way to winning another Candidates.
I'm coughing on the truth. I mean, this is just terrible. A3 is hanging. Behind the bishop is the pawn h3. Bishop c3 disconnects the rooks from each other.
That's a huge threat. You settle on giving h3 with check. It just can't. It can't be good.
No, that can't be good.
Jan is doing Jan things. Nepo. He's also just, it's like he put on a little bit of like Nepo serious face. Not so many grimaces or emoji. He's just like, it's like, hey, if you're going to give me these opportunities, like, let's go. I'm not going to apologize. I'm going to take what I want with check. Then I'll take another thing I want with tempo.
I took some of those walnuts. That wasn't a good call.
You did?
Yeah.
I told you. It's
I know you told me so I had to test it. Now I need water, but my water's kind of far away. So
well, go ahead and grab it. Yeah, we got to stop. Okay, we're gonna go back to almonds as far as the nuts that are hanging around. Besides these two nuts sitting on chairs here, crazy guys.
I'm choking up my water this time. Didn't know where you were going with that one.
I'm saying we're just a couple of nuts.
Didn't sound like that.
Robert,
choking up my water. I'm supposed to help me, you're not supposed to hurt me.
We have to change the protein snacks that the crew is giving us. Bananas and almonds.
You know that? You know when someone's like, "Don't do something," you're like, "No, I have to." You're like, "Oh, it tastes bad. It's bad for me." And I had to try it.
Oh man, I am doing everything I can to keep this show professional right now. You are welcome, FIDE. You are welcome, world, because I got a couple of D's jokes that I could take. Okay.
I'm supposed to stop joking. You're really making this difficult.
We're gonna go to the bird's eye view and back up.
You're killing me
for just a second.
I need more water now. You just made that joke. You were like, "Oh, Robert, you got to be all professional."
All right.
Woo!
All right. Queen G3 check has been played. Jan is last time. I'm just saying, Jan is going nuts in this event right now. He is winning every game. It's crazy, and Richard Rapport regretting his decision to go for the imbalance of rook versus queen. And again, it's just there's no more criticism needed, because again, I want to applaud the effort. I want to applaud the idea and the spirit of what he was trying to do, but it's also just it felt irresponsible to the situation he was faced with. He knows he doesn't have the best openings. He knew he ran into one in Jan Nepomniachtchi's prep in this Petrov. There's no way. And objectively, you have to believe in Jan's prep and believe in the eval and be like, all right, there's a reason he spent 40 minutes trying to figure it out. And you just feel like all those things being said, I know he wanted to win. It's not his job to worry about anything but himself getting a W, but it feels like we're a little bit too subjective there. And because now you're really out of it. Now you're losing, right? You're not drawing. And it's just tough. As someone who has made more decisions without thinking things through than a lot of people in life, including decisions I make on camera regularly. But I get it. But it's just, oh man, super heartbreaking for Richard Rapport here. And
yeah, no, I think our immediate reaction live in the moment was there's no way he's going to play on.
Yeah.
There's no way he's going to do it. And then he's thinking, and then he does it. And I think Jan made it look easy. Maybe it shouldn't have been this simple, right?
Yeah.
But Jan just, made sure his king was safe, pushed his h-pawn up the board, was able to trade those knights on e4, opening up the queen to
That was a super
gain access.
accurate, well-played plan there, that knight g5 plan.
And now it's just
Let's head over to
resigned.
that board. I mean, it's this knight to g5 idea, getting pieces off the board. And Robert foreshadowed it super well when this knight was all the way over on a6, where he said the way you want to approach the technique of these positions is figure out what trades help you, what trades hurt you. How do you improve on the material imbalance you possess versus the imbalance that your opponent possesses? And you asked a good question about whether the knight should be traded, and the answer was yes, you should. So Rapport didn't avoid it right away with this, and objectively, maybe Black could have even taken right away, by the way. But he still stayed on this plan, eventually coming around to the king's side, forcing the ponies off the board, and that has just made Black's life super easy because of how important that knight was to the defense of White's camp. With that piece gone, the wheels are coming off, and now Jan is he's in cleanup mode. He's in cleanup mode. He's dominating the 2022 FIDE candidates, and there really isn't anything else to say about it.
Yep. The wrong rook went to e3. That's
true too.
That was the decisive mistake from Rapport. And I wonder if at that point he just thought that he was lost, like no matter what. But if he thought he was lost no matter what, then he probably shouldn't have played on earlier. Right? It's all going to come back to that, right? We could say that this move was inaccurate, this move was actually a blunder, but his decision to play on when all is said and done objectively was not sound.
Yeah.
And we took, as you said, the subjective approach, like for the tournament, for his place in the standings, trying to take down the leader. But yeah, it was wrong. Yep. And I wonder if he would do it again. And I feel like the answer might not be no.
Well, and that's why he should be invited to every tournament in the world, because there are also times where you make huge decisions like that, they pay off. It feels like it was just wrong here. And unfortunately for the rest of the field, not just wrong for Richard Rapport's chances, but might be putting Jan in such a spot that is impossible to catch up with. So, of course, there's still a lot of chess to be played, and every single one of the players in the field, Robert, will get another chance at the tournament leader, right? And so you have that going for you if you're trying to stop this thing from getting out of hand. But when you're playing well and you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, look how well he's playing, the prep he has, you know what I mean? You might have your chance, but it's like, yeah, come and get me, big fellas, right? Come and get me, because the harder you try, the more you give someone like Jan Nepomniachtchi when they're on form winning chances, right? And now he doesn't even have to create fighting chess. He just plays his game, use his prep, and as people take unnecessary risks, i.e. Richard Rapport before us, Jan Nepomniachtchi just does his thing.
And what Jan needs right now, besides the next few moves to conclude this game, is he really needs Radjabov to not lose to Caruana.
Fabiano.
Because if Fabiano is trailing that closely, he's a half point behind, then you can't just take this approach like you're saying, just like, oh, let me just be solid, let me just force you to beat me.
Yep. And this move, by the way, super strong by Jan. The idea, everyone, is that you're putting the bishop on the diagonal that holds f2, so that when you give a check with the queen, you can't block with the rook. Or you can, but you'll lose it. And the whole reason for that is if you check with the queen and you block with the bishop, I spy with my little eye a little checkmate on g2.
Yeah. And
so
checkmate in one is in your flavor, and h-pawn promoting to a second queen, that's
also pretty good.
When there's mate in one, look for better.
Yeah, mate in one, look for better. Also prevents bishop h2, which was part of Rapport's idea, because after queen check, now you can't block anyway. You can't block with the rook because it's mate, and if you move the king, you win the rook here. So we are moments away from Richard Rapport simply resigning. Probably he has reached time control, so there wasn't any up. And right as I said it, the hands are extended. A quick nod. Jan is holding back positive emotions. I know that he said bishop g5 is the other way to avoid the draw.
Yeah. Or maybe someone with the knight g5 moment, but...
Yeah, but Richard clearly didn't know the line. But no, he's literally telling him that idea with the king g2, bishop g5 is the right way to avoid the draw, not the knight d2 line. That's what he just said. He was saying not knight d2. I could read lips.
Yeah.
Lost my hearing when I was younger. Long story. But not professionally, but I could make that out. He was saying bishop g5 is the right idea.
And we'll just show that position real quick because it is now one of the most critical moments of the 2022 FIDE Candidates, which was right here in this spot. He's saying instead of the commitment, the only way to avoid the draw at some point is to play either the knight d2 idea that Rapport did, which was bad, or this move here. And this is the right way to do it. After queen, well, either way, after bishop or queen takes, it's crazy, but it is closer to equal than the line that Rapport played in the game. But again, Rapport doesn't know the theory, and he did his best in the situation. Ultimately was unable to figure it out. Now you can meet this with like this move, and the point is white's pieces kind of come out. So
yeah, though, I think the queen coming back to d7, Rapport probably thought, I'm giving away a piece and still going to lose my queen, so I don't have enough material for it. So
yep, and that's
bishop g5, really hard move to play.
That is what happened. All right, well, because it is the major story of the day, a shocking one at that. Jan Nepomniachtchi wins with black again in the first half of this event. Round 1, he did so. Round 7, rinse and repeat. Good shampoo, avoid dandruff. And head-to-head in the first 7 rounds went his way. Let's take a quick look at what his next set of games will be. The head-to-head coming up for Jan, rounds 8 through 14. Robert, I mean, we're going to get to these other games, but there's nothing more important to talk about than this right now. Circle for me the trap games for Jan, the games that you think could go the other way if this field is to slow that man down.
Well, he's definitely not getting black against Rapport because he just did that. So we'll fix the graphic and make sure that's accurate. But we have the white piece against Liren and then black against Caruana. That is a tough slate of games because he does get the first move advantage against Liren, but Ding can play with both colors, right? He doesn't have to just sit and do nothing. Yep. And then the question is, what's Jan Nepomniachtchi's mindset like? Is he going into the game against Ding Liren thinking, I can just play with white, make a quick draw, be happy? Or is he going to play like a real game?
Yep. Yeah, we'll definitely switch that. It's white versus Rapport. And we will make sure we update that. But I think, again, I think the Caruana game right there, against black against Firouzja, right? Alireza, a very, very, very challenging opponent there.
Yep.
If Firouzja is on form there in the second half. So, and start things off, he gets white against Ding Liren. So he's in a great spot. That's the reality. Jan is in a great, great spot. So, all right, as we back up, we see that no longer in that spot, in that chair, is Jan Nepomniachtchi because he got the job done. The game is over. Richard Rapport out as well. We're going to take a very, very quick break. And when we return, we have 3 more games still being played in round 7 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Can that man keep pace with Jan Nepomniachtchi? Don't go anywhere because we're going to find out.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time, Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
And the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded one of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite Grandmaster Teimour Radjabov. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1, punched his ticket by ousting none other than World Champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Liren. Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. But we're not sure who that will be just yet. We do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the Candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess together.
And we are back in studio, maybe surprising the world that we're joined by the man who just racked up. You have more victories than the rest of the field so far, Jan. How are you feeling right now about the way you're playing in Madrid?
I mean, despite the score, I think it's like very, very much up and down because, okay, I had some really poor positions like against Fabi and against Hikaru.
Yeah.
I would say like mathematically, I think in both games I was losing, but I mean, especially it was more or less obvious in the game against Hikaru, but I mean, okay, I just mixed up everything, and in the game against Fabi, he played just so brilliantly, but he didn't come up with some computer line in the end, so he went for a repetition, but I mean, so far, indeed so good, but yeah.
So far, so good. You have 5.5 out of 7, which is a full point more than you had heading into the back half of the candidates and the odd broken up candidates that was the 2020, 2021. How do you maintain your focus at this point? You maintain yourself in the same rhythm, knowing that you're in a potentially commanding position.
Well, I don't think anyone needs to maintain focus on during the candidates. Yeah, it's a very challenging tournament anyway. So I'm just doing what I normally do. Yeah, I just prepare, play, have some rest, and then repeat. Yeah, and that's like
rinse and repeat.
That's quite. Sometimes it's quite boring, yeah, but sometimes this pays off. Like, for example, yesterday I paid some attention to the line which occurred today, so it was like quite lucky. But for me, I mean,
speaking of the line you prepared today, and you called it kind of quite lucky. How surprised were you when Richard decided to go against the repetition and play for knight to d2?
Well, this was. I would say it was more or less obvious because he spent so much time.
Right.
And I think maybe because he had six draws already, so he wanted like to fight and to catch up, you know, to beat the leader. Because also, you know, optically this position is nothing but clear that black is better. Because okay, for me it was like more or less obvious because I knew black is better. If white decides not to repeat. But you know, okay, I have this poor knight on e6. He has like 2 rooks, so it looks like he quickly comes like rook d1. But in fact, I think after he gave away h3 pawn, it was already it was never pleasant for him. And I'm not sure if I played well, but I think I managed to trick him into this endgame with queen and bishop against 2 rooks and a bishop. But I think it was pretty much over. So maybe he could, you know, defend better.
You said you knew the position well, and I'm not trying to pry where I'm not supposed to go as far as prep goes, but obviously you just came off of a World Championship match in Dubai and had a lot of prep for that. Do you mind sharing at what point in this game were you on your own versus the type of positions you were looking at for that?
Well, I believe bishop f4, I believe maybe something like king g2 computer says like you should like protect this pawn at least, but I'm not sure. And then I just bring my knight to e6 and this is like or f5.
Right.
Because I mean, in general, yeah, it's more or less obvious if he can't interrupt, me retaining the queen. It's quite easy to play for me. Yeah, like okay, I just push everything forward. And here I believe. I mean, once again, if you know, like you should like save fight for to save half a point. We might probably play differently. But after I think rook d1. I mean, it was illogical, but in fact, I guess this position is already not so simple. Yeah, I mean, so pieces are stuck, and well, I'm not sure. Maybe here a5 was the cleanest one. Yeah, like after a3, a5 to play it positionally, but somehow I felt like okay, this h5, queen f5, and stuff. Yeah, it's time to play for tricks.
Yeah, you like that. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you like that here. No, not to say you generally.
No, in general, everyone likes to play for tricks. Yeah, and especially then it's like the king is so exposed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, well, I think it was really hard for White to do something here.
Well, at this point, I don't know much more to say about the game other than, like you said, it became straightforward, and we were here just sort of applauding the performance. Let me ask you, I don't mean this to be in like a trap question, but at this point, do you feel like it's your tournament to lose?
I don't know. I'm not thinking about the overall results. So I have, one game per day, and that's what I do. I mean, I was like, I don't know. I can't say into the same shoes like 2 years ago in Yekaterinburg. Yeah, then I also had like +3 after 6 rounds, and then I lost a game.
Yeah.
But I mean, to compare, I mean, it was like 2 different tournaments, different lineups, and so on, and pretty much different games and pretty much different play also. But I believe everything can happen, so I'm just doing my stuff.
Yeah. I know the answer to this is simple, that your expectations coming in, you play every tournament to win the tournament, right? But from where? No? Well, let me ask, what were your expectations coming in? I mean, are you surprised by how
for example, like the previous tournament was in Romania, and I mean, okay, if it I would be very glad if it would go better, but in general, I had like my task to feel how it goes, to train a little bit. So I guess this is slightly okay. This approach can sometimes backfire, but in general, I mean, here it goes without saying, So you here have only one place which qualifies, but otherwise sometimes you just if you can play it to enjoy some chess or to train, it's also quite good.
Yeah. Are you enjoying the city of Madrid?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
But somehow I already spent quite some time in Spain, and also managed to visit Barcelona, so it's
there's
some chess tourism, partially.
So last thing I want to ask, just because it's been a storyline, the first time we haven't had a player in studio for the whole event, so I'm so excited to have you here. Is all the discussions surrounding Magnus's comments about whether he would play the World Championship match. I know that probably doesn't matter to you at all right now, but what are your thoughts on if he didn't play the World Championship match and you were faced off in a match versus the second place finisher here? Would that make you unhappy? Would you want it? Do you want another crack at Magnus? I'm just going to ask the question. You want another crack at the game?
I will think like after the tournament ends, and it depends. Strongly depends on the result.
Yeah.
But I mean, I really don't think it's the thing I should care. Right now, right here.
Right. It's totally fair. Totally fair. Mid-event for sure. Well, it's quite the event that you're having right now, Jan. And the everyone, I'm speaking for everyone here. It's just been impressive. It's been awesome, and we wish you the best of luck as you continue to drive forward. And so I won't ask what you're going to do with all this extra time you have, given that you were the first game done. But I hope you enjoy your Saturday and get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. I have a lot of things to prepare, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I got work to do, so we're going to let him get out of here and get back to the 3 games still going. This was Jan Nepomniachtchi. All right. Well, that was the man of the day, the man of the hour, and maybe the man of the tournament at the end when it's all said and done. Jan Nepomniachtchi is now sitting at 5.5 out of 7 points, with a blistering performance being put on here through the first 7 games in Madrid. And wow, I felt like I wanted to ask a few more questions about the specific prep of the World Championship, but then I started getting the feeling, respecting the fact that there's a lot of chess ahead, respecting that the answers to some of those questions may indeed reveal themselves on the board here at some point. And ultimately, just very appreciative of Jan Nepomniachtchi's time, and I hope you enjoyed the interview too, Robert.
Yeah, and you couldn't catch him. You were like asking him how he felt, if he did win the event.
Yeah.
Like, I just need to finish this event out.
Yeah.
And, he said that he made specific mention of round 7 last time around.
Yeah.
So he doesn't forget that he can be beaten.
Yeah,
He looks unstoppable right now with 5.5 points out of 7 games, but he knows that anybody in this field can take him down.
Yep.
So he's not looking too far ahead.
Yeah. No, super smart. Obviously, the mindset of a person who knows there's a lot of chess ahead, right? That's how he should be. It's like you notice when you see interviews with great athletes in other sporting events, in the middle of a season, right? When they're asked about a great victory and how unstoppable they feel, a lot of the answers are similar. Like it's one game at a time. We're focused on playing together, executing the game plan, right? When an athlete's in a zone, right, you can just tell that they've got a mindset. They know the job isn't done, and they're not going to slip and start thinking about, the prize before the prize is in hand, right? So he didn't answer my question about whether he wants another crack at Magnus. Right now he needs to win the tournament, but I would bet that he does want another crack at the king, and there's one person who might still have a chance to stop him from it being a foregone conclusion that Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to win the candidates here in Madrid, and Fabiano Caruana has his work cut out for him here against Teimour Radjabov. So let's dive right back into that game.
Yeah, Fabiano has been nursing an extra pawn for quite a while now, and we talked about the opposite color bishops, but pieces are still on the board. One of the variations we looked at earlier was where the queens came off and the rooks were off the board. And we said, okay, we know that this game is going to be a draw, but now all 4 rooks remain. And that makes Black's defensive task much more
harder.
difficult. And for Fabiano, he has a rook in the open file. He can bring his A1 rook over to D1 to line him up, and his control over the D5 square is going to be a huge nuisance for Radjabov to deal with going forward.
I'm surprised we got this position. Let's bring up the analysis board when we can, because I thought the line we looked at was super forcing. After queen c4, I'm trying to figure out what happened. So the queens were traded, and the line we were looking at was b5 as a means to force another trade. And this was the endgame we were predicting. Remember, we're like, hey, I was like, hey, I'd rather be black here, like even down a pawn, right? I mean, this is so simple. So instead, Radjabov trades queens and then chooses to play the move rook to c8 instead. I wonder if there was something about b5 that maybe I was being too careless to assume this is the move. Like maybe the move is actually just backing up the bishop. Actually, that makes sense. And now you're worried about your pawns, right? Now you've made some weaknesses. A4 could pry things open on the diagonal.
Yeah.
So okay. Let's see you, Fabi. Rook c8, bishop here, Robert. But now I'm feeling much better again about Fabiano's chances to keep this thing going.
No, this is exactly what you want for Fabiano. You have an extra pawn. You can press this advantage for a long time. And there's no easy out for black, right? There's no sequence where we see the rooks just come off or the knights get traded. There's a lot for Radjabov to figure out. And they're only at move 24. So both players have quite a handful to do here. There's a lot of work left because you need to get to move 40 to get more time. And there's currently a struggle with how should black continue to withstand the pressure that Fabi is trying to build up on.
Yeah. And even though the queens are off, and I kind of alluded to the fact earlier that with the ladies gone, the chances of an attack, a checkmate attack on the light squares are way less. But the truth is that now that we've seen the bishop reposition itself and this rook coming to d1, don't count out the fact that black is dealing with some real pressure over there on the queen side with the rook and bishop lined up on that diagonal. The fact that this knight not only has ideas of maybe jumping into that party on b7, but there's also other squares that the knight can join. So there's definitely a fight here ahead. Obviously, Jan Nepomniachtchi going to be hoping that Teimour Radjabov holds this one, just makes his job easier. Of course, as he said, he's focused on his chess. But everyone else thinking, well, if this is going to remain a 2-horse race, then Fabiano's got to pull this one out.
Yeah, and one more thing, in addition to what you mentioned, the d5 square and the knight hopping around, there's a possibility that bishop on e4 takes the knight on c6. So what has drawish tendencies are opposite colored bishops.
Yep.
But if this, rook a1 to d1, rook to d7, these kind of ideas happen, at some moment, black really has to look out for bishop takes c6, because that's not really a trade that black would want.
Like if you make a move and maybe I come in here, be a little careful. Yeah. But if I come in here, there's threats of taking and then knight to d5.
Yeah.
But there's also threats of taking here.
Exactly.
Because if you take with the rook, the 7th rank is mine, and if you take with the pawn, it's even better, right? I mean, or in some ways, the knight versus bishop is a dynamic you would much prefer over opposite bishops. Yeah, this has gone back. We're swinging back now to the fact that I'm more confident that white has a lot to play for here.
I actually don't see an easy plan for black. This is looking really problematic for Radjabov, and I understand that he was worried about the b5, a6 pawn configuration, but this is clearly less pleasant, right? Like maybe the other position had some holes, and I'm not going to dismiss that, but this is just clearly Fabiano can play with zero risk, and right now I'm sure Radjabov's thinking, can I take on c3, and then will that hurt white's queenside pawn structure? But then we'll never have opposite colored bishops because only one of us has a bishop. So I'm really liking the look of this position for Fabiano. I'm sure he's very, very happy to be where he is.
Let's look at that. So taking obviously gives the imbalance of the bishop versus knight the other way, meaning black is volunteering, and it does put a weakness on c3. But I guess the big problem is that this dominance of the d file is so concrete, right? And it's coming so fast that you don't have time to move this knight and go for anything aggressive if you're black.
And black has to play f6 before white does. Because white, if you give white a free move, f6 is about to win the h-pawn, and that wins the game.
That's going to be enough. You split the board, and the bishop has things to attack on both sides. That is exactly where it will flex its muscles over a piece like the knight. And so if you play f6, well, now I'm coming in, though, I think.
And then once black plays rook c7, we have bishop takes c6 here. Really important move. And maybe black can hold this, but I don't think so. You're down a clear pawn.
Yeah.
And what white can do is trade a pair of rooks, bring the king up to f2, play g4, h4, so throwing the pawns up the board. And this 4-on-3, despite the double pawns, now that's a real extra pawn advantage because you can just throw your pawns forward.
Wow. So it turns out maybe Fabiano's queen c4 that kind of had a surprise because of the line we were assuming is ultimately okay, given that forcing line we looked at with b5 had more chances to if you didn't trade than we realized. So Caruana showing that there was more that meets the eye. He knows he still has a ton of work ahead. And now knowing that his friend Richard Rapport was not able to be an amigo, right? He's saying, mis amigos, my friends. Someone else has to stop Jan Nepomniachtchi, right? But right now, nobody can. Though if Fabi wins, and we have two people at 5.5 and 5. Wow, I guess we know what we're talking about for the rest of the event. Whatever game those two guys are getting into.
We already were talking about that coming into this round. Like, oh, does anyone else have a chance? But if they're both winning and nobody else is, then that just leaves us with Jan and Fabi down the stretch.
But we're not there yet, so let's back up and again remind you where we stand. Yes, you are seeing correctly. If you just tuned in, where have you been? Jan Nepomniachtchi wins again with black. But there are two other games going on, and it's not a two-horse race yet. Decisive victories for any of the other players in the field could change that storyline. But we've had, let's see, we've had the most changes in Liren Firouzja. So I feel like we should head over there, even though I know it's looking more like a draw because I don't see how that b-pawn can advance quickly, right? You've got an outside pass b-pawn if you're Firouzja, which in theory is better than white's 4-on-3, but the pawn is sufficiently blockaded by Liren's knight and rook, and hard to see this getting too spicy from here.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where is that pawn a strength as an outside pass pawn,
or
is it a weakness because it's an isolated pawn? So if this king on g2 can quickly run king f3, king e3, wherever to get to c5, you can team up against that pawn. So even if you lose the pawn, that's the problem for white, if you ever hope to have winning chances, let's say the knights get traded and white wins the pawn, the 4-on-3 on the king side is still a theoretical draw that Alireza Firouzja knows very well.
Although in theory, if the other trade happens, the rooks come off the board with the pawn. That's actually a good lesson for viewers that the endgames often referred to as closest to king and pawn endings are knight endings, because if you have an extra pawn, even with no other advantages on this side of the board, there actually are some real winning chances there, even in a knight endgame. Very different than a rook ending. So Firouzja, I don't expect that to be the case. I expect this one to end peacefully, but if that time pressure somehow played tricks with his head, he does have 7 moves to make in 11 minutes. You have to be very careful not to get a knight versus knight 4-on-3 endgame, but okay. F6 was the last move. We highlighted Ding Liren's idea of getting the king in. Firouzja has similar plans up his sleeve. And okay, let's back up again and head on over to the other game we haven't touched on in a while. That, of course, is Jan-Krzysztof Duda's battle with Hikaru Nakamura.
Whoa.
This one is different than we left it, and different in terms of one side having chances. I think Duda is. Well, wait, but the D pawn's also hanging. Wait.
Yeah, but he's willing to give that pawn to infiltrate with his rook. Well, actually, this is a really interesting idea. So rook takes D4.
Okay.
If we can get this on analysis.
Yeah, we'll analyze it. Rook takes D4.
Yeah, rook E7. So I'm actually giving up a pawn temporarily. And once you play your bishop move, then I can take on B7, so bishop C6, I think. I think you need to protect the pawn like this. And then I take here. So after bishop takes B7,
I kind of want to do something else, right? Keep the bishop on the board.
Yeah, that's actually kind of annoying. And then if I go knight D8, you can still take on... wait, you can't take on C5. Right? Because you have rook C7 at the end with a pin.
So you'd have to move the bishop to a random square?
But then I can take on A7.
And I can't take C5. Even with D4, this is going to be a wild position.
Wow, yeah, your pawn is actually...
In fact, but maybe this move was better.
But I forgot about the D5 pawn actually being a usable piece.
Right.
It's been stuck in place forever.
It's been the weakest thing on the board, on any board. It's like an isolated pawn that you wanted to forget about. But in the game, we see knight to D8 played. Hikaru was about to move right there. But has not yet.
Yes, D4 pawn. That's been the key. Yeah. That's been, unfortunately for Duda, but great play by Hikaru. That D4 pawn has been targeted like all game, and that's the reason why Duda has been unable to increase his advantage.
Yep.
He finally did get his knight
probably
away.
Debating between taking the pawn or maybe playing a move like King F8, because you're going to lose a pawn no matter what, right? You're trading B for D here, but if you play King F8, you're stopping the rook from coming in, right? So is that the idea? Maybe are you more worried about rook E7 than you are about losing the B7 pawn? I'm not sure. I think both King F8 and rook takes D4 are possible, right?
Yeah, and the question becomes, can we trade off the minor pieces from Hikaru's perspective and then just liquidate into a position where the pawns are getting traded for one another? The rooks will just start gobbling up pawns. And if that's the case, then Hikaru will definitely go for that. There's no risk whatsoever.
Hikaru looking like he was about to play King F8 there, looking over here at the camera. What's up, buddy? We see you. Hikaru's thinking about what he's going to do next, and we're gonna catch up next here with his interview that he gave to Dina Belenkaya after round 6 before the rest day. He caught up downstairs before he exited the Palacio de Antonia, and we'll see what he had to say.
Hikaru, thanks for joining. We were speculating today. Has that been your biggest preparation ever?
No, I mean, I've had some other games which have been worse. There's one in particular. I had this game against David Howell, actually, in the London Chess Classic I don't know, maybe it was 2012, and basically he played the first, I had prepared the first maybe 40 moves. Unfortunately, he managed to find all the best 40 moves as well, and the game ended in a draw. So that was actually a little bit worse than today. But, I mean, joking aside, I think Ding, I mean, he found all the best moves. Bishop takes b5 probably isn't the best way to simplify, but the way he found like the c5, I mean, all these moves, I mean, this is the main line of what I had looked at. So it was just very impressive by Ding over the board to figure it all out.
So there was no moment where you could have played a little bit better?
I mean, maybe after knight g5. I mean, I'm sure after knight g5, there's probably some rook and pawn endgame I can get somehow where I'm up a pawn, but it should be a technical draw. I mean, I think I saw one with bishop g5, queen g5, maybe queen d4, queen c1, and queen c4, and I think I can get maybe 4 pawns versus 3 on the king side, but it is a draw if Ding plays accurately. So that's why I didn't do that. I mean, also, of course, I saw Jan was doing great and probably winning, so I figured I would just kind of play this whole rook g3 thing after thinking forever. And I wasn't really sure if it was okay or not okay, but I figured who cares? I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And yeah, it just unfortunately Ding found rook d5, and I had to go for this bishop g7. If he had played something else, I think maybe I would have had some chances to win. But hey, played a good game.
Rook a3 was your preparation, but still, didn't you have some flashback from yesterday's rook lift?
No, not at all. I mean, I actually wasn't thinking about that during the game. I mean, I was basically hoping that Ding would make a blunder, and he kept playing every best move. I mean, he played bishop f5, rook d8, c5, all of these moves, and of course this is unknown, so for him to find all these moves was just disappointing. So I was waiting for that move, which I hadn't looked at, and he kept finding the best moves, but that's life.
Perhaps one more question for today. When you play online, you always explain your moves, your ideas. When you play here at the candidates, do you still have that kind of a voice inside of your head explaining the moves?
Not really. I mean, I think the one thing I would say is there are certain times, like yesterday's game against Jan, where there's this one position where I can play either rook e3 or knight h4, but those are the only 2 moves. So in my mind, I was kind of thinking about what are the possibilities and sort of talking to myself about what the 2 moves were. But in general, I mean, I think you just try to play, and I don't really think about such things during the game for the most part.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Sure.
That was a great interview. I'm going to go Dina. I'm going to go Hikaru. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was about as thorough as Hikaru's preparation against both Ding Liren and David Howell.
Yeah. The preparation was thorough, and Ding Liren's defense was amazing. I like the question about whether Hikaru has his own voice in his own head while he's talking through variations in his games. And because we all know that voice as he talks through variations on stream to thousands.
Takes, and
then takes, and then the Hikaru pop. Wait, I got an idea. He's got his jacket on. We've seen him do that a few times, Robert, and it kind of means he thinks the game is a draw. I don't know if that's the case today. Maybe they lowered the air conditioning. It is getting a little hot in here, by the way. Maybe they lowered the AC downstairs. Who knows? But
no, I think he believes after bishop c6 that
it should be a draw.
It should be a draw. And we were talking about this right before we played that interview, that in many of these positions, what Black is about to be able to do is try to trade minor pieces and then just trade some of the queenside pawns and hold the balance. So, I mean, great play by Hikaru. If you scroll through this game quickly, you would think, oh, it was nothing. It was just a draw. But he actually was in some trouble.
Accurate.
Yeah, because the knight was just clearly better than the bishop. And at the highest levels of chess, that can make all the difference, right? Where just a nagging advantage that continues to pester your opponent until they feel like I need to do something really active, change the nature of the game. And Hikaru didn't do that. He just played good move after good move and was able now to get in a position where he should be able to make a draw without too much more effort.
Yep. Yeah, let's bring up the analysis board and scroll through that, because it is super instructive, because just to show that we were looking at a position like this after Jan-Krzysztof had induced the move f5 because of the threat of checkmate, right? So you induce this move f5, but that's such a huge commitment to your structure, weakening the pawns, weakening the dark square in front of it. And Robert did a really good job at the time of saying that bishop b3 has a concrete threat. Depending on what happens in the position, make some random move, the pieces getting traded on this square, changing the structure, opening up the weakness of e5, potentially goes for a position where we pointed out just how bad the position is for Black when the material's equal and the computer thinks that White is basically up 2.5 points. Just so look at the structure here. and look at the computer's eval, right? Look how dominant this position is for white. Not just our chess positional, the way we like to teach thing, even the computer agrees. Mathematically, this is basically lost for black. And then look at what happened in the game and see if you can notice the difference. He played queen b6. We end up getting that structure. But everything was super accurate. This move is accurate enough to just make it not so easy for black to be able to deal with the e-file. Then, instead of taking here and helping white, you play rook e8, which brings the rook to e4 very quickly. And so in this position, again, it's the same structure, Robert. That's what's fascinating to me about this, right? Literally the same position. We just had the computer saying, you're up a piece. But because of the unique, accurate, defensive, aggressive moves Hikaru played, white is never able to get access to the weaknesses or even the pawns without consequences, right? So again, I think what you're saying is really true. Just super interesting to see how precise Hikaru was in his defense as we catch up to the live game that will probably be a draw.
Yeah, and from Duda's perspective, he was a bit imprecise, and that allowed Hikaru to get the activity. But right now, this is actually an extremely interesting moment. Because Hikaru can play the move rook d4 to a4. Because Duda did not just take the pawn a7. And by putting the rook there, you're protecting your a7 pawn while attacking a3. Black's already up a pawn. And Duda won't even take a pawn after rook a4. He's going to bring his king up to f3. He's waiting for Hikaru to take his pawn. His king is going to walk up the dark squares. And despite in that initial position being 2 pawns down, white is definitely no worse, and black may still have a few things to figure out.
Yeah, Hikaru he put on his jacket, but you can see he's taking pause and appreciating the dangers in this position. Oh, there it is. Well, he's got an idea. Pop up. But I really like that. In fact, let's go right back to the analysis board and show that, because that's instructive. If this happens and you carelessly take this pawn, again, carelessly, how many people watching would just take this pawn, right? It's with check.
Everyone in chat just raised their hand.
Everyone in chat, if they were honest, just raised their hand. Unless they're playing armchair engine, chess engine quarterback. Here comes king f4, and all of a sudden, you try to go after another pawn, and okay, well now I can take it because I've already solved my problem of getting out. But any other careless moves here, like let's say a5 or something, right? You try to come up, here comes the king. And this is one of those positions where you see the dangers of your king being on the back rank, despite being down a pawn in a rook ending, white is winning.
Yeah.
So I love that. That was a really instructive idea you showed of Duda's plan to put the king on f3. And I expect that after rook a4, which is now on the board, Duda will play king f3. Nope, he's taking. Okay, well, that was fun. At least we learned something, chat. Because apparently Duda, why would...
I really thought he was going to play king
f3 was a better try. What was Hikaru going to do instead of taking the pawn?
I don't have an exact answer for you. I mean, it's still even with best play. Maybe you start with a5, that way you don't want the king in, and only after the rook takes on c6. Now you're the black king.
Now you can take and then come up.
Although this still is not that easy.
Still not so simple, yeah. White is
king e5.
I think Duda, okay, it was objectively a draw anyway, but I think he could have taken a page out of Robert Hess's book over there.
I think Hikaru would have played king f3.
I think Hikaru would have played king f3. I think Magnus would have played king f3. I think maybe Duda just decided, all right, it was over. He's just trading down here. c6 is a literal draw offer, and we're about to see our second game finish here in round 7 at the 2022 FIDE Candidates.
And Hikaru is making that face of, how do I want this draw to occur? Should I push my a pawn, or should I just take the c6 pawn right now and immediately trade the queen side? So that's what he's trying to figure out. Yeah, instead of just offering a draw at some point, how do we get that repetition going?
Yeah. Rook a5, a3.
He's taking on, a3, you're right. I thought he was going to take on c6, you know. He's going to force Duda to push that pawn.
Yeah. Not much to analyze anymore here. We're going to let them wrap this thing up, and right as we said it, they shake hands. And another game is done here in round 7. Not quite as exciting as the Rapport Nepomniachtchi explosive result with explosive effects for the rest of the standings, but Hikaru is kind of not sure what else Jan-Krzysztof could have done there.
It's kind of funny you say that, because I feel like games like the one that these two just played are like the most interesting. Because some games where the Rapport game, for example, you should have taken the draw, or if you were going to plan, you should have done this. There's a very easy explanation for the most part of how that game could have gone. Here it's like, for 12 consecutive moves, you can argue about like these little nuances.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of fun as a chess player to go through. But I don't think Jan-Krzysztof Duda is having a lot of fun. He would have preferred to squeeze a victory out of his advantage.
Yep. And there we see what remains ahead. We have Liren and Alireza Firouzja. Only 4 minutes for Firouzja. So we'll probably head over there and just check where things are at in terms of the move number. Only a couple moves to make.
Wow, but Radjabov now is in big time trouble.
Radjabov in big time trouble, and he actually just made a huge commitment to take on C3. You know what? We're going to go over there. Change of plans. Caruana, Radjabov it is, because bishop takes C3, Robert, I think is telling of what he's figured out, which is, you know what? I can't just sit anymore. There's no passive way for me to hold this. I have to do something very active right now.
And if you look, that was move 28 from Radjabov, and if you look at the clocks, that means he has 30 seconds per move going forward on average.
And Fabi, not in much better shape, actually. Fabi also has 12 moves to make in only 8.5 minutes. So both of these players are going to be on the edge of their seat, which gets me excited. You know, there's only 2 things in life I like better than time pressure.
I'm not going to...
And neither one of them are something we're going to talk about.
Yeah, I was very tempted to allow you to say, like, no, let's avoid that altogether.
Here we go. Time pressure it is. 120 minutes is what the players have to make their first 40 moves. After that, you get an hour added onto the clock. And if you are still playing at move 60, it's increment time, which means you get 30 seconds per move for the rest of the game. So that time control has led to some of the exciting moments we have here in the candidates. It's also been met with some criticism by the players. It's a fun storyline. We'll get into it later. Right now, let's talk about the chess.
Okay, well, Fabiano just played a move rook c1, clear point, defending this pawn on c3, and f6 played by Teimour Radjabov, and the evaluation went up, but I'm actually not so concerned with the evaluation as I am concerned with the idea. f6 prevents white from playing that move. White was ready to sacrifice the pawn any moment to shatter black's kingside structure.
Yep.
The problem with playing f6 is king g3, king h4, king h5 at the right moment. Maybe that moment is now, and if I'm able to kick your knight out of e5 with an eventual f4, this would be a losing ending. So this is actually a scenario where I think Fabiano has great chances because he's a very clear path for his king.
Yep. Well, we've got fireworks potentially about to happen here on the board. We also are being told we have Hikaru Nakamura here in studio. I'm not sure what's going to happen with that or how we're gonna transition or handle this, but a huge shout out to Hikaru for being here. Fabi, by the way, went for your idea, Robert, immediately playing king g3, and I really like how quickly you pointed out that the knight, while looking pretty on e5, this is not a real outpost square, everyone. Remember, an outpost square is a square where you can't be kicked by a pawn. So while the knight might look pretty, it's not permanently stable there, and the moment white has a reason to do it, white will kick that knight.
And this is a moment where the double pawns are good, because if you put that f3 pawn on, say, e3, then the knight has a stable outpost, and you're never getting to g6.
Yeah.
So Fabiano's plan is clear. Radjabov is move 30. He's now down 5 minutes, 18 seconds. He's really in some huge time trouble because Fabiano's path, king h4, king h5. How is Radjabov going to survive this game with that plan being so obvious?
Yeah, and also with only 5 minutes to figure out what he's going to do for the next 10 moves. So it was an active transition. Let's analyze it real quick. Back up just a little bit to what happened with bishop takes c3.
Great move by Fabiano.
Yeah, rook 5 to d2, by the way. Almost, I guess in hindsight, that's what I didn't realize when we came to it. That's why I wanted to go, is it was basically forced. You basically had to take c3 because knight d5 is about to be on the board. So now that I see that, I realize it wasn't just that he chose not to sit. He actually was forced to do so. Put the knight on e5 after Fabi defends the pawn where we stand. So, but it shows you how tricky this position became the moment that that relocation of the bishop to this diagonal was on the board. And yeah, all right. Well, we've got a position where Radjabov is in some real pressure here, and we have now a real treat in studio as we are joined by the one and only Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, thank you for being here.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's been an interesting event, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I want to get your thoughts about what happened in this round. I would love to get your thoughts on how did you react to what was happening on the board between Rapport and Nepomniachtchi?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the thing is, fortunately, in my game, it was very dry from the start, so it wasn't like there was a moment where I could suddenly change something based on what was happening in the other game. But I mean, when I saw this position, I mean, obviously, White can take a repetition and make a draw, and with the time control the way it is with no increment, I mean, the more Richard thought and finally didn't take the draw, I had a feeling he was going to lose the game.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like a situation where he should probably think for maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then either you go into it or you take the draw, but you make a decision right there and you leave yourself a bunch of time, because in the game it looked like he was probably okay, but he was already low on the clock like everybody else is against Nepo, and just fell apart, for lack of a better way of putting it.
We could... It's unfortunate this is the first interview we've been able to have in the event, because there's just been so much that's happened, so many great games. I would love to talk to you about your victory versus Radjabov, the incredible game versus Alireza Firouzja. So I'm saying that because I don't know how to get into all those topics. I'm not sure we'll be able to, but I also would love if you analyze a little bit of this one with me, because you might be able to help me kind of close it out.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think first and foremost, what I would say is this tournament, it has some shades of actually the tournament that Fabiano won in St. Louis. Now, mind you, in St. Louis, Fabiano was the only player who was winning games, but when you have so many strong players, it feels like there are very few opportunities to win games.
Yep.
And all the opportunities seem to be in Nepo's game, and I guess to a lesser extent, Fabiano's. I mean, he obviously got a bit of a gift from Alireza when Alireza went insane. But there are so few opportunities, it feels like all those opportunities are happening in one person's games, and there just aren't really, there isn't much to go around, I guess.
Talk about that, because I was talking about that with Robert earlier. I was saying that in some ways, obviously you have to play well to win a tournament like this, right?
Obviously.
But you also have to get opportunities, right? You have to, for lack of a better way to put it, not lucky necessarily, but there has to be a chance to push. And how much do you think a little bit of luck plays into who ultimately goes on to win these tournaments?
Well, I mean, I think you create your own luck, obviously. Jan has been moving very quickly, very confidently throughout the event, and so he's made his own luck. I mean, but yeah, there certainly is a factor. I think like today, for example, in my game, if the other Jan had been a little bit more aggressive, the game could have gotten really interesting. But instead, he just traded everything off on d5, and there was just nothing there at all, even though I think objectively I might have been a little bit worse if he hadn't done that. So it's what it is. But you know, every tournament is different, and I guess at the end of the day, you hope you'll get opportunities. If you don't, well, that's just life. Really. If your opponents play well, I mean, I thought, for example, my game against Liren is a perfect example where I had great preparation. I think I caught him by surprise, and then he played every best move. And I feel like, you know, for example, you look at like a game of Jan's, say someone finds all the best moves and makes a draw, it's a different situation, but they don't find the best moves. And then like in my case against Ding finds all the best moves. I mean, it's just, sometimes it seems very random. But I mean, to be fair, Jan has created a lot of his opportunities because of how quickly he's played and how confident he's been throughout. So it's not too much of a surprise, perhaps you could say.
Well said. Do you mind analyzing a little bit of this with me? Only because we're right when you came in, we're kind of in the time pressure moment where we've got 3 minutes for Radjabov to make 6 moves, and actually Bobby just playing F4. This is looking a little bit tougher by the move for Black.
Yeah, I mean, Teimour decides, like this is another example. Teimour decides to play a very random Sicilian out of nowhere.
We were super surprised by that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think what he did was okay objectively, but he plays a random Sicilian out of nowhere instead of being like rock solid like he normally is. So again, sometimes if you want to call it luck or whatever, that plays a role. But still, Fabiano, I mean, I thought he was surprised in the opening, but he responded in a way that seemed very human. And I don't know where Teimour went wrong, but it just looked like he ended up down a pawn. And maybe there's some way with his knight on d4 to simplify. I mean, I didn't really look at it very closely, but now it just looks, I mean, completely lost.
Any chance for Black to hold this? So if the knight moves King G6, or take me through what you're seeing here.
Well, the problem is, where's the counterplay? Basically, I mean, you're not like, for example, say there were no A pawns on the board, and you were able to win the C pawn, you would have a passed B pawn. But with A and C versus A and B, I mean, basically, even if you get the C3 pawn at some point, your whole king side is collapsed and you just lose. Because you don't have a pass pawn on the queen side. So, I mean, if Teimour saves this, I mean, I'll gift 100 subs to the chess.com channel on Twitch, because there's just, I don't see the counterplay, basically. I mean, where is the counterplay? The king's going to G6, and then you can slowly play G3, G4, H4. And I mean, maybe even put the bishop on F3 at the right moment, put the rooks, stack the rooks on the D file, or put them on D4 and E1 even. I don't see it. I really don't see it here. This also looks bad. No, because now there's bishop d5, knight b6, bishop e6, and king g6, and ale to the up the king side.
Oh man.
No, I mean this is just terrible. No, I mean this should just be pretty cleanly winning. I mean,
if you put the knight on f8.
What is the time? Yeah, but knight f8, g4, rook d7. Oh yeah, and there's some kind of mate on h3 if I go rook d1, rook c3.
Oh, at the end of the line, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, still though,
I think I'm translating Hikaru right, and that you were quickly calculating. You have to be careful of this.
Yeah, because like rook e4 would be winning if there's not
Right,
there isn't
okay.
some rook h3, but rook h3 is
Okay,
checkmate,
cool.
so
So
would
that
be
would be bad.
very unfortunate. But I mean, the thing is, what is the time situation? Fabiano has
6 more moves to make in 3 minutes for Fabi, 2 minutes for Radjabov.
Yeah, I mean, if Fabiano doesn't blunder before time control, he's going to win this game.
Yeah.
Because if he gets to move 40, then he's going to have an hour to think and calculate all the very long lines, and he'll find something and he'll win the game. So basically, if Fabiano doesn't blunder the next 6 moves, he's going to win this game.
Is that ever in your head at this point? I mean, are you still always trying to just play the most accurate move next, or are you sometimes like, okay, just it's like possession in like NFL, just hold on to the ball to get to move 40? Are you ever thinking like that here?
Well, it's tricky because the time control, there's no increment. I mean, as I've said many times, every tournament that I play has increment except this one. So it's a little bit odd that you don't have increment, because when you're getting those 30 seconds, if you run your clock down to like 5 seconds, you make the move, you get 30 seconds, you can think. But if you make a move and you're down to like 5 seconds and you don't have the next move planned, you're in big trouble.
Right.
So it's kind of, it's a situation where you kind of just like have to make some moves, although now it's getting tricky. Just like I said, it's getting a little bit tricky here, isn't it?
Yeah, Fabiano didn't play your bishop d5 move. That probably was a little more accurate. So now he has to figure out how to deal with c3.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the eval bar says white is winning. I mean, I can see that, but yeah, I mean, this is very unpleasant suddenly. What's it have? 227. So
227, minute 29, 4 moves to make.
Yeah, and the problem is like rook d8. If knight c3, you don't have rook d6 because your bishop hangs on e4. If you could go rook 3 d6, you'd mate next move, but bishop's hanging.
Okay, so he plays
king g6. Okay.
Radjabov takes the pawn. No
Yeah,
hesitation.
but see now there's going to be counterplay because you're going to get passed pawns on the queen side. That's great. I spoke too soon. So yeah,
no, but that was the idea you were pointing out. That's actually super important. And how does white break through here? Because you got to get something on the 7th rank before g7 can fall.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to go, what, bishop f3, knight a2, rook d7 or something, and maybe it's still winning. But again, it's getting messy. Yeah. I mean, Teimour's going to get counterplay here. He's going to at least get a hope. Whereas I don't think he should have gotten any of this counterplay. So he's going to at least get a hope. I mean, I still, again, obviously I can see the bar, so I can tell that it's lost. But I mean, considering how bad the position was, at least you have a glimmer of some kind of counterplay here.
And he's going for it. Knight a2. Yeah, that means that the chat has a glimmer of hope that Hikaru is going to gift 100 subs. So watch out, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, again, I still think Fabiano should win this. I mean, rook d7.
Yeah,
rook d7, b4, king g7, knight c3. I mean, it should be winning. It should be winning, but yeah, it's just somehow it feels
scary.
Because you could also lose this now. Because if you go like king f6, b3, for example, and then you trade rooks and go rook d2, then I go a5, a4, and just like that, I think you might be lost. Okay, I mean, computer says white's still okay, but yeah, it gets very, very messy, very messy out of nowhere. So I mean, yeah, it looks like
one move now to make with 1 minute. For both players, roughly.
Yeah, I mean, this move is very obvious. I mean, you just go b4, knight c3. I mean, with some combination. Which one do you play?
Plays knight c3 first.
Okay, yeah, I mean, and this is also dangerous because now, I mean, there's no increment in second control. So like if Fabiano thinks, which I expect him to think for like 20 or 30 minutes after king g7, b4, he's still going to have to use time on every single move. So, yeah, I mean, you assume he'll find a way, but I really wouldn't. I wouldn't like this position. I wouldn't like to be white here. Yeah. Based on the trajectory of the way the game is going versus where we are now, I would not have. I would not be happy if I was Fabiano here. I would not be happy at all with this.
But he's got 30 seconds to find one more move. Once he does, we'll probably will take a breath and have a couple more questions with the man Hikaru here. But don't go anywhere, everybody. We still have 2 games in progress in this round, and king g7, b4. Wow, Raja has the time, but he plays it anyway. No.
No,
Okay,
actually, he did.
his
That was
last
move 40,
okay.
right? Yeah, but I mean, this is going to be very, very tricky here.
You know it's stressful when both players get it. It doesn't matter whose move it is, right? They're like, all right, let's take a break.
Yeah, I mean, what the computer says you can go king f6, b4, rook d2, and then just run the king and go f6, f7, I guess. But
king f6.
Yeah, I mean this probably will happen on b3, and then I think you go rook d2, and black's just too slow because a5, king d6, a4, f6, a3, f7. The f pawn. E6. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said that. I was just moving.
Yeah, I said g6, but I mean it doesn't matter. I mean either way. Yeah, and you're just too fast here,
Okay.
I guess. It's just one tempo. So Fabiano, I mean, actually, I assume he'll find this. Because it's not that hard because black doesn't have many moves here either. I mean, if you get to this position after, this is the position right now, right?
Yeah,
so after king f6, b3, rook d2, a5 is the only move. Because you're just going to go, I mean, you have a clear plan, move the king, e6, g6, and just push the pawn up the board. So it's actually not so hard to calculate. Because black doesn't have alternatives, so as long as you can see that you can move the king, yeah, Fabiano should win this game.
All right, well, let's back out real quick because you made a comment. If I'm quoting it correctly, I heard that you said that you thought if there was increment, Radja might have held that game against you. Here we have a game that without increment obviously had a lot more drama. What are your thoughts on the time control in general, and obviously the fact that it doesn't line up with what you've consistently played, but if it wasn't for that, are you generally okay with it? Just give me your thoughts on it.
I mean, the game changes. I mean, I'll say this: I think I would have beaten Nepo if there was increment. I think if there was increment, I probably would have kept the game going, even though I'd already thrown it away to some degree with this whole knight b3, bishop c3. If I have 7 minutes there and I'm getting 30 seconds every move, I probably still play on quite a bit. But without the increment, it's a completely different ball game. So that's another game that I think would have gone differently if the time control was different. I think it's just weird because I think all of us are so used to playing with increment, whether it's the World Rapid and Blitz, Rapid or Blitz, or classical chess, whatever it is. I think about people like Grishchuk without increment. I mean, that guy, he probably would have lost like 50 points in the last 2 years or something.
Yeah, exactly.
He would have lost so many of his games in those scrambles. But I mean, you adjust to it, obviously. I think it's just the main thing is if you get below a certain amount of time, you just have to go with it. Actually, I would say it's very similar to the RCC, which I played on chess.com. The first day it's 10-0, and then on the second day it's 10+2. And like on the first day, there's a certain amount of time. I would say somewhere around like 2.5 to 3 minutes, where if it's headed towards an end game, you just have to go into it. You can't really calculate at that point. So yeah, it's difficult getting used to it, and I think in a tournament like this where everybody's so well prepared, there are going to be a lot of surprise in the opening, so it definitely adds to the drama. I think for spectators it's probably better. I think for the players it's much worse. So it cuts both ways, is what I would say about the time control.
I'm gonna ask the overarching question because we were unfortunately not able to have you after some of the earlier games. Just give me your quick synopsis, if you would, on how you feel you played through the first half of the candidates here in Madrid, both your form and maybe some of the critical moments. How do you feel that things have gone?
I mean, I think I've played excellently. I think if I look at my result, it's about where I should be. Maybe I could be on +1 if I had beaten Jan. But I think I've played well. Fabiano, of course, I made this one very big error, castling kingside when I shouldn't have in the first round. Maybe I shouldn't have lost that game. At the same time, you could probably argue that I could have lost to Alireza, so I think that's pretty much a wash. I've played well. I can't complain. Certainly, if there's one thing I would say, I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, obviously, the tournament still has a long way to go, but I am a little bit surprised at perhaps the preparation from some of the players. It doesn't feel like they necessarily used all this time to find a lot of great ideas, I guess is what I would say. I mean, I think Richard, for example, I'm a little bit surprised by what he's done throughout this event. I mean, Liren, I guess, didn't have much time, but Alireza also, it doesn't seem like he, has come up with a lot of really brilliant opening ideas the way I would have expected, considering he had like 9 months to literally prepare for this tournament and only this tournament.
Yeah,
so
he hadn't played much.
Yeah, so I mean, I would say that's maybe the one surprise to me. But overall, I'm happy with my play. I mean, if people like Jan are just going to win every game, there's not much that I can do about that. I mean, you can only concentrate on your own game. So,
what are your thoughts on that? I mean, as you look at moving to the back half, and obviously the storyline is right now, who's going to stop Jan? Can anybody at this point? 5.5 out of 7. It's one of the best scores ever there. So, what will be your approach going up against him, and what do you think is going through all the players' minds right now?
Well, first thing I would say is, I said this on my stream, so to me this is no surprise. I literally said on my stream multiple times, the odds makers, I don't know what they're talking about. They've Ding and Alireza doing the favorite.
We were saying like if there was real money in betting on chess at this point, like we would be making a lot of money because the odds makers definitely had this wrong.
Well, I mean, I said it multiple times. I thought there were two clear favorites, Fabiano and Jan, because they're the two players who have played this tournament and won this tournament, so they have a lot of experience in it. Whereas Ding, he only played the last time, and sure, you can say what you want about COVID and perhaps being stuck in a bit of a lockdown before the event, but he didn't perform well last time. So I thought he and Alireza were a little bit of outsiders, perhaps. You know, I think just drawing on my own experience from playing in the candidates in 2016. I mean, I was very nervous. I slept horribly. It was a very, very rough event for me. I mean, at a certain point, I was on -2. I did win a couple of games in a row to get back to even, but I was never really in contention, and the pressure just kept building every day. Whereas this time, I don't really feel any pressure at all. I'm just trying to play good chess. So it's night and day for me. And having had that experience, I think certainly for someone like Alireza, who's never played before, it's a lot to expect him to suddenly play really, really well, considering that the stakes are so different than any other event he's played in. So for me, it's not a surprise. Can someone stop Jan? I mean, obviously it's possible. Fabiano, if he wins this game, he's also going to be on +3, so he'll be half point behind. But yeah, I mean, I think one of those two guys have the best
while we
chance.
have Hikaru in here, because I want to ask one more question. I don't want people to be mad that we don't have the boards up. We're going to keep Hikaru here because he's an awesome interview. So that way people don't get mad about where that's going. I want to ask you about that. So what you said about Alireza, you know, another storyline everyone was talking about, not just the pressure on him, the comments Magnus made, but then the fact that he kind of disappeared for the last 6 months, and now we've seen some difficulties for him coming out of the gate. Like, what would be your assessment of what's kind of going on there as Firouzja seems to be struggling a little bit with his form?
I mean, there are a couple of things. First thing is that I think actually, again, drawing on my own experience from 2016, when you put all your eggs in one basket and it's all about this one tournament, it really does feel like every single game there's this massive pressure on you. And I think Alireza and probably his father and his brother, they perhaps didn't realize just how much pressure it's going to be. And then secondly, as well, like when we talk about the pressure, I've said this many times on my stream, the candidates generally is a tournament where people play the worst objectively. If you look at the quality of the play, the blunders that you see, for example, Bishop H2 that Radjabov missed, I mean, if this is, I'm just going to use a tournament, there's nothing against a tournament, if it's a tournament like Norway chess, I mean, Radjabov finds a move. He finds a move in 5 seconds, no issues whatsoever, but suddenly in the candidates, he doesn't find it. You know, I made this huge blunder. I mean, Richard didn't win that game against Alireza, and so it's just a different beast completely when you play in the candidates.
Is it just because of the pressure of what's at stake?
Yeah, I mean, it's the only tournament where you finish second and you feel like you finished in last place. Only tournament that you can do that. You can gain 10 points, finish in second place. I mean, I think like Fabiano in 2016 when he finished second after Sergey who won the event. I mean, he felt terrible, but I think he had a very good event overall. It was great, but finished second, it's just a huge failure. Right. So. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to be learned for Alireza. Certainly as well, it's also a different tournament because players have a lot more time to prepare. For example, if I look at the Grand Prix, which I played in Berlin, I mean, I maybe did like a little bit of casual prep the week or 2 weeks before the event, and that was all I did. Yeah. But here, everybody has months to prepare, so it's much harder to find surprises and catch people off guard. And I think, I mean, that also makes it a lot different, a lot more challenging in many ways. So. Yeah. I'm sure he'll learn from it, but it's certainly something that I think you should just kind of try to play, just try to keep some sort of routine and not bet everything, not bet the whole house on this one event, because certainly it hasn't gone his way.
Great answers, Hikaru. You're an awesome interview. I have one more question I want to ask, and then we'll let you. If Fabiano is to go on and win,
I mean,
this
I can
game,
just stay here.
Okay, well,
I mean, I can stay here for another 10, 15 minutes.
This awesome to have you here, and it's great thoughts, great content, right? As you know, you're the biggest chess streamer in the world. If Fabiano does go on to win this game, and the storyline becomes, with all due respect, that you kind of have a 2-horse race going, right? Does that change your approach to how you play them? Does it change other players' approaches? What's going through the other 6? You guys are all, can I say badasses at what you do? You're all badasses. So but now you got 2 guys that are leading. Are you going to change your approach against them?
I mean, we'll see. I play Fabiano tomorrow, so probably it's better if I don't answer that super clearly. But I think there is one thing that is a problem with the format, which is that, as everybody knows, the prizes are based on every half point you score. So if you end up in a situation where only 2 players are in the running for first place, there's some incentive for the other players to not particularly give it their best effort. considering how much money there is for every game in a sense. As far as my approach, I mean, we'll see whether I change something or I don't change something. But as I've said before, I'm just going to play my own game. If things break my way, that's great. I mean, it doesn't seem like they are, but I just keep playing.
You keep playing your game, and you don't rule out the idea that you might be able to put a few wins together, right? I mean, you never think about it like it's over.
Actually, that's the thing is when I played in 2016, it was a very bad event because I started off, I think. I lost. I mean, I drew my first game to Fabiano. I think I lost in round 2, or maybe it was round 3 to Sergey. And then two or three rounds later, I also lost to Levon. So I was very quickly on -2 at the halfway mark.
Yeah.
And I mean, it felt like the world was ending. Just really, really miserable. I was not in a good mood. And then I was able to sort of catch lightning in a bottle and win 2 games in the middle against Topalov and Anand. Not in the middle, sorry, towards the end. But I won 2 games in a row, and suddenly, just like that, it was a completely fine result. So. Yeah. I mean, you kind of just take it one game at a time. You hope something happens. I mean, today actually I was a little bit optimistic for about one moment that I might get some chances, but then Duda just killed the game. So, yeah. It's what it is. But it's fun to play, and it's I'm enjoying it.
I guess I'll bring it to a close there to make sure we catch some of the final moments and kind of whatever. Although.
You're going to get a 20-minute think here by Fabiano, so it's not.
That's like probably true. So that's all right. I am going to get one more question out of Hikaru. Go back. I want people to see Fabiano's game because I want to get his answer to this. Because is there? You made a comment.
I've played Fabiano 100 times. He's gonna think for 20 or 30 minutes here, and he's gonna calculate it move by move, and then he's gonna blitz out like 4 or 5 moves.
And he's gonna win. There you go.
And probably he's gonna win as long as he finds
it. There's foreshadowing from Hikaru. Last question, and this is the last. I want to say you made comments about the format. Obviously, the incentive potentially not being able to draw. There's another hot take here, which is that, with all due respect to Richard Rapport as a creative, genius in many ways, a very strong player, exciting, and I applaud the idea that he would play that position for a win because he cares about his chances, not others. But the hot take is his loss in a round robin is very different than him taking his fate into his own hands in a knockout, right? And if you're looking at a format. Is it fair to the other players if someone makes a reckless decision in hindsight because of the round robin format versus a knockout where you're only responsible for your own life? If you screw up, you're out of the tournament. So your thoughts on that format comparison?
I mean, I think he's tried to take his chances against many players. Some of them just haven't capitalized. I mean, you could say the same thing about his game against Teimour. I mean, it was completely fine, and then he made a 1-move blunder and should have lost that game, and he didn't. I mean, I think. It's really you roll the dice. A situation like today, he's rolling the dice, but I really felt that without the increment, he had to make a decision. Just make a decision after 15, 20 minutes and not just think. I think he thought for 40 or 50 minutes at that moment, and you just make the decision. You live and die by the sword, kind of. I don't think you can say it's reckless. I mean, it's obviously he's trying to play his best, but it certainly. I guess what you'd say is that it feels weird when against Jan he does that, when you have a feeling that against someone, I'm not going to say like myself, but someone who's in the middle of the pack, like let's just say myself, say, I don't know, Ding or someone, he's actually probably less likely to take that risk. But it's what it is. And I can't really fault him for the decision. I think it was just, he should have made the decision much sooner. He should have thought for 20 minutes, make the decision, and then he would have had more time to figure it out. Although, to me, it seemed very, I don't know, it seemed insane to do it because I saw 0 winning chances and only losing chances with the queen versus the 2 rooks. I mean, I feel like actually on that note, I feel like I've had probably at least like 3 or 4 games against Fabiano, and actually not in classical, but like in rapid and blitz, one in classical, I guess, but where he's had the queen, I've had the rooks, and it's just been like a queen against 2 rooks, those type of ones, and somehow Fabiano just holds it with the queen. And so having had those experiences, when I was looking at the Jan game, I was just like, there's no way that the rooks are ever going to beat the queen there. And so it seemed like an attempt to lose. But yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of pressure. A lot of things probably were going through his mind. So that's what it is.
All right, man. Yeah. Thank you for being here. This was awesome.
Yeah, no worries.
You're awesome. Your stream is awesome. Shout out to everyone tuning in here. You can also go check out Hikaru's channel, which is live as we speak as well. I'm sure you'll be joining that soon.
Yeah,
at some point.
Yeah, so everyone, that's the content.
Go check out Hikaru joining his own channel here, probably in the next, little bit. But well, it's awesome to have you here. Awesome to have you in Madrid. We'll hopefully catch up with you again at some point. We still got 7 more rounds to go.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So we're gonna head to break here. Round
Can
7.
I say one last thing though? I will say that at some point, like in the last day or two, I've started getting a little bit antsy, and I'm just like, I am kind of counting down the days till I can actually get back to streaming. I do have to say that.
So you miss it. You miss the community. You miss it.
I mean, I think it's like 10 days or 9 or 10 days, and so I am actually in my mind counting down and getting kind of excited about that return. I have to say.
Cool. Well, your videos have also been incredible, by the way. There's never been someone playing at this level giving that type of insight and content. So it's been anyway. All right.
I'll just say one thing on that too, though. I mean, it's not unprecedented, though. I mean, sure, the medium for doing it is different, but I mean, I remember in '95 game. I think it was game 10, the one that Gary won against Vichy, the very famous Open Spanish with the whole knight g5 sack. The tile sack and everything else. I think he wrote up an analysis of that the day after for USA Today. So I mean, it was for a newspaper. It wasn't like for the internet per se. But I still think it's quite similar, and so I don't think it's like that unprecedented or that unheard of. And also for this, everybody's done so much. I don't think that because I'm careful with what I say about the opening.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
Yes? Yeah? There you go. Are you excited for the candidates?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You don't know what it is.
You don't know what it is?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
We watched the Queen's Gambit.
Oh, you watched the Queen's Gambit?
No,
Me too. Okay. You guys actually play chess, like on your phone?
No, he does.
Yeah? What are you playing on, chess.com?
Yeah.
You're about 1,300 on Lee Chess.
Yeah.
So it means you'd be like 900 on chess.com, actually. Yeah. Give me your username, I'll give you a diamond membership.
No way.
Not kidding.
He's going to be a contender in like 3 years.
There it is.
He's up and coming.
So I'll give you a premium membership and then you won't have an excuse. Then you can use our...
Yeah, I'll go back to it.
Yeah, all right, man.
Oh, you're an IM?
That's me, man.
Crazy.
Yep.
Magnus. He's like #1. Oh yeah, the guy that like beats.
Yeah, so this tournament decides who plays Magnus Carlsen. So the next challenger comes out of this tournament. All right, guys, enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Have
Thank
fun.
you so much.
See ya.
Great trip, guys.
There you go.
No drinking.
No drinking.
Actually, yeah, we're 18.
Still
true.
no drinking.
That's true.
You guys are connected now?
Yeah, no, we're buddies on. We're gonna send each other some ticks.
Do you think they already talked about
and then
this?
we'll talk about it.
Is that your phone buzzing? They already
Yeah,
talked?
they're already hitting me up for my digits.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe wearing a pager wasn't the smartest idea to fit in with them.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has...
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. Now that, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. We are back. Fabiano Caruana wants his legacy to be that he challenged not once but twice for the World Chess Championship, at least, maybe even becoming the next World Chess Champion. He's not into this whole Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to run away with that thing, Robert. He's got different plans.
Yeah, no, he made time control. He has several extra pawns on the king side that are about to go rolling down the board. and he wants to keep pace with Jan Nepomniachtchi. The last thing he wants is to see Jan start to run away with it, because kind of what you and Hikaru were talking about, like the pressure on people. He said that Rapport wouldn't have done what he had done if you're playing someone in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
If you're a full point down entering the second half, you feel like you just have to catch up no matter who you're playing. Whereas if you're only down a half point, you don't need to risk all that much to start with, because you still have your crack at Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah. Interview go okay, by the way? Do you like it?
Do you need my approval?
Yeah, I do. I need your approval.
Okay, I thought you did a great job. It was really funny because you sound like every streamer who's about to end their stream. You're like, one more.
Okay.
One more. Like, last one, I promise.
Well, it was so wild for everyone. Hikaru just showed up in studio, and shout out to him, and it was awesome. And so me and Rob were kind of nervous, time pressure, all the stuff, but it worked out great. Thank you again to Hikaru, and we still haven't missed any final moments of this game. But let's dive into this game. We'll also, of course, check back in with Liren and Alireza Firouzja at some point. But Hikaru predicted King F6 Rook D2 and said A5, and it's kind of a forced line. You slide the king and push him, baby. And Fabi is double checking all of those things to be true, of course. But you see this game going any different kind of way than what Nakamura predicted?
Well, if you can just calculate a line to the finish, that's exactly what Fabiano will do. He just gained an hour on the clock, so he's going to use it. But I think the other temptation, besides sliding your king to the side and pushing your pawn, would be to make a move like rook to d8 at some point, right? Because your rook goes to a8, that king is not very safe for black, and you could have a checkmating attack. So we see Fabi, nope, he's moving his king, and he slides it towards the center.
That was the one that I accidentally did because I thought Hikaru said it. He actually had said king to g6, which might have actually been the more accurate approach, but it seems like it's still winning. I mean, because at this point, the king isn't really touchable there because of how powerful the bishop is, right? There's no real ways for the rooks to bother. The knight is too many squares away from delivering any kind of check that wouldn't work anyway. So it seems pretty straightforward, and the threat of pushing the pawn perhaps is actually now more clear because the king protects the rook, Robert, so there's not even any like b2 shenanigans, right, trying to distract the rook.
But it's just one of those moments where you're so accustomed to keeping your king away from the middle of the board. Like, they still have two rooks and a minor piece and all these passed pawns. But Fabiano calculated that his king's in no danger. There are no checks, right? The knight is quite far away from the king. And so f6, f7, f8, that's the game plan. And that might just be the game.
Yeah. Well, let's bring up the analysis board and see if we can just do a little bit of, not necessarily guess the move, but just give you the concrete suggestion of where we see this game going. If black plays a4, why is black too slow? Because we just push, and if a3, I think just f7. It is kind of scary when you've got games like this, you know?
But it makes so much more sense why I play king e6 now.
Okay.
If the king were on g6, b1 queens with check.
Oh, okay. So Fabi is literally calculating the most concrete lines, and now we see before us that this move wins because when the queen comes here, there is no check on g6. So there's, just whatever it is, there's going to be a checkmate over here in some sort of fashion.
Yeah, everything at that point is. You go queen takes rook on c5 because the rook on c7 was pinned just a moment ago.
Oh, that's true. That's
it's just everything
nice
is winning.
Move. Yeah. Okay. So that's actually really cool to have the foresight of putting the king away from a square that might become a check, in addition to the potential usefulness of the king helping out with the other pieces. So king e6.
It's kind of funny that there are two almost competing thought processes. One is with so many pieces on the board, you typically don't want your king out in the open.
Yeah.
But the other is, as we're pointing out, that with mutual promotions happening, that you want to make sure that your king is not checked first.
Right.
That's always the issue when we see a new queen appear, is that if you're both getting queens, if you're the person with the first punch, you typically win that game.
Yep.
So not allowing that check on b1 is really important. So king e6, that looks like the right start.
Yep, king e6. So not sure what else Radja would have in store here. We see him with head in hand, facing a perched Fabiano Caruana, as we've said. And a lot of things to unpack about some different comments that Hikaru made about the players playing these guys in the back half. He said he's playing Fabiano tomorrow, so he's not going to reveal whether he changes anything different because of the standings. But overall, I mean, it does seem like we're going to be having just more and more two-horse race conversations. And if Fabiano wins this game, at least we have that and not a one-horse race. Nothing against Jan or Fabi either way, but of course we want drama, right? Everyone wants there to be more battles that really matter in an event that is becoming lopsided.
And I agreed with Hikaru's self-assessment that he said he's playing quite well. I think that he has shown great play thus far, and he got off to a bad start by losing to Fabiano, and then he immediately won against Teimour Radjabov, and he's like, I think maybe I could have a half point more, but I'm about where I should be. And I think like oftentimes players feel that way, right? They think about all those half points left on the table, results that could have gone differently. But I do think ultimately ignoring the specifics of the result, that Hikaru has played very well.
Well, and he was fair too. He said objectively you could say I maybe should have lost to Alireza. So he was very fair in the assessment that even if he thinks he should have a half a point different. So yeah, it makes sense. All right, this is huge for Fabiano. I mean, catching our breath again and just appreciating that Fabiano has to convert on this game, especially now that he has this winning advantage. We expect him to do so. But while we see whether Radjabov can make anything spicy down the stretch, we actually have another potentially spicy interview ahead for you. We had Nakamura in studio. Our own Dina Belenkaya, in the meantime, was catching up with Richard Rapport. Let's see what the man from Hungary, now representing Romania, had to say about his game versus Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Richard, thanks for joining us regardless of the result. What was the result that, if decisive, so to be a factor that made you play on?
I don't know. I guess I should throw away my computer, because I'm pretty sure the line is bishop d6 instead of bishop h3, queen takes a7, then bishop h3. It's a draw. So I figured I should be better here, because, okay, it was not, I should play on, but I played so badly. Even afterwards, I'm probably just worse. So I guess, I kind of tricked myself. I was trying to figure this out, like how to defend afterwards, but I got really upset about this, that I played on. No one knows for what reason exactly, and positions clearly seems dangerous. And also many other small things which were not going my way before the game already. So clearly it was extremely stupid from me to play on, regardless of what's the evaluation of the position, what to do. Yeah.
So you don't think it was just your chess style or character that wanted to fight?
Maybe, but okay. I mean, it's more like I wanted to lose than anything else. So at least we'll see now, okay, if I will do the same tomorrow, because I have another fight. So you're really curious.
That's what we were speculating on. And do you mean that you played badly and there were better ways to play even after you refused the repetition, or it's just the repetition itself?
Okay, you tell me. I don't know. I mean, I guess there was better ways to play, because I don't think White is losing on the spot yet, but I just started to miss very strange things. I guess this happens, yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Richard, and good luck in the following White game.
Thanks.
That was just heart. I would pound my heart, but it's next to my mic, and I don't want to. That was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
For Richard.
I mean, to hear what he said about throwing his computer out the window, I'll be there to catch it. He has so many interesting ideas that I want to see what's on that laptop.
Right.
But in all seriousness, this is a creative player who says that he messed up his preparation somewhere, and that was clear when he allowed a forced draw. And then he's being very self-critical, and he's like, I don't know what I was doing. I was playing to lose. And we were talking about that during the game. Yeah. But with every jubilant player who wins, there's somebody on the side of that, and it's clear how much Rapport cares, how much this means to him, and it is heartbreaking to see somebody feel that dejected. And Richard's a great player. He still may have a say in this event. It's not looking like he will necessarily be the champion here, but he can win a few games and he can change the storyline.
Yeah, that's true, and that's only one of the only other storylines I didn't ask Hikaru about, as far as whether or not a player ever truly feels like they embrace the role of playing spoiler. And we know that they're going to stay the course and have the approach that they have. And, he referenced the tournament where he kind of caught lightning in a bottle, won a couple games in a row against Topalov and Anand, respectively. And I think every one of these players here knows what they're capable of if they get on a roll. You get maybe a lucky break based on prep. But do you ever really embrace the role of spoiler if you're in last place, for example, in the standings? And
because you never really want to admit that
you never want to admit that you are in that role, and that's an interesting thing to consider. Well, all right. Radjabov took on d7. Now Fabiano is considering where to go next. It feels pretty straightforward still with f6 to me.
It's just so clear why the king's on e6. Like at
Yeah.
first, my instincts were like king in the center. That's wrong. But the more we look at it, you're saying f6 looks like the obvious move to you. But after f6, black will push his own passer, right? And it's just so important that the king is not on g6, because if you play f7,
f7, b2,
b1 equals queen, there would be a check if the king were on g6. So once again, showing the importance of the king being on e6. And this looks crazy still, because black queened first, but the big issue for black is look at the c6 square covered by the bishop on f3. So the only available checks that black has are either on this a2 e6 diagonal, g6 square, or on e1. And it seems like no matter where you give a check, you're running out of checks immediately, and white is up a pawn as well.
This is one of those rare endgames you can see where both sides get a queen, and then they might immediately trade queens and go right back to the pawn race, right? Where again, you have a pawn versus f pawn. And at least in this scenario, black seems to be a little more on equal ground, but I guess the problem is that white will switch gears, play a little more prophylactically on the queen side before just closing his eyes and pushing the pawn.
And
but don't be surprised if we see something like this.
No, and this rook d8, rook a8 idea can happen in the game continuation as well. Like instead of just pushing the pawn up to f6, which is very tempting,
like even
you
here,
can start with rook to d8. And the point is that after king a6, rook d8, if you play b2, you lose the pawn immediately, because rook a8 check, the king has to go to the b file, you check again, you win the pawn, and with that pawn gone, so are black's chances.
Yeah.
So we have b2 is an impossible move for black, but that means it's a slow push towards the other side.
Yep.
So if you the pawn back on b3 and you say after rook d8, how else are you gonna push your pawn?
If you try to do this way, but now you're
push.
too slow.
Right. Because you can't push a3, you'll lose that pawn.
Yep.
Just because of the check and capture. And if you push b2, we already saw what happens. You check, you win the pawn. So it looks like
The more we look at it, the more it feels like rook d8 is probably what the doctor ordered, not my initially suggested f6.
Seems like both are good, but yes, rook d8, I guess now that we're making the moves, it feels like perhaps it's a little bit easier. Although, you can't play rook c7. I was like, maybe
it's so hard for black. This bishop is just a monster.
Yeah. And I was thinking you play rook c7, right? And to cover the b file or something. But after rook b8, you can't play rook b7 because the bishop covers that square too.
Yeah, and you don't have time for things like knight to b5 to slow down. In this position, even with knight d4 check coming, f6, b2.
And bishop e4. The knight's no longer on c3, so your bishop can help defend the square.
But these are tricky things. We're playing them out now. We have the benefit of each other. I am a benefit. We have the benefit of each other. The benefit of the eval bar. Notice how I slipped that in. But it's hard to be on your own, lost in thought. Even that line is very tricky, right? Because how nerve-wracking is it when your opponent can block the only file available to stop them from queening, right? There's just so much to calculate here. Like even here at b2, that's why you check and check, right? But if like knight to b5 first, you could be nervous about b2 coming. But again, the whole point is that if the knight leaves that square, you have bishop e4. So very nice.
Yeah, and even here, there's probably a couple more moves that have to be played. But the issue for black is b1 is covered, f8 is not, and bishops being long-range pieces, knights short range.
Yep.
Clearly, the bishop has the advantage.
Okay, well, Hikaru predicted he's like, Fabiano's just going to take a bunch of time and then bust out the rest of it to the end. Didn't take as much time as we thought he was going to before rook d2, but again, he's very precise, as we said. Just technical. He rarely lets his prey off of the hook.
He also literally doesn't care about the chat getting 100 subs.
That's true. He literally doesn't care about the chat getting 100 subs. In fact, if Fabi blows this chat, you get 100 subs. So now who are you rooting for? From Hikaru Nakamura, and I will text him right away if that happens and say you better come drop 100 subs right now.
And he will.
He would do it for the content anyway. All right. Well, Caruana winning this will
keep Jan Nepomniachtchi on his toes, only a half a point ahead of at least one player. He would be also getting that player with the black pieces in the back half. So we have quite the storyline ahead for us. Even if it is a 2-horse race, it is still a race, and the highest title in chess, as we know, at stake.
Do you mind if I go off script for a second here?
Go for it.
What are those cups that the players have?
Oh,
like what?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a really tall plastic cup.
Yeah, and it's opaque, and it almost feels like the cups you go to at
Rogers had orange juice in it earlier. Go ahead.
It's like a fast food restaurant. It's a free refills,
Yeah.
But usually they're not see-through.
Yeah, there's the OJ, the remnants of an OJ, by the way, with extra pulp. Clearly, who likes OJ with pulp? Come on, chat. No pulp is what I want. Give me OJ with no pulp, unless it's freshly squeezed.
I just never have seen cups like that. So the good news is they're really tall, because as chess players,
we want tall chairs, we want tall cups.
I definitely don't want a tall chair, but how many games have you played where you get some water, but the cup is like really
that
tiny?
Is the most painful.
So at least you have tall cups.
Shady Jess, right on cue. Tall cups for tall chairs. Exactly. We love you, Shady Jess.
I don't really like looking at the pulp stain.
Easy to knock over, that's true. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of pulp in my...
But you're a fan of Pulp Fiction.
I am a huge fan of Pulp Fiction. Great movie. F6 from Fabiano. He does not go for rook d8. Okay, hold the phone, actually. Easy to knock over from... By the way, look at that username. Prof.
Oh.
That's a creative little username there. We like that. Okay, Fabi doesn't play rook d8, so we still have a little bit of a thing to calculate. Now we're back to the line that I was looking at. If we analyze b2, f7, both sides get queens, we could get something like that check and queen trade line. So let's go for it.
Okay, so
I think now you got to go for f7. We have no choice because you don't have time anymore.
Yeah, you got to go.
When you got to go, you got to go.
Yes, me too.
Yes, this is true.
And the problem for black, right, there are those 3 checks. Or sorry, I guess there are 4. But the a2, e6 diagonal, as soon as you play a move like queen a2 check, the king goes to f6. And then there are no more checks.
Yeah.
So the checks run out very, very quickly on the diagonal here. King f6, you don't have queen b6 check because rook d6 just simply pins and wins your queen. So...
Yeah, I think that we could get that line I was looking at with queen g6. I think it's the best check.
Right, and then queen f6 is the reply, as you were showing.
I think you got a block.
This is much easier, though, because before, and Hikaru was saying this, it looked scary because there were 2 pawns coming down Main Street. Now it's just one off the side over there. Easy to see how you get behind it. The f-pawn is running again. Yeah. And if we get another mutual queens, that would be funny, but I don't think the a-pawn is fast enough. So, yeah, Fabiano, he's got the perch going. He's still there. He's still leaning over the board, ready to end this game.
Still got the perch. Raja still deep in think. Deep in think. That's not a thing that you would normally say if you're speaking correct
deep
grammar
in thought
from the kids who do grammar good. But I said deep in think, and then when I said it, I liked it. I liked how it sounded.
Yeah, you did it earlier today, and I didn't correct you on it. But I thought about it.
Deep in
and
think.
I've thought about it.
It sounds like the title of something, you know? Deep in think.
Oh.
Man. Chat is rooting for Pulp. That better stay under 50%, chat, or I'm going to mute all of you. That better stay under 50%. I am not happy about the vote for there to be more. Okay, no, it did stay under 50%. Good, that's right.
But the fact that it's that close to 50% is really a problem.
That's a little scary.
Yeah.
A little scary. Kind of a monster are you, chat? What do you want to chew your orange juice? What's wrong with you? All right, let's head over and take a quick look at Dingley, Ren, and Firouzja. I think we should.
I actually forgot that game was still going.
I didn't, but it doesn't seem like much has changed outside the dynamic we talked about, right? Which is you have the outside pass B pawn versus the extra pawn on the king side majority.
evaluation is right at 50% for a good reason. It's the kind of game where if either player does anything too crazy, they could lose. But it's not over yet. I mean, maybe we shouldn't just dismiss that this game is going to be a peaceful result. They are playing for a reason.
You know, wonder which of them thinks they have the better chances, right? Because at this moment here, the knight f5 is well placed, but the h3 pawn is an easy target from Black's perspective. With either rook a3 or knight f4 check, both of them will scoop up that pawn on h3. So there is a little bit here, but where's that king going? That's the question that Black needs to answer, is where are you going to put your king?
Yeah, you'd love to run this way because then the king is ultimately helpful. There's a little bit of danger from a discovered check, or at least you always have to double check. But the truth is, there isn't really anything that.
Well, king e3.
Right, the king moves over. Now you're on the side of the board where you can help with the pawn. But in some ways, maybe that's the opposite of where you want to be, because if White gets aggressive, and I don't know that this works or not, but if White gets aggressive, now you may wish your king was actually back home. In fact, Alireza says, yeah, I like that idea. I like my king where I can see him. Like that king where I can see him, right in front of my king side there.
I think that's a good choice because there's no real reason to take any sort of risk. And I think to many people say there's no risk whatsoever, but there is, right? If you totally ditch your king side, White already has one extra pawn there.
Yep.
And if I can kick your knight, which is a nice blockader, then my e-pawn at some point might start rolling. So Black is the one with the best pawn on the board with this b5 pawn. It just can't get very far, and now rook c1 activating the rook makes perfect sense. And the h3 pawn, I don't think you want to go like knight f4 check and take that pawn.
Yeah.
That knight, as I keep saying, really important blockading piece. As soon as you do this, e6 happens, threatening both e7 and rook c8 checkmate. So this is how you lose a game that should not really be losable.
Good tip for me.
No.
Dan, this is how you lose a game.
You know, Danny, I have a lot of faith and respect for your chess.
You heard it. It was on camera. Someone clip it. Clip it and ship it. He can't take it back. But yeah, somehow I have this feeling that Liren is looking at the situation, looking at the clock. By the way, they still have 13 moves to make before they get increment. So this is, again, objectively, we're at a deadlock eval bar for a reason, right? This is an objectively equal position, but equal positions aren't just drawn. You still have to draw them.
Right.
And I would always used to tell my students, you know who wins equal positions? The person who plays better.
Magnus Carlsen.
And Magnus Carlsen. He wins from both sides.
Yeah.
So there's something to the fact that this game is still going. We're obviously going to keep a slightly closer eye on the Caruana-Radjabov battle over there. But nothing has happened yet in that game.
And Firouzja earlier in this tournament against Rapport, in that rook endgame, right? He went wrong despite the computer evaluation. This one is a bit easier, quite a bit easier to play. And against Magnus Carlsen, that's been one of Alireza Firouzja's fatal flaws, is the endgame, where it looks like he's about to make a draw, he's very close, and then something goes haywire. So right here is not a moment where you just assume that the draw is within reach. You have to prove it. And that's why you never stop calculating. Because as soon as you do that, then Liren gets one little idea, then another. And part of the reason is that White has a much safer king. Right? That we don't dismiss checkmating ideas in the endgame just because no queens are on the board. That this king on f8 is in more potential danger than the king on d3, even though it doesn't look like that much trouble.
No, it's true. And again, look at the time. I mean, Hikaru made the observation when he thought maybe Fabi might be slightly misplaying the winning chances. Turns out Fabi was okay. But Hikaru made a good observation, which is, hey, you don't get increment in the second time control either. And so often what happens is you pass time control, you take a breath, maybe you then spend 20, 30 minutes on the next couple critical moves. Before you know it, you're back in a spot where you have to make 20 moves in about 30 minutes. And that's not so easy. Here, Alireza Firouzja has to make 13 moves in 16 minutes. It's in fact, no, he still has to make his 46 moves. So he has to make, no, sorry, it is 13. He has to make 13 moves in 16 minutes. And Liren has not offered the draw for a reason. Maybe he wants to take advantage of that time control situation.
Right, and if, you know, some of the most tempting moves are just going pawn hunting, and we keep talking about like rook a3
Yeah,
check.
let's do the rook one, actually. Let's analyze that, because if the rook goes here,
King up.
You can also get in trouble.
Yeah, and I guess after king d5, you do have these knight checks, knight f4, and you're just in time with rook d3 check.
Yeah, okay. And now the tables are turning.
Yeah, still should be...
Probably should still be a draw, but it's... Okay, so if the rook goes for e, maybe this is what Alireza is calculating, is we already established that moving the knight away from the e6 square is not okay because it needs to blockade e6. But you could maybe go take the pawn with the rook here. White doesn't have a concrete knockout.
No, not at all.
I want to attack the knight.
Right, so king has to go up to f7 because I don't want to allow that pawn to push.
Worst case scenario, I can go.
Knight f5, you can just make a draw on the spot. At the very least. Just back and forth. Man.
Yeah. Is there anything more? Alireza Firouzja plays knight f4 check. He's just going to repeat. He's not taking h3 for sure.
No.
After king e3, he'll probably play knight d5 check and just do that dance. It's actually an interesting thing to observe that the rook is cutting off the king from the fourth rank, everyone. So there's none of that, which means you can just check this one home. Because the king would love to play king d4 or king e4 to come forward, but no way to do that.
Nope. And if you start running to the king side, like instead of king d3, you play king over there to f3, then black maybe can think about bringing that rook forward. Because look at this. King e4 after rook a3 check, big mistake. Knight c3.
Booyah.
And your king has nowhere to go.
Yep. If you go anywhere else, there's a discovery on a2.
Mm-hmm.
So look at that. Yeah, so we would anticipate that if knight f4 is followed with knight d5, we will get a perpetual check for a draw. If I was calling my shots here.
Yeah, it looks like a straightforward repetition, which means that both these players still remain quite a distance away from Jan Nepomniachtchi, our leader.
Yep.
And for Firouzja, drawing Dina around with the black pieces, that's a very good result. So he can enter the second half of the tournament. He made a stable draw, right? He wasn't in any real danger throughout the game. So that's a very nice game from Alireza.
Yeah. Ding Liren thinking about the check, but as we said, unless he's going to run this way, but that also feels, well, actually, no, if you go there, you get forked, and if you go to c2, that just feels wrong.
Yeah, you're just going the wrong way there.
Going the wrong way. So the king is going to keep itself in the center, and I think we're going to see the perpetual there. So, all right, let's back up again and reset what we're looking at here because, well, even though Radjabov hasn't moved, that is definitely the spicier of the two games still remaining. Teimour trying to calculate his way back into this one.
And I'm wondering what it is exactly that he's thinking about. And in his game, we talked about b2, f7, the pawn's pushing, going for promotion, because he can't stop the pawn. He can't play rook c8 in the bottom right-hand side of the screen because then the bishop gives that check on b7 just to win the rook.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he's way far down the rabbit hole at this point.
Yeah.
He took the red pill like 10 minutes ago. Like he's just, he's not looking at anything we're looking at. He's trying to see, is there some variation where we both get queens and I can perpetual check my way, swindle my way into a victory? Because we have the benefit of the eval bar saying, hey, there is no swindle here unless white blunders, but he doesn't have that. Right? So and if Fabi went for a line, as we go, let's head over to that board. If Fabi goes for a line that allows both players to get a queen, then who knows what can happen, right? So let's look at that. If b1 queen happens and f8 queen happens, he doesn't know like we do that this is just a win for white. He's got a lot of checks to consider. Queen e1 check, queen g6 check, queen b3.
Yeah, I just feel like the checks run out so quickly that's really, I think, where his mind is taking him.
Yeah.
That I'm not going to be able to check the white king. I can't allow the queens to stay on the board because the king on a6 will get mated quite quickly.
Right.
And if the queen trade happens, do I have any shot whatsoever? It's not looking likely after a queen trade that black can come remotely close to holding. And you're just forced to do it.
Maybe he's considering other checks, but then you get to move your king with check. I love when you can move out of check, putting someone into check. It's one of my favorite things in chess.
Yeah, it is really cool.
f7. Yeah, we're going to get this line. f7 now on the board. Queen, queen. I think we're going to get queen g6 and queen f6, and then do this whole dog and pony show again. We're going to race pawns again up the board, and white again is going to be in the driver's seat as far as that contest goes.
Gotta love a good bishop.
Gotta love a good bishop. You know, that is a bishop not just dominating a knight by keeping the knight out of potentially very useful squares for black, but preventing the rook from doing any damage. Robert made a really good observation, which is why we're going to see both queens, because black has no option of rook c8 because of bishop b7. So this bishop is a bit of a freak over here.
I just thought of Heath Ledger's Joker.
Yeah?
Just a freak.
He's
like
a freak.
me.
I was thinking of Giannis, you know?
Oh, well, yeah.
Freak of nature.
Yeah, the Greek freak. That's a pretty good reference. But yeah, this pawns are promoting, and I mean, Radjabov looked up at Fabi there for a second, just glanced at him, and he's trying to find any possible way to make this complicated.
Yeah.
And the issue is trading queens doesn't exactly leave as many complications, but it's not complicated if you keep the queens on the board because you just get checkmated.
Yeah.
So
it's not too complicated when you're getting mated.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no other move here. There is a funny move, rook f5. I just want to say it because it's funny.
Wow, that actually is wasn't even on my radar, but it's a good thing to show.
Yeah,
right?
let's show it. If rook f5 and you take it, the point is you get a queen with check.
And yet white still wins.
What's funny is you move the king and now there's no more checks. So what is the win?
Just king g7.
King g7? Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. I love it. In fact, and you know Raja would find a line like that, right? You're looking at every possible resource, and so this is actually a common theme for those watching. It's an instructive one. There are many endgame puzzles and different moments where you force. It's an attraction sacrifice. You attract someone to a square that they don't want to go in order to achieve another means. And in this case, it would be to get a queen with check. Unfortunately for black, it's not enough because this pass pawn is just so strong. So. It's a cool idea to keep in mind. It does not work for Teimour Radjabov, and he's going to continue to try to do the work he can to save this one, but I don't see it happening.
That was a really good line, though, that rook f5.
Rook f5.
Yeah, because it's like a last-ditch effort. It also stops the pawn from promoting, and as you're pointing out, you're dragging that king to a square it really doesn't want to be on, the diagonal doesn't want to be on. So for Radjabov, I mean, look at him. He's got the queen in hand. He's ready to promote that pawn.
Fun fact for the viewers, you are not required to get a queen if you touch the queen. If you touch the pawn, you have to move it. It's actually an important rule. That if you touch the piece you're promoting to off the board, you're not required to promote to that piece.
I never even thought about that before.
It actually can't, I mean, as a... You know I'm a certified national tournament director, right?
Excuse me.
I used to run international events. Okay?
I don't know if I can
I took the test.
Wow, I feel
I'm,
like
I'm,
you're
I'm,
telling
I'm
me
not a FIDE arbiter, but I don't even know what my... Well, I think I might be a senior arbiter. I know I'm a senior
You
TD.
just brushed the dirt off your shoulders, told me that I'm not even belonging in the same room as you.
In a previous life, when I was... Well, let's just talk about the chat. Radjabov intermittently stares at Fabi's forehead in an attempt to steal the moves from his mind. Get that person a diamond membership. That's my favorite comment of the day.
You also probably like
you get a diamond membership.
You like the username.
I love the username.
Yeah, McCown.
Let's get that person a diamond membership. That's it. That's all I got. Anyway, back to my story. So, yeah, I took all the tests to become a senior TD, and it was there was a tournament where I was like making a ruling where someone in time scrambles, it's scary.
Yeah.
You touch the piece off the board, and then you realize what would often happen. It's stalemate.
Mm-hmm.
So you put the queen back, and then the opponent made a claim. You had to get a queen, and so I had to look it up. At the time, I didn't know it. It wasn't on the test, but I looked it up and made the right call. So anyway, so it's a good fun fact. If you're ever playing over the board chess, you only legally have to make the moves of the pieces you touch on the board. You can touch a piece off the board and you're not required to get the queen. So fun fact, even if getting the queen was a stalemate, you can still change your mind.
And Fabi just got the queen.
Fabi got the queen. You can get the queen. No, you get the queen.
Well, they both did.
We're going to do two queens. We got two.
Yeah. And for Radjabov, yes, he has been staring at Fabi a bit, and it comes off as the look of a person who knows that he's losing this game.
Yeah. But I think we're going to get that line. I think we're going to queen g6, queen f6, and do it again. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're having a great time. We had a great interview with Hikaru Nakamura earlier. If you're just tuning in, it was fantastic. We also have had many great interviews with Dina, Belenkaya, and the players downstairs. We've got this game going here where Fabiano Caruana is trying to keep pace with, right now, clear tournament leader by 1.5 points over Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who won with the black pieces over Richard Rapport in fine fashion. We got to stop taking that zoom-in take of the pieces with those cups right in front of it. We keep doing it, and the cups are like, can we get an arbiter to walk through the room and remove those cups? I mean, I'm only half kidding. Could someone in the team be like, hey, could you guys move those cups?
I feel like that's distracting to the player.
It is, but put them on the other side, guys. Content. Think of the content.
I think the content that Fabiano Caruana is thinking about is winning his game.
That is it. That is the content he's supposed to think about. And I'm supposed to be thinking about this content, you know?
Well, it's interesting that Fabi hasn't moved yet. Do you think there's a possibility he's thinking about playing king e7 here?
King to e7 instead of trading queens?
Well, he hasn't made his move. So is there a variation here, king to e7, where you keep the queens on the board because there's not a single check that black has after king e7? At least not one that doesn't give away material immediately.
To the Batcave. Let's analyze it. Let's go. King to e7. We got to review it.
I guess after king e7, there is queen h7 check, but that doesn't really
King to e7.
Put too much fear into anyone's heart. Yeah, queen h7 doesn't actually help. You just you go king to d8.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I love this so much. And it's one of those rare cases where what Robert was saying earlier, almost often the first person who delivers the check in games where both players are getting queens goes on to win, or at least have a perpetual. Very rarely do you see situations like this where the king is hiding in the middle of the board, right? Hiding in plain sight, as they say.
But the problem is, now black can run with the king to b5.
And now we have a dogfight.
Yeah, and you do not want this situation where your king is on e7.
Yeah.
There's a queen, a rook, and a knight that can all eventually go after your king. And the black king may be able to run away as well over to like a4.
It's funny because you start looking at lines like this, queen b8, you assume it's going to be a win, but then this, you give another check, and you're like, where's the mate? And all of a sudden, it's like, you got nothing.
Yeah.
Now you're losing, maybe.
Well, you're in some trouble because queen g7 check is an idea, and that king is not very happily placed on e7. So
yeah. So more evidence as to suggest that I think we will get queen f6. This king e7 being met by king b5 would be not what Fabiano wants.
No. Especially because after queen f6, the lines we've been talking about, where you trade queens, and after a4, you put your rook down on d8, it seems like this is much more clear-cut. Although, black can play rook c7 here, and that's something that wasn't available in the previous lines, because that's a rook a7, right? If you trade rooks, are you going to be able to stop the a pawn? The answer doesn't seem to be yes very easily.
Actually, not at all.
Yeah.
And we talked about the bishop dominating the board, dominating the knight. This is a rare spot where suddenly the tables turn in the open board, and the knight is perfectly positioned.
Yep. So the pawn on a4 is very dangerous if you can block the a file so the rook can't chase it down.
Yeah.
Although here the move rook c8 looks very nice, just to kick that knight away. That way your rook can always come back down to c1 to stop that pawn. And
that's a nice. That's okay. I didn't see that. That's key. If you have that, but again, we're making it sound like it's easy, but Fabiano's got to be calculating stuff like this, right? Because this is super nerve-wracking. Like you said, Robert, there's an idea that makes your job hard when it comes to calculating the pure race position that is pawn versus pawn. Oops, they don't move like that.
Well, they can.
They can.
If you capture and then go.
That's true. That would
I'm supporting you.
Thank you. The knight is actually in a really irritating spot, preventing the bishop from moving to what could be a couple of useful diagonals over here. So this is why, I mean, that's Fabi who knows that he's in the driver's seat, but I don't think he has a clear vision of where he wants this game to go yet.
And he has plenty of time, right? So he's trying to ensure that he does not let this advantage slip. He's well aware that Jan Nepomniachtchi won his game, and that if he can only draw, that's a full point of separation. So he is doing everything within his power to play methodically and convert his advantage that he knows he has. So, yeah, this is a good
By the way,
moment.
Liren still playing methodically over there against Alireza Firouzja. He doesn't want to just repeat moves. Some sort of perpetual check.
If you had asked me like 2 hours ago how much longer the game would have gone, I would have said
20 minutes.
Yeah, 15, 20 minutes, and yet they're still...
Liren and Alireza Firouzja duking it out in a game that we don't have on screen, but a game that is still going. You can go to chess.com/events and choose your own adventure. Always remember that option is available to you at all times. You can also watch this show from chess.com/events. That's embedded in the upper right corner. So if you want to toggle back and forth between games and keep the commentary going, you can do that. An invite sent to all those watching on Twitch, YouTube, and everywhere else. If you want to head over to our events portal, you can do so. Some people are looking for chess coaches out there. Let's head over to that, CTA. We call that a call to action in showbiz, kids. And we're going to remind you that now Fridays, every Friday, at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific, we've got chess lessons happening brought to you by Coach James Canty. It's the Chess Kids Summer Clubhouse Camp. Level up your chess this summer. If you have kids, get them involved. Grandkids, anyone who's a kid can be involved in this, but that's the only requirement. Got to be a kid and get coaching from James Canty. All right. You like how I threw that up there?
Yeah, but I had no idea where you're going with it. You said anyone wants a coach. I was like, are you offering my coaching services?
If there are very few joys remaining in my life when I do commentary with you. If there are a few things I really enjoy left, it's when I can actually surprise you, throw you off your game.
Wait, that sounded very sad.
No, I'm kidding. Obviously, that's not
that
the
hurt
case.
very deeply.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
I'm going to go. Is
No,
Hikaru
no,
still
not at
over
all.
there?
You sit down. We're not going anywhere. All right. This is super messy. Honestly, again, this is where I feel like our commentary information can be really misleading, not doing justice to how difficult this moment is, right? The pressure is on the line. Fabiano knows he has to win this game. And with two queens on the board and your king in the middle, you are a one landmine away from it blowing up in your face, right? So literally, you have to be so careful in positions like this.
I mean, we'll probably, if he does indeed win this game and comes for an interview, we'll probably ask him. But I think something that a lot of fans get curious about is how many moves ahead do you think Fabiano's calculating right now?
Yeah. Well, we'll ask him about that. If he wins this game, we will get Fabiano in studio. So that it's another reason why all 23,000 of you on Twitch and tens of thousands other places should not go anywhere. We got plenty more ahead, even if the result is what we expect it to be.
But that question is often asked half-heartedly, like, oh, like how many moves can you see ahead, without expecting an answer. But this is a good moment to illustrate that sometimes players really do think towards the exact end of the game.
Yeah. We'll ask him about this moment too, because I just saw the dive in there from Fabiano. He missed something, and it doesn't mean he doesn't know he's winning, but he clearly missed something in this line he went for. And you could argue that, you know, rook d8, as Robert was saying, was much better than pushing the f-pawn right away. And whatever it is that he's struggling with right now, he clearly missed something. Not super thrilled about the tactics on the board and his king coming under fire on e6.
I wonder what it is. And sometimes players see ghosts, right?
Yeah.
They think that a position isn't winning, but it's because it's in their head. They're mistaking where the pieces are.
Mm-hmm.
That happens plenty often. And right now, you know he's looking at queen to f6, right? That's like the move you'd want to play, just offering a queen trade. You are up a pawn. You have a bishop and a rook teaming up very nicely that can stop the a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But as you're saying, there clearly is something that's making him nervous right now. And it could be in part the magnitude of the moment, but it also is probably something in the variations that he, when the pawns were still on the board before they promoted, he was like, okay, I have this. And now he's like, whoa, not so fast. Maybe that's not such a good idea.
He's got 23 minutes to 27 minutes to make 13 moves, so it's not real time pressure yet, but not an eternity either, especially in a position that could get away from you quickly when you have your king in the middle of the board and all kinds of opportunities to go wrong, which is why I think ultimately we will just see Queen F6, Robert, even if whatever he's struggling with right now to play, I think he will go for it because I don't think he's going to want to risk King E7 unless he sees a concrete win.
And you're absolutely right, though. Like, we see him, like, he's fidgeting a lot.
Yeah.
And normally he just kind of sits and thinks.
Yeah.
But it does seem like he's very uncomfortable with some sort of variation.
Yep. Let's bring up the analysis board and show what I think was. So again, it was right here where Rook D8 in hindsight was the most accurate thing to do. But again, we have all the benefits of everything, each other, as I said, as well as the engine and the eval bar. And even if it's not the engine moves all the time, we still have so much more complete information that just having someone tap on your shoulder and say, hey, you're winning, allows you to often find better moves. But he doesn't go for that. He plays F6, and at the time he was still confident about it, and then Radja went for a long think before committing all out to the race. So I'm sitting here wondering, like, what is it in the line? Let's look at, so what is it deep down the line that we think is awkward for him to spot? Maybe he doesn't, because he missed it earlier, Robert, I'm wondering, maybe he just doesn't realize how strong this idea is, right? We have that idea because we now found it once, and we have the computer telling us white's better, but maybe he's underestimating how strong that point is.
It's very possible. And actually, can we just go back before the queen trade right there, after Queen F6? Is there Queen E8 check?
And then you have to find this.
Yeah, that move by itself isn't the issue. It's more like, how many moves does that king have? The C5 rook is hanging.
This is so...
Because otherwise, knight B5 would be checkmate.
Yeah. Yeah, if the king were on B6 here, that would have been a puzzle. Knight B5 is checkmate.
So this is the kind of thing, perhaps, that he's working his way through, because it's really not fun to have your king out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
You're always looking out for a potential checkmate, and am I at risk of a bunch of checks? It may not be a mate, but may lead to a draw by perpetual check. So I could see this making
especially when he
nervous.
knows he has to win, right? Because you start even looking at this sort of stuff, right? And I know, oh wait, never mind, that's check.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I thought there was like a Queen E3 check, and like it's just an absolute mess, right? But that is one important benefit, is that you have the check coming to the Black King in discovered fashion.
But even here, like, let's say you play Queen C8 just to protect your rook.
Yep.
And you get your discovered check with King E7, and the king goes to B5. And then it's like, wait, the Black King, I don't see a good check against that king, right?
Yeah, this is not easy.
It's getting wild again. So maybe he missed that Queen E8 check allows Black to keep the queens on the board, and now he's trying to figure out, all right, if the queens are here to stay, what should I do to keep my king safe and to hound the Black King?
Yeah, and it's just so much easier for us to look at this position and say, like, oh, it should be... who wants to play this position for either side? I mean, look at this. The kings are like, this is like not fun, right? Even when you think you're the one who should probably be winning, that's such a scary position to go for. And then now, the only good thing for Fabi in the live position, as we back out and look at it, like he has no choice at this point. Whether you play King E7 or Queen F6, Robert, he has no choice but to go for the crazy. Like, he's already here. There's no turning back. So he's nervous, and we see him fidgeting. But I think he'll probably find the right variations because there's no bailout here, right? There's no way to go backward.
No. So Queen F6 it is, and yeah, I'm really curious as to what is making him quite so nervous.
Yep.
But I guess the question for you today is the more he thinks, is there a possibility? But it's King E7 here.
Yep.
And doesn't offer the queen trade just yet.
We've seen this before with Ding Liren. We saw it, right? The longer he thought, the more we knew that something wasn't going to go right. And the more you think in positions like this, sometimes you can become your own worst enemy in those spots. So, all right. Ding Liren and Alireza Firouzja are also still playing. I think we're going to have a lot more ahead in this game. So we are going to take a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. When we return, we continue our coverage, round 7 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates from Madrid. Night settles upon the city of Madrid, and often the city comes to life. We're eating dinner around midnight here in Madrid, and it's because pretty much everywhere you're looking downtown, this is the vibe. It's pretty chill and pretty awesome. Don't go anywhere. This show is going to continue to be pretty chill and pretty awesome. Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE Candidates returns in a moment.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to...
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
They opened up their arms and...
So this is why when we were kids, our dad told us to say open sesame, which gets you into the building, but if you say open address, you do not get into the building.
You don't get into the building.
No, it's open sesame. You got to remember that. Dad was right.
I play a lot of it.
Yeah?
Yes, I love it.
You could have gotten us into the building. You play on chess.com?
Yes, of course.
Do you know who that is?
No.
You don't?
You don't need to. No, you just need to use the app.
He's the face of chess.com.
Do you have a diamond membership?
No,
That's like the paid membership.
Yeah, no.
I'll give it to you.
Seriously?
Yeah.
For now, you get a pegatina.
There you go.
Pegatina?
So just next time you're on the site, just send a message to support and say, I met Danny in Spain. Say, I met Danny, and Danny said I could get a diamond membership. Okay? All right?
I love your work.
Okay.
I love your work.
Thanks,
Big
guys.
fan.
Bye-bye. So it's funny, Danny, we were sold a bill of goods. They flew us here to do real work.
Yeah.
And I realized our entire job is just to go around giving out stickers.
Honestly, well, there you go.
I can't even do that well.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. This curriculum is designed to work with Common Core standards and global educational guidelines. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds, Chess Kid helps you organize your students and monitor their progress. Each child receives a weekly report card that shows how many lessons, puzzles, and games were completed. You can also organize kids into clubs and send them messages. Chess Kid is the online home of scholastic chess for thousands of kids, parents, schools, and coaches. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
And while we were away, actually right after we went to the break, we had a result come in. No surprises, Robert. Liren and Alireza Firouzja did end their game in a draw. I think we have a lot of fighting chess ahead today. It's going to be awesome. Robert Hess here with me, Danny Rensch. We are in Madrid, and we have one game still in action. It's been an awesome day once again. Players delivering tons of fun chess. And right now that guy needs to deliver in order to keep pace with Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, because Jan Nepomniachtchi keeps winning. He has 4 wins out of 7 games. So people are sometimes complain, oh, too many draws in chess. Jan Nepomniachtchi is saying, yeah, hold on to those complaints. I'm going to keep winning games.
Hop on my back here. I got some decisive chess for you. I got your decisive chess right here. That's it. There you go. How you like them apples, Jan Nepomniachtchi? It says he's on fire. And Fabiano Caruana is looking nervous. This game slips. You got a real problem.
Yeah, he still has his head in his hand.
Yeah.
So something about the ensuing ending, likely without the queens, but maybe there's some queen e8 check stuff that as we were discussing.
Yep.
Something is really bothering him.
Yep.
And it might be that he assumed, not really assumed, but he calculated, but missed something, that he was easily winning. The game was just going to be over. He was going to get that full point. Now he's like, I don't see the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really nerve-wracking. Hikaru was talking about game trajectory when he was here for the interview. And the trajectory of this game has improved for Radjabov. You know, the king went up at h5, and it looked like it was over.
Right.
But now there are chances.
Yeah.
And the longer that Radjabov has some semblance of hope, I feel like the more stressful it is for Fabiano, and the more stressful it is for him, the more likely it is for him to go wrong. I'm not saying it is likely, but it just becomes increasingly so.
Yep. No, well said. And it is also fair to say, like you said, it might just be that he lost sight of the finish line. Thought he was winning in a line, lost sight, so now he's nervous because he's got to do the work again, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't know he's winning, but it can be super scary when you thought you had the win in hand and all of a sudden you're resetting. Plus, there's no way he's not feeling the pressure of just how much is at stake in this one particular game. At this point, Fabiano has to mirror Jan every step of the way, and then he would still have to beat Jan in a head-to-head battle to have a chance to win. So Jan wins, he's got to win. Jan draws, he has to at least draw. And head-to-head, Fabi would have to get it done to catch Jan Nepomniachtchi. But, all right. Right now, we've got this game here. Radjabov is on the clock. Now, he's considering moves like queen g8 and queen e8. Also could be just very deeply down the variations of queen takes f6, trying to figure out if he has any chance to hold there.
And I feel like the assumption both players have, their instincts, not just assumption, is that the queenless position is winning for white. Just because it's an extra pawn, the f pawn is running, the king is very close by, and that rook d8 move, as soon as you see it, you kind of realize that, okay, that's going to stop my a pawn from advancing.
Yeah, as soon as you see the idea, you recognize, okay, this is kind of hard for black, and it's easier said than done because sometimes you get tunnel vision, right, Robert? Like you're calculating lines, beating your head against the wall, forcing a variation that you thought was winning, and maybe sometimes you're not looking for a different type of idea, a different type of approach. So it's quite possible that is what was the struggle for Fabiano. Though the longer Radjabov thinks, and then when you can work on your opponent's time, you use their clock as a weapon, helps you get things back on track.
Yeah, I think what Radjabov wants, and he's just making sure that his king doesn't get checkmated immediately, is to keep those queens on the board, get that black king up to b5 at some point, maybe continue running with that king up the board, and while that will prevent you from promoting your a-pawn, white's f-pawn isn't going to be promoting very easily when there's a queen, rook, and knight aiming towards the white king. So I think that Radjabov here, he's just trying to find a variation. There it is.
And he goes for it.
Queen e8.
Queen e8 rather than trading queens.
He wants to make sure the queens stay on the board.
Yeah, which makes sense. So probably let's bring up the analysis board. Probably what that means is that first and foremost, he calculated deeply enough in this line and saw rook d8 coming and just knew he was busted. So even if this gets the game to last longer, players at this level aren't trying to keep the game lasting longer, right? They want it to be as messy and as complicated. And if you lose 20 minutes or 20 moves faster, but there were real opportunities for your opponent to go wrong, you'll go for that line. And that's why he's gone for queen e8, because in this line, even if objectively the computer says that white is winning more quickly after king to d6, as long as Fabiano finds that, this is a scary position, right? Everyone wants to go for positions where your opponent has a chance to blunder. Fabi could play king d6, and I wonder what Radja's next move will be. It's going to be something subtle, I think, but keeping it a mess.
Yeah, I think king b5 is not very good because it's a rook b7 check. The king can't go to a4 without dropping the rook, and if it goes to c4, there's queen e6 check.
And get the queens off, and then we're back to pushing.
And we see how good the rook is on b7. It can always go to a7. The f-pawn is running up with the king's help, and that bishop on f3, it's such a good piece. It keeps control of that diagonal, does not allow black to get anywhere near the f-pawn.
Okay, that's huge. So if king to b5 isn't an easy way to protect the rook, moving the rook, well, bishop b7 check is
that's
immediately possible. There may be other things, but I'll just...
Wait, but you can't take on c8 there because there's knight e4 check. Right, so bishop b7 check, king b5, but you queen e5 check. So as long as you get the queen off the board, I feel like white is going to win the game. But it was just very important to note that you couldn't just take this rook on c8, even though you started with a little bishop fork there, because the knight was coming to e4 with check.
It is important to note that king d6 really is the only move here. If you play rook e7, black actually has an interesting draw in hand by sacrificing here first, then trading queens on f6, then forking with knight d5 check, then both sides push, and we get a drawn endgame with queens.
And I just see one TB, which
table base. Which, by the way, that by itself, I guess, should be obvious because we already know we've solved table-based positions up to, I think, 8 pieces. But I wasn't expecting that to happen. So just a draw with both sides getting a queen. So that's a fun way to blunder into a draw. So that worries you that Fabiano's thinking, because you're thinking, don't play rook e7 due to this trick. But you could miss that. I mean, you know, it's not likely, but it's possible to miss something like that. We see Fabi shuffling in his chair, looking around. That could be a serious blunder.
And he's calculating it for sure. He's working his way all the way down to the end, because actually if you just finish off the sequence with in that line, all this stuff, and then let's just push the pawns. Let's show everybody what it's like. So a4, f5, and so on. Right? So white is still up a pawn, but at the end over here, after f8 equals queen, the black queen goes to e5 with check, and you don't even need to take this pawn on h2, which I'm sure you could get away with, but you can keep giving checks, it would appear.
Checking on f5 is likely good enough, even on king g7, queen g5. Eventually, even if you're forced to take this pawn, this is still a theoretical draw. And one of the funny things to note is you just never put your king on a square like this. You see the table base now go to white winning. One of the most dangerous things about queen and pawn endings is the crossfire check, where you check and you force your opponent to make a trade. Good lesson for the viewers is actually you kind of want your king on the most awkward squares away from your queen. These are the kind of moves you want, where like there's no way for them to be caught on the same diagonal or file. Of course, if this pawn were on h4, you would have this move. But the point is, keeping your king on awkward squares away from potential crossfire checks is the right way to draw these, not to try to, for example, rush your king over. In fact, the closer you get your king to the potential checks, usually that's how you lose.
That's right.
So, fun little, at least you can walk away from this saying you learned something. 100 Hikaru subs incoming. If Fabi blows this, Hikaru Nakamura dropping 100 subs. You heard it on stream when he joined us earlier today in studio.
The thing is, he has no choice. Queen e7 is the only other way. If you're not going to play king d6, rook e7 we saw as a draw. Queen e7 allows queen g6 back, and then you have to play queen f6 again. So this might be smart by Fabiano because they just play their 48 moves. So repeating will give you a couple moves, get you closer to the next time control. Because Fabiano, he's down under 13 minutes left.
My wondering is if you check, is there any other check that then makes it even harder for you? Because that's the problem. Is like if it starts to become a mess, and now just saying Fabi will never miss that. We'll see. Rook d5 check.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, after queen g8, you have queen f7, right? In that variation.
Okay.
And then you're done with your checks.
So now if you have to trade queens, we're back to the spot where white is in control with the queens off the board. So that's not what black would want. But still, I mean, this is... I agree with you, Chad. I don't think Fabi would miss it either. But the problem is if you're playing with so much at stake, you're super nervous about keeping the queens on the board. Perhaps you're even seeing a little bit of a ghost, right? You're more nervous than you should be. It's hard to keep your king in the center, right? I mean, don't judge him, right? He's working, and this is not easy. And the point is, you definitely don't want to lose. So if he panics and says, I think I'm going to lose, you could see him go for something like that, where he's not going to win, but it's still possible you could swindle your opponent in a queen and pawn ending. So that's what's scary, is the longer Fabiano thinks, the more you feel that he's not thrilled about the required path to win, right? And that's what I'm saying, Robert, right? Like, the required path to win has become an absolute bleep show, right? It's absolutely scary to play king d6. He does it. Okay, he does find it. And we expect Fabi to do it, right? He's a very good chess player.
But you can see the nerves on his face.
Yeah, this is not easy at all.
Yeah, and I think that's the misleading part about the evaluation bar, right? Some plus, what does it say, +6 positions are just very simple, right? You're up a full rook, it's +6. This is, you only have one pawn. Your king on d6 is one check away from getting checkmated.
Yeah.
So I completely understand why Fabiano is hesitating. And I think, for Radjabov, he needs to keep that up, as you were saying. And that's a really important defensive idea, is that instead of necessarily finding, okay, this move looks like it prolongs the game, but you're going to lose anyway, you find something that is not just tricky in the sense that like you're playing for cheap tricks, but it's tricky in the sense that white's path is very narrow. So at this point in the game, with the king out on d6, a move like king to b5, right? We can see how that would keep the game to be quite tricky, but we already talked about this. There's rook b7 check, and unfortunately queen e6 happening after. And that's what Fabiano wants. He wants that queen trade to get off the board. So what Radjabov, and why he's thinking so deeply now, is he understands that he needs to keep the queens on. How do you do that? Do you play rook to c8, as you pointed out before? There's that bishop b7 check, and it looks like the queens are in fact coming off in that position with the queen e5 check. So he's like, okay, rook c8. Eliminate that.
I love that line, by the way, because after bishop b7, the idea is not to take the rook, but to force the king where you can get the queens off. Go ahead.
Yeah, because knight e4 check is really important. Knight forks always are a tricky thing. So, you don't want to make that blunder. That's very clear. And the bars. So, eliminating rook c8 because of bishop b7 and queen e5. Queen c8 is possible, but then there's bishop b7 check. But look at that variation. Queen c8, bishop b7 check, queen takes b7, right? Then it's like, oh, if I take on b7 with the rook, there's knight e4 check, which protects the rook on c5, in addition to checking and forking the king and the queen. So that would actually win for black. But the move is, instead of rook takes queen, is king takes c5 with a check of your own, and then you take the queen. I mean, this is really complicated stuff.
Really complicated stuff. And again, we're sitting in these chairs, right? We're chess engine armchair quarterbacking right now, and they are trying to solve this with everything at stake. Every one of these games is at this time the biggest game in their career, right? I mean, you've got to keep pace if you're Fabiano. Teimour Radjabov wants none of it. He wants to make this an absolute mess to keep Fabi just on his toes. And again, everything about Radjabov's strategy here is lack of clarity, right? It's guerrilla warfare out there, right? It's just make it messy and make it complicated, and that's where your opponent might go wrong. And after king to d6, I'm saying that because it means we might see this game end quickly, right? Because Raja's not going to go for a queen trade where we get, where it's all just,
stop the pawn, push the pawn. That'd be too easy. So what other moves? We've eliminated rook c8, we've eliminated queen c8, the rook on c5 is hanging. So a move like, I don't know, knight a4 or something, like that's a way to protect your rook. Where else can we go?
Knight a4 feels so awkward, but what's funny is I don't have any discovered checks.
Right.
I can't move the king and check you. So that's actually a really tricky move. I'm not sure what the best move would be there.
Oh my gosh. I think there's a mating net. I think white has a...
On knight a4?
Does it work, though? Maybe I'm... No, I'm right. Knight a4 can play rook a7 check.
Right away?
Yeah, because if you take it, I have queen g7 and queen b7 mate.
Oh, nice.
So... Yeah, this bishop on f3 is just a really baller piece.
How crazy would that be if the game ended that way? I'm sure Fabiano has seen that idea of sacrificing the rook onto the 7th rank. We have a move. It is rook to c4.
So he can...
By the way, the rook a7 check idea is still in the air. Your idea is actually maybe the most straightforward win. Again, we got to show that. Rook a7 check, if takes, queen to g7, king moves, and we've got checkmate.
Oh, but so you can't take the rook. So that has become clear after rook a6. So king b6, and then now what? It's such a ridiculous position.
But you, at the very least, you can play rook b7 to protect the rook.
And now?
Now, again, if the king could put itself anywhere else on any legal square on the board, it would be winning.
Yeah.
But you can't get out of the way of your own queen. Literally, you can't get out of your own way here if you're Fabiano.
There's got to be something, right? Just like rook e7 looks kind of nice. Because
rook e7 makes sense. Look at this bishop yet again, by the way. And by the way, because the queen is blocked, if you check, we get out of the way with check. So
Yes,
rook
indeed.
e7 is actually a serious problem. And no matter where you check, I'm checking you. And the moment white gets on check, it's over.
Yes, because if the king goes to b5, once again, there's queen e5 check trading queens.
Yep.
As soon as you have the opportunity to trade queens, if you're Fabiano, you do it. And that's probably why he paused for so long.
Yeah.
Is when he was visualizing the initial position after both sides queen,
Yeah.
simultaneous promotion, he thought the queens were coming off immediately. He was going to win. Then he saw queen e8 check. He was nervous about king d6. He plays it, but he is down under 10 minutes. And he still has 10 moves to go. That was only move 49. He's getting into time trouble.
Yep. He plays rook to c7? Oh my god, that was so nerve-wracking. I was like losing my breath there. Rook to c7. It looked like a blunder initially, but black has no good checks.
And look at that, knight b5 is check with a fork.
Knight b5 checks and forks and fails to king to d5, and white is winning.
Gosh.
What a friggin' game here. Rook to c7.
And d4 is covered. Although after rook d4 check, queen takes knight b5
is a
check
fork.
is a fork.
But the problem is you have king c5 check.
That's so my
now that we've seen this idea, repeated a few times, now I'm just spotting it.
Yeah.
Every time I can move the king, the game is over. You can't let me move the king. This is so awesome. Radjabov going into the think tank here. Everything is at stake for Fabiano. Not as much at stake, but it's not like he's here to just kick the can either. Radjabov wants to win, but right now this is this entire game hanging by the balance of whether or not Fabiano's king can get out of his own way.
And it's a situation where if black could just give a check with some piece that doesn't exist on the board, it would be checkmate.
Yeah.
But you move the knight.
This is
then
where
the
you
king
start
can
yelling at your partner in Bughouse,
Yeah.
like knight mates.
Yeah, exactly.
Knight mates.
Get me a piece. No, it's true though, right? If you could just plant a knight on b5 while still covering the d5 square, that works. But as soon as the knight leaves, that square that previously was covering, is now available to the white
If you
king.
could drop a knight on b5, it's mate.
It is.
But you can't drop. You got to move, and then you lose. If and when we have Fabiano in studio, depending on whether or not he wins this game, if we do, I will ask him just how nerve-wracking. This got to be one of the most nerve-wracking games he's ever played in his life at this point.
When you miss that the queens can stay on the board,
Yeah.
you go from, okay, I'm just smooth sailing to, oh my goodness, my king's out in the open.
And I have to walk my king into the face of danger, right?
And you laugh in that
And you
face.
laugh, right? Danger's my middle name.
Oh gosh. Okay, Austin.
Oh, my heart just skipped a beat a little bit. My heart skipped a beat.
It's groovy.
What?
It's groovy.
It's groovy, baby. Don't get me on that movie. The quotes from that movie are no longer okay. They are no longer okay. Radjabov might be realizing that his position is not okay. He has 11 minutes to make 10 moves. Fabiano only has 9. But they both know that a single move could be the end at this point.
Looking.
Yeah, I don't see any more moves for black. That's
okay. I think
we're back to king running out of the discovered check is the best option, but that allows the queens to get traded, and that's actually the opposite human option.
Yeah.
Right. So even though the computer might say like king to b5 is the best, if you trade queens, the human beings take a breath and it's over.
Okay. If I play knight e4 check, which forces you to take because you want to move that king away, but you lose your queen, so you can't move your king.
For the first time, I can't just move my king to d5.
Right, because you lose your queen and then you resign.
Well, you would resign.
So you take on e4, queen takes e4. Is there a way to trade the queens yet? I know it's still bad for black, but
hold on, but actually this seems.
Oh, you can trade queens. You're right.
How?
Well, if you go king d7 and then queen e5 check.
But does it?
I didn't calculate if it wins.
If you take it, you're too slow. The e pawn is too fast here.
Okay, so this wins because what we saw before. Just actually, let's show the end. I think it's important. That after rook takes c7, king 7. Weren't we just talking about how we both queen? It's a draw. Here it's not because white queens with check, and then stops.
Then you're like you start pushing, and you're like, wait, what?
Let me do it.
Okay, that's nice. So you can't trade, but you could play a move like this, perhaps.
But then I still trade queens. And then I push.
Okay, and you're still just too fast. Okay. So that means that knight e4 would go for a forcing line that probably is not forcing what Radjabov wants because of, I can't see anything else. Yeah, this would be forced. So simple as it is also he's got a one-track mind right now if he's Fabiano, which is get the queens off the board, get my king out of this, out of this crazy situation he got himself in, and start pushing the pawn.
And it's just amazing how sometimes we think a game is, it's a foregone conclusion.
Yep.
And then the opponent puts up such stubborn defense.
Yeah.
Like, whoa, this isn't easy at all. And it goes to show how strong these players are. First, Radjabov with the defense, and then Fabiano to recognize that things aren't going according to plan, since that he mapped out what he thought was a win, and then the queens didn't come off, and he's like, oh gosh, now I gave him a new lease on life, but then he's like, no, king d6, rook c7, I have this under control. So just to be able to calm yourself down, to compose yourself is really difficult, and both players have done that quite well. And now Radjabov, though, he's still thinking, he's on the clock, and I think he
heard you there.
Yeah, he's running out of ideas.
You said his name, and he was like, is that Robert Hess I hear? I love that guy's commentary. That guy's commentary is so good. That's what happened right there.
I don't think so.
He actually does love your commentary.
Well, thank you.
He's a fan. Not a fan of his position, though, I think.
No, that's pretty clear. And I'm just wondering what move he'll find here.
I love what you said about calming your nerves there, right? We saw a visibly shaken Fabiano, right? He was on edge, and I think he's much more dialed in now. Now you're just like reconfirming variations, which is you know when you're in that moment, it's so scary where you just keep going over the checks again. You're like, okay, that check still loses. Okay, that check still loses. Right? You're just like reconfirming over and over again that you are correct and you are winning. Those moments are just so nerve-wracking.
And you can mix up your move orders so easily in a position like this. We're like thinking, in this variation, I move this piece here. And in this other variation, I move my pawn first.
Yeah.
Whatever it may be. When you have your pieces scattered like this, your king out on d6, it is easy to just make that mistake. But I think that rook c7 was a really, really nice move. Black can't afford to trade rooks because you lose your queen on the spot, which is pretty cool, tactically speaking. So, yeah, this is looking like Fabiano. I feel like he knows now. He just took that sip of water.
Yeah,
that
confident sip. He's back to a bit of the Fabi perch. 6 minutes and 45 seconds for 10 moves. So That means we're going to have an answer here in just a few moments. He has to make a move in 6 minutes where he loses on time, and I think he's running out of ideas.
Yeah, he glanced up at Fabiano there. He's looking at him, trying to study his opponent, but this is like a study.
This is where experience is paramount. Imagine the pressure these two are feeling right now. Great comment.
From one GM to others.
From one GM to another. I loved your work in The Phantom Menace. The one Star Wars he wasn't in.
I'm also just glad you didn't start making Chewbacca noises.
Yeah. You said it. The way he would have actually said that in Wookiee speak. Is he a Wookiee? I stopped following the series closely when Dumbledore died. I stopped paying attention.
Dumbledore. You did that
Was
to troll
what
the
happened
chat.
after Dumbledore died? Didn't Frodo lose his way and then Sam saved him?
Yeah.
Yeah, just in time for Luke to realize that he couldn't kiss Leia because
And then
she's his
Ant-Man
sister.
got like really tiny. And
Yeah, that's what happened.
Oh yeah.
Man, that was a great series. Shout out to you, Captain Kirk. You were the best character in Star Wars. Okay, here we go. 5 minutes to figure this thing out. We have liftoff, king to b5. Okay, but that means the queens are coming off. Fabiano might be taking a breath. Is there some sort of trick of queen e5 check? Let's look at it. Queen e5 check, queen takes e5, f takes e5, rook d4, king e7. No, I mean...
The knight's under attack, so...
Yeah, oh wait, I was about to push a4, you're right. So I can't even play a4.
And that e-pawn is just...
E-pawn is too fast.
Sprinting to the finish line.
Is there anything more forcing than queen? I think Fabi will play this move because it's the human move. It's like, oh my god, now I can get the queens off. My king is safe.
There is a way to get the rooks and the queens off, but I don't think it's really worth it. Like, let's say you start queen f5 check, the king has to move. You take on c4 with check. King takes, queen e6 check, this whole thing. And what's going on here? We're going to have another promotion going on.
Another promotion fest? I don't want any more of this shenanigans.
2 times in one game. Yeah, this is not what you want.
This is not what you want. Forget the eval bar. Human beings don't play this with that type of certainty. This has blunder into a draw written all over it, right? Some sort of check and perpetual. So I don't think that's what Bobby wants. I think he's going to look for the much more straightforward queen e5 check, because also when the queen trades, you kind of gain a tempo, right?
Yeah.
You gain a full move with the pawn. Advance. Oops, sorry. Again, mouse slips continue today. Takes, shake and bake.
Yeah, you want that pawn just running up the board. So that's what's happening. And Fabiano, he has plenty of time, right? If you can trade queens, the calculations get easier.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he has plenty of time, as both players have made their 50th move. And Fabiano, he's just...
Well, you still have to reach move 60 before you get more time.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Right. He's just reassessing, like, queen e5 check, that's my intuition. Is that for sure winning? Because the last thing you want is to make some queen trade that just seems winning, but you haven't actually thought it through, and then it allows Radjabov to escape. So you're always calculating.
Always be calculating the ABCs of chess.
Mm-hmm. And that looks like queen e5 to...
Queen e5. Queen takes e5 is the only move.
As is pawn takes.
And now we'll see what Radjabov's final stand is. What was his last idea? Probably didn't really have a choice anyway, but maybe there's some sort of setup. He envisions an opportunity for Caruana to go wrong. That's why I said my instinct was rook d4 check, because I thought at least it forces the king in front of the pawn,
right,
which slows things down. But you made the great point. I played rook d4 in my line thinking I was playing a4 next and forgot my knight is hanging.
And from a distance, that's exactly what happens, when you're trying to calculate and visualize. But it's a little bit too late for that whole thou shalt not pass. That pawn, that's a passer, and it's going.
Don't quote Merlin on this show. Thou shalt not pass. All right. Rook d4 check. King e7.
And that white rook is going to have an easy time
Rook d4 king. There's no rook ending chances, right? You check to make a fork, but it doesn't matter because the pawn is just too fast. E6.
Right.
And what's funny is even if you somehow got an endgame where both sides were sacrificing rooks for the pawn, white still wins because it's actually a really fun thing to visualize. The king will be here and the white king will be here, way too close, right? The white king is, and that's, you know, it's likely not possible, but it is kind of an important instructive takeaway, right? That in any kind of variation where both sides somehow had to magically sacrifice their rook for each other's passed pawn, white is still winning. And that's a security you have.
Absolutely. And not only is your king closer, we can't forget that white's up a pawn, right? We've been so focused on the passed pawns that you can forget to count. And white has an extra pawn here. So you can create another passed pawn if the e-pawn was not good enough.
Yep. Okay. Well, I think we're going to have a... we're going to have a two-horse race officially, and not everyone's looking at Jan's score like, hey, slow down.
Slow down, speed racer.
Yeah. Wait for me, big brother. Believe in me.
You with your teenage...
Everyone remembers that when your big brother's leaving you behind and you're like out of breath.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Oh, Danny, what are we going to do with you?
Well, right now... Oh, what? Wait.
No.
Okay. That was one of those DGT errors. When the players slide the pieces, there's that pressure that's put on the square which sends the relay, so that's a funny little moment where Radjabov... Clearly what that showed was how angry Radjabov is, because he slid that piece with enough force to trick the DGT board into thinking he played rook c6.
But what's going on here? Because a4, e6, and e7, e8 is unstoppable, so he's
going to play king c5?
Okay, I see. He's going to play king c5. That way he can...
He has knight b5 check. That's the idea. That's actually... Shout out to Raja for continuing to find... That was actually one line we didn't look at. He trades rooks because on e6, he has knight b5 check, king d7. He can put the knight on d6, and on e7, a4... Queen, a3. Guess who loses?
Yeah, the bishop won't be able to catch the pawn, which is why
I got to show that line now that that's actually this is an absolutely stellar defensive try, because in this line you can blunder your way. We're going to see it on the board. Not that Fabiano will blunder, but in this line you can blunder your way into losing because the king is actually perfectly in his position to stop the bishop from stopping the pawn.
Right, which is why after. In that exact variation, if we just knight d6, e7, a4, you first take care of the pawn. So you make the move bishop to d1, then that attacks the pawn. If there are pushes, you play bishop b3, because black cannot stop white from promoting the pawn, and the bishop covers the a-pawn, and that will tell the tale.
Game over.
One more important thing, which isn't that important, you know where I'm going with this.
Oh, let's do it.
Light square bishop, dark square h8 square there.
If somehow black could magically put the king in this corner, and keep all other things equal.
Yeah, you have to take the G-pawn as well.
But yeah, it's too much. That's a very nice line, again, by Radjabov, finding one last trick. We knew he would, and he's thinking about it, but after knight b5, king d7, I think the game will go to here, and after e7, a4, bishop d1, and bishop b3, we will see a resignation. That is my official prediction that this will be the final position on the board. Want to bet, chat? Will Danny be right? Vote now. Will Danny be right? In chat, let's do it. I think this is the final position, and then we see a resignation. I think we will see it right.
Good job.
And at that point, it will be game over, Red Rover, send Fabiano Caruana right over, upstairs to the studio. He will go, then on to Grandma's house, avoiding the evil queen, whatever. Toodaloo.
And
Danny's prediction on the analysis board, the live position where it stands. Yeah.
Radjabov's 37 seconds left. So
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, it won't matter. It's not consequential in this game because this is, as you predicted, likely to be the final position in a couple moves. But Radjabov also doesn't have time to calculate it, even if his position was defensible. Will he play knight d6 or will he just resign?
I made a prediction. It was bold. Hopefully chat's voting.
Down under 20 seconds. Under 15.
15.
He probably hasn't even looked
10.
at his clock. He might just lose on time.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't be the first time I was wrong today. Okay. And Radjabov resigns. Fabiano Caruana maintains pace. Look at that breath, that sigh of relief from Fabiano. You see that? Like his body visibly took a huge deep breath right there.
Yeah, no, he is definitely ecstatic on the inside. They're just talking through the game. And somewhere Jan Nepomniachtchi might be punching a pillow because he thought with his win today, he could distance himself from Fabiano. But Fabiano is just clipped onto his heels.
Yeah. He will not let go. Trying to shake him loose, but Fabiano will not let go. And analyzing some variation, we'll maybe pick Fabi's brain when he comes upstairs and lets us know what critical lines he and Radjabov got up to here in this little post-game chat. But what can you say about, you have to win, right? When it matters most. Right now, Fabiano's doing that, keeping pace with Jan Nepomniachtchi. I cannot wait for their head-to-head battle in the second round of the second set of games. I will tell you that.
Yes. No, that is going to be epic because Fabiano Caruana will get the white pieces against the player he's currently trailing. And we see them continue to talk about the game. And that's what happens. You had so many unplayed variations that you want to discuss with your opponent. And, good on Radjabov. Sometimes when people lose, they're disgusted. They just want to run away. But Radjabov here, he wants to talk about the chess. And he knows that at this point, his chances of winning the candidates, they're like Rapport's laptop out the window. But he still is a chess lover, and he wants to talk about all these possibilities.
And Fabiano, equally as perplexed by some of the moments in the game, just that was an absolute mess. And, oh man, boy, am I happy. Yeah, a little bit small smile there from Mr. Caruana. Stands up. It is officially a two-horse race here in Madrid with all of the results from round 7 in the books. And we will give you a snapshot of what those were in just a moment. In fact, right now we'll do so. It starts at the top. Richard Rapport. If you missed it, it was an interesting game, interesting things to discuss about how that game went down, but ultimately all that matters is the scoreboard, which is Jan Nepomniachtchi getting another victory, Robert.
Yeah, and this is starting to look familiar, right? What happened in the round before the rest day, in round 6? Only 2 players won their games. That was Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana. So these are the 2 players.
Round 1?
Round 1, round 6, and now round 7.
Round 1, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, round 6. Okay, so there you have it. Duda Nakamura was interesting. Maybe there were some moments it could have been a fight, as Hikaru said when he was in studio. If you missed the interview, it was great. Back up and check it out. Liren and Firouzja, they both fought hard. They played a strong chess game. It was one that they took all the way down to the wire, further than we thought they would. But unfortunately for those 2 players, it's not a victory for either one to try to maintain pace with the 2 leaders. And then Fabiano Caruana just beat Teimour Radjabov before our very eyes, which is why he is keeping pace with Jan Nepomniachtchi. On that note, let's bring up the standings and talk about what that means for where all the players sit. We see the players not sitting there standing and still talking in the playing hall. But look at where things are. Now 1.5 points separates Fabiano Caruana from the next closest person, which is his countryman, Hikaru Nakamura. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, 2 points ahead of the rest of the field, not named Fabiano Caruana.
Unbelievable performance by those 2. You would think that Fabiano Caruana would be in the lead. If you just told the world that somebody had 5 points out of 7 games, that person's in first place.
That person is in the lead, and they're going to win.
Right. And last time around, 2 players had 4.5 out of 7. But Jan Nepomniachtchi is unstoppable right now. He has not lost a game. He is 4 wins and only 3 draws. He's playing out of his mind. He's getting a little help from his friends and competitors. Today it was not Richard Rapport's day, but you have to give credit where it's due. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's been absolutely stellar.
You said it. I mean, I don't need to repeat it. We still got so much more ahead here as we back this thing up here in studio and prepare to send it to a break before we are likely and hopefully joined by the other winner on the day. We also had Jan Nepomniachtchi in studio, by the way. We had such a great interview with Hikaru Nakamura. We forgot that. Something else you should back up and check out. So Don't go anywhere. For my partner, Robert Hess, Danny Rensch, we're going to be right back on the other side. We will look ahead, of course, to what tomorrow's round 8 has for us. Hopefully, we're also talking to a Fabiano Caruana. Much more ahead as we wrap up round 7 coverage here for Chess.com's view on the 2022 FIDE Candidates.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
Won this prestigious tournament 4 years ago in Berlin. In his challenger match against Magnus Carlsen, Caruana came just one endgame moment away from his first World Championship.
I wasn't playing my best chess today, and Magnus, I think, played very well.
Soon to be 30, Caruana's chess resume is matched by few in Madrid. Born in Miami with dual citizenship, Fabi became the youngest grandmaster in US history at age 14. A decade ago, he made history at the Sinkfield Cup, winning 7 straight games on his way to a 2844 rating, the third highest of all time.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
And we are back here, Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 World Chess Championship from Dubai. Oh, sorry, wrong event. A couple familiar faces here, though. Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana joining Robert Hess and I in studio. And Fabi, just right off the bat, how nerve-wracking was that game?
Yeah, that was the most difficult game I've played in a long time.
Yeah,
it was kind of crazy at the end. I was just worried I'm going to blunder mate or blunder a rook, but I think I kept things under control for the most part.
Well, let's dive into the chess so you feel like you can kind of get that off your head. For those who don't know, Fabi came in studio and immediately was like going to the monitor, like what was going on in this position because of so much craziness. We're going to stay at that craziness that I think really started with, I guess we'll go to Queen G6 check, right? Take us through what happened, because here's what Robert and I were observing. A friend who we know, we could tell your body language changed. You were visibly nervous. Was there something you had missed in this line? It was something that you were struggling to solve before you ultimately did, by the way, play the best engine line with Queen F6?
Yeah, no, I saw this quite far in advance. I mean, I saw his position when I played Rook D2, and I saw that he has to go for this, and he has to play King E7, which was my plan first.
So you saw it here?
Yeah, when I played Rook D2.
Okay.
It's all very forcing. He doesn't really have any alternatives, and I might have some alternative, but I didn't really see it.
Okay.
And we have no increment, so
right.
I was trying not to think too much. And yeah, I figured King E7, Queen B5, but then I realized that it was sort of theoretical before, and then once we got here, I realized I'm kind of short on time, and I don't know exactly what to do.
Oh, so you were planning King E7?
Yeah, Queen B5, King B5, sorry, which is forced, I think. Otherwise, he's just losing material or getting mated. And then I was trying G4 here.
Wow.
Because I need to cover this F5 square. Because if Queen F7, or I'm trying to trade queens, but then he always has Rook F5. And then he plays A4 because he actually doesn't have any way to improve his position. And it's very strange. He's pushing his pawn, and he can't really move his pieces. They're all in a perfect place. So he can't really improve them. But also, I didn't see what to do here. Yeah. I was thinking about Rook B7, King C4, F5, and I realized that I could easily Queen G5, and if King E8, there's Queen E3. So then I realized that I could easily lose this position, and I was a bit scared of the A pawn as well.
Yeah.
So then I thought Queen F6. I wasn't sure about Queen takes F6 to start with. I thought Queen 8 should be losing, but this I wasn't sure of. Take A4. I was going to play Rook D8 because his pawn is super strong. His knight is just covering. My bishop is kind of dominated. His knight is also dominated. It's a weird standoff between the pieces.
Yeah.
But the good thing is that usually if I sack my rook, I will win because his knight stays dominated, even if there's very limited material.
That's interesting. So you're already evaluating that if your rook has to come up for his pawn, but his rook has to come up with your pawn, you're still winning that game. You were already thinking
almost
about
always winning. So I was looking at, for example, King A5 here or King B5. I don't know. Let's say Rook A8, King B4, F5, A3, King G6, and Rook A5 I thought was losing, take everything, and again we both promote at the same time, but this one is even worse for him because now my king isn't in danger, so I just win.
Right.
And
sorry, just showing your line, but go ahead.
So then Knight A4 I thought instead of Rook A5. Knight A4, F6, A4.
A2.
Sorry, I can't even.
No, you're good. You're good. Sorry.
And I thought this was winning, but now I see the bar says it's not. I thought F7, Rook G5, King H6, Rook F5, and Bishop Rook F5. No, Rook F5.
Sorry, Rook F5, yeah.
And Bishop D1. I thought this would be winning, but now I see it's not winning. So, yeah, there was obviously some problems with my calculation.
Well, I mean, Dan, you should just show the end of that. And this is
sorry.
The Rook F5 instead.
Go back to Rook F5.
And Bishop D1, A1 equals Queen. This looks like, Rook takes A4. I think this is what you were looking at.
Yeah, take Rook F7, and I thought this position was winning somehow.
This is.
Wow, I would also assume it's winning, but I guess.
I guess it's not. Yeah, his king is coming back quickly. But okay, yeah.
Wow.
It's one of those cases of long variation, wrong variation.
But it helps us understand because I mean, twist ending. Robin and I were not working nearly as hard as you at the board, and so that line is mind blowing, right, Robert? I mean, the fact that we weren't even considering G4 of at all. We did look quickly at this, but this is a crazy good move, and it's one of the engine's top choices too. But okay.
Yeah, no, I thought Queen f6 is a bit safer because here I gave him kind of a free choice in some ways. Like it's easier to blunder, and Queen f6 is more forcing.
Right.
Yeah, Queen e8 was a bit of a relief because not entirely relief because I wasn't sure, but I thought it should be losing somehow after King d6. Sorry, Queen e8 like he played.
Okay, yeah. But you were confident he was losing here?
No, not confident.
Oh, okay.
I thought I should be winning, but didn't really see entirely how, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Those lines we were just looking at, pretty crazy.
Yeah, and here, I saw this in advance as rook c4, and at first I thought I'm winning with rook e7, and then I realized this is not clear at all. The main reason I rejected it was actually because of queen b5, rook b7, and queen e8, and I didn't see how to make progress here. And okay, we discussed this a little bit before.
Before Bobby came in, we were talking about the rook a7 idea.
Yeah, and this would transpose to rook a7 and rook b3. But I didn't see rook b3 at all.
Like finding that move is just.
It doesn't even have it just threatens rook c3. It's kind of amazing. I just want to win the knight.
Chess is not fair.
No, this is ridiculous. But rook c7, I was very happy to find because it completely kills. I thought knight e4 is the only chance. Bishop e4, queen e4.
Yep.
And yeah, I just thought the queen ending should be winning, but it's still a fight. Yeah, queen endings are always kind of tough to play, especially low on time.
Yep.
But yeah, what he did was much easier.
What he did was, after rook to c7, he played king to b5, for those who missed it, and then the queens came off the board. Were you breathing a sigh of relief as soon as the queens were off?
Yeah, here there was not much more to calculate, and I also couldn't blunder anything.
All right, well, I want to stay a little on the chat just about the other storylines we were looking at. We're not going to do the whole game, don't worry, but how surprised were you on a6? And then Raj's follow-up choice to go for this super sharp line with d5, and you obviously were taking your time here. Was this not what you were expecting him to play without revealing your prep?
Well, Teimour is almost always playing the Berlin. He used to be a Sicilian player, but not. Yeah, I mean, a6 came as a shock. He doesn't really play Sicilian too often these days. And okay, I was hesitating c3 or c4 after a6, and I couldn't quite recall the lines, so I decided just to improvise with this. And it was kind of, it wasn't too pleasant to be so far down on the clock, and he was playing quickly and seemed to be prepared. But still, my position seemed good. I was a bit surprised by his d5. I thought he would play like g6 or something like that. I don't know.
Something not so crazy.
But yeah, d5. Okay, I just thought I would be better here. And actually, I was wondering about queen takes g2. I thought that was a very critical move.
Here?
It was good for you if you did it.
Bishop e4, queen a +6. Oh, queen a4, b5, knight b5. Oh my god, I just blundered. I thought bishop b7. Okay, yeah, this is a bit embarrassing.
We won't hold you guys. No one's watching these shows anyway. Okay. Anyway, so you were good there, and just we won't do the whole game. But when were you feeling just good about the position?
Here.
Like
I
here,
just felt good.
All right.
I thought I'm better.
Yep.
I wasn't sure how much better, but I thought it's a very pleasant advantage.
Yep.
And then I thought I messed it up a bit later. He was very close to equality, I assume, at some point.
Yeah. What question we had during the game was, were you surprised when, if we go forward to that moment after the queen trade, right around here, that he didn't play? He played rook c8 and allowed you to keep all the rooks on the board versus playing the move b5, which is what we were looking at.
Yeah, I thought I'd have to take on f7, knight f5, and I have to play rook d1.
We were thinking if this happens, that all your winning chances are going.
I didn't think my winning chances were gone here. It's not pure obstacle bishops. There are knights on the board. I assume it should be a draw with correct play, but I wouldn't be confident black draws this all the time.
Well, the idea we thought at the end that you might have planned was actually to play the move bishop f1 if this had happened and go for a4.
Yeah, but here I thought that b4, take, and I guess knight e4, and even knight f5 I wasn't sure about. but probably not. Probably bishop e5 is better. Yeah, I just thought he would have like a lot of activity and very good chances. No, I was going to go for the other one instead of this.
Got it. And while you're in, this position, knowing you have some winning chances, but the fight ahead, let's talk about what's going on the other board, right? It was the storyline of the day for as far as all the other games were concerned. There was this huge decision by Richard to not repeat and take the draw. Ultimately, we know, hindsight 2020 or not, it was also questioned in real time. How were you feeling about what you were watching over there with the guy you're chasing?
I felt kind of sick, to be honest.
Yeah, I bet.
I mean, it's one of the most shocking games I've seen from a top player in a long time.
Yeah.
It's like the line that's played is known. It's been known for like a decade that it's a draw. Like you don't really go for this for white, and if you do go for it, you take a draw because f3 is just worse for white.
You actually showed us this line in studio for the World Championship. You were mentioning this like.
Did I show?
Yeah, we went over some quick Petrov line. It didn't happen on the board between Magnus and Jan, but you were saying there's some lines where with these bishop h3 ideas.
Maybe I showed it. Yeah, it's very very known. I really don't know why Richard didn't know it or what was going on. Like once you end up in that situation that like your preparation has gone wrong, he's down an hour on the clock and he's out of preparation. Why is he going for this? I mean, it's totally insane.
Yeah,
it's like some sort of hypnosis or something went on because I can't explain it otherwise.
Well,
good.
Sorry, at that moment though, when you see, you're walking by the board, you see it happening, you still have to win your own game. So how were you feeling? Of course, you were saying you don't understand his decision, but did that affect your own game? Like, did you feel like emotion was settling into your game when you're trying to be objective?
No, it didn't really, because I basically the only way I could play for a win in this game was in a safe way. It was just a pawn up, slightly better position. It's not like I could do anything crazy, playing for a win, and I probably wouldn't do that anyway. So yeah, it didn't affect me. It just really upset me.
Yeah. And we were wondering whether it would, upset you. Obviously, you have to focus on what you can control, right? So have you ever been in a situation like that? I mean, in a where your fate is kind of in the hands of someone else, and you're not happy about what's happening?
Well, your fate is never entirely in your own hands. I mean, it is possible for someone to win all their games, and that's just bad luck. But you can only play your own chess, and if you play well, overall, it works out. In the long run. Doesn't always work out in a tournament. Sometimes you play well and someone still manages to just be a bit better.
Right.
But okay, overall, I'm still happy. I'm only half a point behind.
Yep.
It could have been more. It could have been really disappointing today. So overall, it's a positive day.
Well, we're gonna bring up your head-to-heads and the results you had rounds 1 through 7 real quick, just to get your view on it. Because if someone had told you coming in, Bobby, that you would be 5 out of 7 heading into the back half, and regardless of the specific results of the players, that you wouldn't be leading, what would you have said?
I'd probably take it anyway.
Yeah, you'd be okay.
Well, I don't know if there's a single candidate where halfway through someone's +4.
Yeah. As far as our knowledge right now, it's definitely a record in the last couple decades. We haven't gone farther back, but yeah.
Yeah, like in 2018, I was +3 after 7 rounds. I think I was at least half a point clear of the field, maybe even a full point. I don't really remember. So yeah, it's quite. I mean, +4 is a tremendous score. It's you just can't expect things like that. But sometimes these things happen.
Yeah. Looking at your results, we switched away from it. Let's bring it back. Rounds 1 through 7. I just want to say what stands out for you in. I mean, obviously wins here, but. Any particular game you can take us back through at a certain point? I'll ask you this: when you kind of felt like you were on form, feeling good.
Yesterday. I'm not yesterday. Yesterday during the rest day, I felt amazing.
You were hanging out with Robert, so you were feeling good.
Yeah, that was the best part of the day. No, I mean my game against Alireza the day before yesterday, I really felt like I was seeing a lot and playing well. Yeah. Overall, I feel like I'm playing quite well.
Good.
Yeah.
We're going to look at your... Oh, sorry, Robert.
No, I was just going to ask because throughout these 7 games, the only game where you were slightly worse, to my recollection, was against Ding Liren, where you're down the pawn. So what kind of confidence is that, Bill, where you played 7 games, in 6 of them you were in pretty good shape, never in too much trouble. Does that help build your confidence for the second half?
It makes me feel like I'm controlling the situation well. But yeah, I know from experience that the second half is a whole different story.
Yep.
It just feels totally different.
Well, we're going to bring up the rounds 8 through 14 that are on their way here, and just we won't make you go round by round and reveal all your preparation against every player, but we will just ask you, circle a game or two. Obviously, you've got round 9, Jan Nepomniachtchi, right, with the white pieces, but what game are you most looking forward to right now?
Well, tomorrow. I mean,
Tomorrow. Okay.
I don't think there's any point thinking about any game besides the next
beyond
one.
that? Yeah. Okay. Well, that was anticlimactic.
You knew he was going to say it, though.
Of course you shouldn't. But still, it's great to look ahead. Obviously, you're playing every player with the opposite color. That's how a double round robin works, in case you want us to remind you. So at the end of our coverage of the World Championship, we asked you which was harder, playing or commentating. And you made the mistake of saying on camera that commentating was more exhausting. You still feel that way now?
No, I was definitely wrong.
You're definitely wrong. Like, okay. Well, we are enjoying the show, enjoying the chess very much, and excited to see what the back half brings. So
I have a quick question for you. After a long game like that, obviously you're exhausted, but are you happy that another game is tomorrow? Like, does that help you get in a rhythm, or would you prefer tomorrow or another rest day?
I'm actually kind of glad that I'm playing black, because it somehow takes more energy to play with white. You have to create more. With black, you're a bit more reactive. So it's, yeah. I think that despite the fact that I'm exhausted now and I have no energy, I still will get energy tomorrow. Usually it renews, after a good night's sleep.
Yeah. Well, that was awesome to be visited by you, Fabi. And again, it's right now kind of a two-horse race between you and Jan. So let me leave you this last question: do you watch his games closely from here on out, and does that have any effect on decisions you might make?
Not yet. Maybe going into the final rounds, but definitely not yet. But of course, I follow all the games very closely. But especially now that it kind of seems like, I mean, I don't want to, say anything too speculative, but it seems like nearly 100% chance that one of us will win the tournament.
Right.
Because I 2 points lead for the rest of the field. It's kind of difficult to surmount that. So, but again, I guess crazier things have happened in the history of chess. But yeah, it does feel like pretty much a two-horse race.
Okay. Well, I don't have any other questions. We really appreciate your time, and I know you've got so much ahead because there's a lot more to go, as you said, and so we'll let you go, and Robert and I will finish talking about the standings and giving our opinions of how you're all going to do tomorrow, because our opinions really matter. Although, by the way, I predicted for the vote guess result thing, and I was kind of just throwing. I mean, I don't take that stuff seriously. Let's be honest. But I predicted Jan was going to win his black today. I also predicted you would win.
You're doing better than during the World Championship.
That's where you say that's the stupidest bleep and bleep you've ever seen. Anyway, all right. Well, this has been Fabiano Caruana in studio. Of course, we're all wishing him the best of luck, and hopefully we'll be seeing you again soon, because that probably means good results for you. So good luck, Fabi, and Robin and I are going to bring up the standings and break things down as you head on home. See you.
See you, Fabi.
All right. Well, that was the other man of the day. You had Jan Nepomniachtchi, Robert. You have Fabiano Caruana. And those are the two guys to beat at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're having tremendous tournaments. You asked, right, if you had 5 out of 7, someone told you you had 5 out of 7 before the tournament started, how would you feel? You would feel great. Like, he's playing great chess, and he himself said, we have to...
Reach for me. Reach for me. You're so close, but so far. Okay, go ahead.
But we look at up and down the standings here, right?
Yeah.
You see 7 total victories by Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana. Hikaru Nakamura has the only other win in the entire field. It shows how difficult it is to win a single game, but also shows the kind of form that Jan and Fabiano have in this tournament, right? Fabiano, I asked him, he said, I'm feeling good. Like, I haven't had problems, really. Ding Liren game, that was maybe for a few moments looking scary, but he's been in control. And Jan Nepomniachtchi's in the lead, and he deserves all of this credit, and he's playing phenomenal chess. But there have been at least 2 games, his game against Fabiano and his game against Hikaru, where he was in some shaky territory. So despite the fact that Jan's in the lead and deserves to be in the lead, there have been possible moments where he could have slipped. And Jan, the way he's been playing, it's not that surprising that he didn't lose games despite having those rough positions. But it's going to be interesting to see how these two jockey for position down the stretch.
Yep. Well said. And if there was a game where Fabi could slip, we're going to bring up tomorrow's matchups. You have to be careful tomorrow, right? Because while he did win against Hikaru Nakamura already, but remember, he had white in that game. Now Hikaru, who's arguably the only other player in the field who, like Fabi said, could make it not a 100% certainty that either Caruana or Nepomniachtchi wins, right? And it would probably have to start with a Hikaru Nakamura victory as white against Fabiano Caruana. So that's, to me, is the game that I immediately have circled as the biggest matchup of tomorrow, Robert.
Yeah, because Hikaru's been playing some great chess himself, and he gets the white pieces. Now, Fabiano made this parting point that the onus is kind of on the player with the white pieces to prove some sort of opening advantage. And what we saw the last time Hikaru had the white pieces was extensive preparation, but that didn't lead to an advantage. Objectively, the position was fine for Ding Liren. He found every accurate move, which was extremely impressive. So maybe Fabi's, sitting right now, he's behind Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he also realized that, the burden, of kind of like you got to prove that you can win with the first move. Just the first move advantage isn't much of an advantage if you aren't showing that you can get it done. And in this tournament, the only players getting it done are Jan and Fabiano.
Speaking of the other player, we just talked about Nakamura and Caruana. Jan Nepomniachtchi will have the white pieces versus Ding Liren. The highest rated player in the field, at least coming into the tournament, was Ding Liren. Jan already won as black. What will he do as white now that he's the clear tournament leader? Who knows how much of a fight we have in that game. Rapport and Duda, I'll be interested to see how Richard rebounds, right? Your heart went out to him as he set himself and Fabiano backed up. Kind of a crazy decision today, and obviously had effect on a lot of things, and this is why the game is played, right? We have drama, we have interesting stuff to talk about, but how will Rapport rebound against Duda? And then last thoughts, Robert, from you on the Firouzja Radjabov matchup there. They have played one game in their careers against each other, and it was a draw.
Yeah, that was the first round of this tournament. Yep. So I'm not really sure how the games will go because Jan Nepomniachtchi still has 7 full games left. So if you think about it from that perspective, it's a long event. 7 games is a lot. So will he go against Ding Liren and just be like, let me play peacefully? I'm not so sure. He beat Ding Liren last time in the candidates with the white pieces. He lost in the final round when he'd already had the tournament locked up, but he did beat Ding Liren with some really nice play. So I don't think that either Jan or Fabiano are looking for specific results against players. It's too early for those two, but it's getting too late for the rest of the field. So for Hikaru with the white pieces, I agree with you, the game of the round, because will Hikaru use preparation that's maybe a little bit more dangerous than the preparation he used against Ding Liren? Will he take a big risk because it's now or never for him? If he doesn't beat Fabiano and then also try to beat Jan later in the event, then as Fabiano said, it's nearly guaranteed that one of those two will win.
Yep. Oh man, a lot could play out. A lot has happened so far. A lot might happen tonight, right? Sun's going down here in Madrid, and we're gonna probably go get some dinner. Danny, Rich, Robert Hess. We're missing Almira Skripchenko and right now Fabiano Caruana. So shout out to Almira. And so many. This is just Robert. It just feels so awkward.
Should I go back over there?
You don't have to.
But is that what you're? It seems like you have your hand.
Shut up the chair. All right, everybody. This has been a lot of fun, and we have much more ahead. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. We will once again be live from Madrid at the Palacio de Santoña. It is beautiful. It is now empty. It's time for us to shut off the lights and head home. We will see you for round 8 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates tomorrow at 3 p.m. local Madrid time. Tune in then.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com makes learning fun and easy. Sharpen your tactics with puzzles and enhance your strategy with our lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with our easy-to-use analysis tool. Chess.com has everything you need to take your game to the next level. Signing up is free and easy. Join Chess.com today.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.